and my girlfriend turned me on to this. She was like, yeah, I eat apples. And I'm like, all right, apples are healthy. So I'm like, got the apple slice. And peanut butter. I'm like, that seemed reasonable. By the way, I dipped it into chocolate chips.
All right.
I was like, so.
I think we're live.
All right, apples are healthy. So I'm like, got the apple slice. And peanut butter. I'm like, that seemed reasonable. And my girlfriend turned me on to this. She was like, yeah, I eat apples. I'm like, all right, apples are healthy. So I'm like,
I think
got
we're
the apple
live.
slice.
Hey, we are live and 30 people are watching already. Which is awesome. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us early.
Yeah, good morning, guys. Hey there.
Which is awesome. Hello, everyone.
Testing, take two. Y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hey guys, welcome. Good morning. It's coming up on 8 o'clock. Hey, we're getting a lot of questions about the sign-in process on the YouTube chat. So hang tight. We'll address that and give you some more info here soon. For now, enjoy that coffee, relax with some music, and say hey in that chat. Let us know who you are, what school you're with, what district you're representing, and what your role is. We're glad to see you this morning. Thanks for being with us. Hey guys, again, welcome. Good morning. Hope you guys are having a great start to the Monday here. Just quick, we've had some questions on the chat so far about how to get set up for sign in and PD credit. Hang tight here shortly. We're going to come back and we'll explain all that to you. We're glad you're with us this morning. We're going to have a great time, and we appreciate you guys being here. Thanks. All right, getting funky with it this morning. Good morning, guys. Welcome. Thanks for being with us. We're going to kick this thing off here about 8:20, 8:30. So we're glad you could make it, get you some coffee, and get settled in for a good time. Happy Monday.
Good morning, everybody. I love that Bitmoji classroom we just saw there. I hope you're doing well today. I'm looking at our chat. I love seeing everybody tuning in. We have 620 people watching right now. That's incredible. Ooh, Johnny Piercy. I've heard of him before. You should follow him on Twitter. He's pretty sweet. Paul Davidson, one of our awesome keynotes for this week. Vanita Burnett, incredible JCPS teacher. We are closing in on about 3 minutes until your DJs get started this morning. So please, if you want to refill your coffee, use the restroom, do whatever you need to. We will start on 8:20, and then we will go into Johnny Piercy's keynote for this morning, which I can promise you, you do not want to miss. Oh, Rhonda Cosby, new principal of the Grace M. James Academy of Excellence. She is incredible. So is Brian Quillen, someone I get the privilege of working with a lot over the year at Fairdale High School. Crystal Doolin's another awesome one. Dr. Justin Baffin, another keynote this week. He was also my professor when I went to the UK. Sarah Watkins is a great history teacher. I loved her session at the Eastern event last year. Definitely want to tune in for Amy's session, connecting with your parents in a virtual world. I can't imagine when we'd have to do that again. Right, guys? Google for Administrators from Betsy Lane Elementary. Ooh, I just had a little something in my throat there. I'm sorry. You can find all our videos at KYGoDigital live on YouTube. Power of Pause gives you the chance to watch whenever you want, whenever you can.
DJ Matty B, can you hear me out there?
Oh, I got you, Chandler, man.
What's up, buddy? Hey, well, it's 8:20, so I say we kick this sucker into overdrive. You ready?
I am ready, man. Let's do it.
All right, guys. Are you ready to rock? Awesome. Well, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. We're here to have a good time. I'm DJ Chan the Man, welcoming you here, and DJ Matty B's on the other end. Be sure to introduce yourself in the YouTube chat. Please, please, please. It's been a great conversation already happening this morning. You guys were in there at like 7:30, rocking out and ready to go early on this beautiful Monday. Let us know what district that you represent. Remember, we've got people from all over the state of Kentucky here with us. Let us know what your role is and what you do in your building or for your district, please. We'll use this avenue throughout the day, this 2-day event, today and tomorrow, to ask questions, to connect, and share with others across the state, because together we're brilliant. Hey, just a quick sidebar. I'm not sure if you knew this or not, but as of this morning, we have over 3,000 participants registered for this 2-day virtual event, and we are pumped. Okay, Matt, take it away.
Okay, sorry about that. I forgot to reload my slides. So we do have over 3,000 people registered, not 2,900, although I guess technically 3,000 is still over 2,900. So typically, at this point in our journey, we would introduce you to our tour guides who would be leading us through the day. But since this is virtual, we don't have tour guides because we're not going anywhere. You already know how to get around your house. So it is my pleasure to introduce your DJs this week, DJ Chan the Man and myself, DJ Maddie B. Let's pump it up. Let's go.
Hold on. Matt, did I hear cowbell? You think we could get some more cowbell?
This is the official KYGoDigital Purple Cow cowbell. In just 3 easy payments of $5.99, you can get your own.
Amazing.
DJ Chan, you there?
Oh, sorry, I locked up. So we've got this summer we're celebrating the 4th anniversary of KYGoDigital. So you guys may not realize that this thing has been up and rocking for as long as it has, but none of that will be possible without our partners. So let's give a shout out to the following folks that have helped make this a possibility for us today. We've got Discovery Education, KATE, WKU, Bellarmine University, the UK College of Education, GREC, KEDC, Tierney, University of Pikeville. We'd also like to give a special shout out to the sponsors that were responsible for these snazzy t-shirts today, Tierney and Chase Marketing Inc. for printing them for us. So we appreciate your support, guys, and thank you for being with us.
We also want to give a huge shout out to our incredible panel of keynote speakers. This is the strongest panel I think I've seen for any KYGoDigital event, let alone all in one place. So we have Dr. Justin Baffin, who's a professor at UK and part of UK Next Gen. We have Donnie Piercy, who's a teacher at Stonewall Elementary in Fayette County. He's going to be our first keynote in just a few minutes. We have Rhonda Cosby, who's the principal of the new Grace James Academy of Excellence in Jefferson County. We have Dr. Lou Young, who is the director of UK Next Gen and a former superintendent of the year in the state of Kentucky. We have Hall Davidson, who is the senior director of Discovery Education. I think he's actually coming to us from California, which is crazy. And then we have Dr. Karen Chesser, who is the superintendent of Fort Thomas Independent Schools. So please give a round of applause for all of our incredible keynote speakers helping us all be better educators.
Yeah, so I was trying to queue up some of our sweet tracks here, man. They were locking up on me. So thanks for the actual live cowbell. I'll have to order one of those. We've also got some, in addition to all the keynotes, the wonderful keynote speakers who are joining us, we have a ton of KYGoDigital regional leaders that have worked hard. We've worked hard to find some of the most remarkable teachers, future teachers, instructional assistants, principals, counselors, district leaders, LMSs, and more to share how they are innovating in their roles. We're going to have taking the stage this morning are these Northern KYGoDigital leaders. So let's give it up for them. Woo-hoo. So again, hopefully if you guys are seeing names you're familiar with, give them a shout out in the chat. We appreciate all of their hard work. Take a look at this schedule for today, what their session topic will be.
They're from Central Kentucky, Kyle, you silly goose.
Just kidding. Central Kentucky. I told you guys I was like the anchor man. All right, let's see here. And then we've also got joining us this afternoon. That was all this morning. A computer that's frozen.
We have our Western Kentucky friends taking the stage.
Thank you, man.
You're welcome.
So maybe I'll have that slide up because this computer isn't frozen. So we got the Western KYGoDigital leaders joining us there as well. So please give them a big shout out in the chat. Again, if you know them, show them some love. We appreciate everybody getting up here, putting all this together so that we can share and connect across the state of Kentucky. So thank you.
Tomorrow is day 2 of our event. So just when you didn't think it'd get any better, it does, because we have a second day. Tomorrow morning, we start off with our Northern Kentucky friends. Kyle is just a day off. He's in a different time zone, so it's okay. So please give a big round of applause for our Northern Kentucky friends. And then rounding us out for the last session of our 2-day event is our friends in Eastern Kentucky taking the stage. That keynote will be by Dr. Lee Young and Dr. Justin Batten together, and then we'll have a closing tomorrow at 4:30. Kyle, it's going to be awesome, man. I am so excited.
I'm pumped, man. It's going to be a great couple of days.
Everybody in the chat, everybody around the state of Kentucky, all 1,010 of you watching this right now, please give a round of applause to our incredible keynote speakers.
And Matty B, you might have to take it away for me, buddy. I'm still struggling with the connection over here.
You're good, man. I got you. So, speaking of Kentucky Go Digital, I have to actually take my sunglasses off to read this. It's kind of hard. Let's talk about the mission for the great work that we're all going to be doing. So the mission of Kentucky Go Digital is to inspire Kentucky educators to create innovative leading and learning experiences, to connect us together through social media, live digital events, and conferences, so we can share ways we are innovating and investing in more digital learning, superpowers for our Kentucky students. Yes, everything about this, yes. And we know that the purple cow is the symbol we have chosen for Kentucky Go Digital because it is remarkable. We want to stand out. And all of you here today, all of our keynote speakers, all of our presenters, all of our organizers at Kentucky Go Digital, and all of you, our viewers, you are not afraid of being able to be out there and stand out and be together and be remarkable. So thank you for saying yes to creating, connecting, and sharing for our Kentucky students. Additionally, one of the other things that we have as our mantra at Kentucky Go Digital is shattering the silos. We want to make sure that we shatter them. We do not want anything dividing us up district by district. What's good for your kids is good for my kids, is good for their kids. So let's shatter them because together we are brilliant. You able to take this one, Chan the man? You need me to get it for you?
Still struggling, buddy. Every screen I hear you, but that's all I got.
You're okay. So while you guys are connecting with us in the YouTube chat, and please continue to do that, please continue to let us know where you're from. If you have any questions, if you have any ways we can incorporate other things into what the teachers are teaching about, because that's why we're all here, is to learn together. We also encourage you to connect and share on Twitter as well. If you don't have the Twitter, you should, because it's awesome and it's the greatest form of PD you're going to get every day for free. And please, if you do tweet out some awesome stuff that you see today, use the hashtag KentuckyGoDigital. That way we can all click on that, go back and look at all the awesome insights and things that we've seen through these past 2 days, or this today and tomorrow.
And I've got the in game whenever we're there. Are we there?
Not yet. So remember, hashtag KentuckyGoDigital. Make a Twitter. It's not going to cost you anything, and it is so worth it in how you're going to grow as an educator, and maybe sometimes as a internet troll. So Kentucky Go Digital Live, the channel that you guys are on right now, has all of our sessions and hundreds of other episodes available on demand. Everything we do here the next 2 days will be here and will continue to be here forever because Google's not going anywhere. So it gives you the power of pause. You can watch at your leisure. You can watch at your own pace and really go back and take in the learning that you may have missed or you want to go back and revisit at some point in the future. Chan the man, our end game. I think Chan the man got a little Avengers end game to himself. I don't know where he dissolved to. At the end of the day, we want to remember that the end game is our students. And we want to continue to do this work for the learning and growing of our kids in Kentucky and beyond. And we want to applaud you for continuing to learn and grow for all of our kids yourselves. So we're almost there. Today, this is us. We're going to shatter these silos. So sit back, put your awesome goggles on, get ready to rock. Now, it is my pleasure to introduce one of my coworkers and friends, a Central Kentucky Go Digital leader, Kathleen Receiver, who's going to give you a quick registration update, and she's going to introduce our first keynote. Kathleen!
All right. Thank you so much, Matt, and Chan the Man and Maddie D. I am going to talk to you just for a little bit about the PD credit. So if you have already registered for this event, you will receive an email from us later on, probably not today, maybe not tomorrow. Give us a couple days because like Matt and Kyle said, we have over 2,900 people registered. So give us a few days. And if you have registered, on this link, you will receive an email with a certificate. That certificate is what you will give to your district to receive your PD credit. So make sure you stay on the lookout for that. And again, give us a couple days. I promise you will get it. It just may take us a little bit to get all of your emails together. Rest assured, we will get it to you. All right. So without further ado, I'm so excited to introduce our keynote. And Matt, if you will go to the next slide for me. Thank you. So
I'm so enthralled by you. I'm missing my cue.
I understand. I get it. So Donnie Piercy, he is a 5th grade teacher at Stonewall Elementary in Fayette County. And he is always trying to find new and innovative ways to incorporate technology across the curriculum in order to increase student learning and engagement. You can always check and see what his students are up to by visiting his classroom website, which is mrpiercy.com. And make sure you check out how to spell Piercy. Don't make the same mistake I have. So mrpiercy.com. And Donnie has run a 1-to-1 iPad, Chromebook, and MacBook classroom over the course of his 14-year teaching career. Donnie received a BA in theology from Asbury University and got his master's in education from Auburn University in Montgomery. Donnie is also a Google for Education certified innovator and trainer and a National Geographic Grosvenor. I knew I was going to mess it up. Grosvenor. Teacher, fellow, and educator.
Good enough.
I tried. I did my best. And a lead for the Google Earth education experts in North America. He currently lives in Lexington, Kentucky with his wife and 3 children. Please join me in welcoming Donnie Piercy, our morning opening keynote. Welcome, Donnie.
Hey, good morning, Kathleen. Thank you so much for inviting me to come be a part of this. So, we're going to do, right, because, we are so used to these conference calls. Like, we're going to start off by playing that game where you ask the question, can you see my screen? So, can you see my screen? If you're playing bingo along at home, everybody
I can see it.
Checking. Awesome. So, all right. So, thank you. Just checking one more time because I just pressed present. Can you see now a full screen?
I can. You are good to go.
Cool. So thank you so much for introducing me, Kathleen. My name is Donnie Piercy. I'm at Mr. Piercy on Twitter. I follow a lot of you. I like to follow Kentucky educators back. I've been teaching. I'm actually going into my 14 plus year of teaching elementary school. For the first few years that I taught 4th grade. And then for the last 10-ish plus years, I've been teaching 5th grade. I taught in Woodford County for a while. I taught in Eminence, Kentucky for a while. And then for the past 2 plus years, I've taught at Stonewall Elementary School here in good old FCPS Fayette County. Woo, woo. And I've had a lot of cool experiences just over the course of my teaching career. There was the time that for some reason I got my district to purchase a pancake bot, which you don't know what a pancake bot is. We've all seen 3D printers. Well, picture like a 3D printer that can make pancakes. And we saw this idea. We're like, wow, that looked really cool. Well, we didn't realize that while it makes these cool looking like T-Rex or anything you want pancakes, it takes about 15 minutes to make one pancake. So not exactly what you want. I got a chance to be in Google Glass Explorer for a while, which sounded way cooler than it ended up being. Like I tried to look tough wearing these things, really wasn't exactly the style that I thought it would be. I took them to Kisti one year, and I think wore them around, took pictures, and I think my friend Todd's face right here kind of sums up what Google Glass was like. I'll share about this a little bit more, but a few years ago, I was given the chance, like Kathleen mentioned, to Antarctica to explore the White Continent for about 2.5 weeks, which was an incredible experience. But, my people often ask, like, what was your favorite moment of going? Well, one morning they woke up that, hey, the weather's pretty nice right now. Actually going to go jump into the Southern Ocean, which was 31 degrees. I said, how can it be 31? And we jump in because salt water freezes at a lower temperature than normal. Here's the thing. those are amazing experiences that I've had over the last 14 plus years, but it all to me comes back to my classroom. As while those experiences were fun, cool, and I'll share a little bit more about how I kind of tied all that into my instruction a little bit. Like, my classroom is my home away from home. And for the last 14 plus years, this is kind of where I feel like I can make significant impact. And technology has had a huge part of that over the course of the last my teaching career. So, like Kathleen mentioned, my name is Mr. Piercy. That's what my students call me. Donnie is my first name, but my students call me Mr. Piercy, Piercey. And you'd figure with a name like that, it'd be pretty easy to spell. For some reason, kids have this habit of butchering my name. I realized in my second year of teaching. So I figured, why not start a collection of every single time a student mispronounces your name or spells it wrong, whatever. So this one's one of my favorites. The student took time to write my name in cursive. She realized after she finished the front of this card that my name was misspelled. So on the inside, she started off wrong kind of your because fifth grade, but she apologized. Oh, I'm sorry, I misspelled your name wrong, of course. Why not? It's misspelled there. Sometimes they'll come in at the end of the day or the next day, and some of the teachers' kids will butchered, or not butchered, but spell right, little smack talk on the board. But who cares? That's not me. We play Oregon Trail in class because why not? But again, that's how it's spelled. Now, I do have to admit, this is the first time I've given this talk through Google Hangouts. In the past, I've done it in Zoom. So I have to admit, I kind of miss seeing my face in the corner, and I realize I am, for the next 28-ish minutes, if I didn't put my face in the corner, you would not have any idea who was talking to you. So kind of throughout this little talk, I decided to occasionally, just so that way that I'm actually still here, stick my face in the top right-hand corner. And, I shared this idea with my wife last night. She said, oh, you should make some of them where you're the students who everybody, knows, who gets way too close to camera, that middle schooler is trying to not fall asleep, but does anyway, that kindergartner who has to show you all their toys, that high schooler who thinks he can get away with putting reconnecting to make you think that she or he is not there, middle schooler who totally isn't recording you on TikTok, or that awkward, the one that we've all experienced, classroom teachers, a kid who at the end call you suddenly realized was recording from the bathroom the whole time. So anyway, I figured this way you can see my face. You don't have to necessarily just have a talking head. I'm going to try to make some appearances throughout this. But like Kathleen mentioned, in 2004, I graduated from Asbury College. I know Asbury University now, with a degree in theology. And kind of like all theology majors, when I graduated, I was like, I can't really do much with this. I had to go back to school, went to Auburn University in Montgomery. In 2007, graduated with my master's, graduated, got my first teaching job, teaching elementary school at Stevens Elementary School in good old Woodford County in Sales. Google Maps still pronounce it for Sci, which makes me laugh. Kentucky, taught there for 7 years. But I always go back that first summer that I taught. After I was hired, I said, oh my gosh, I now have this gigantic space that I can make my own. And I remember I spent all summer prepping for that first classroom that I had. I got the posters where I wanted it, make sure that they were all at the correct angles, make sure that my clocks were in place. I got these college pennants I hung up. Anyway, so I spent months getting this room in order. And then I realized it was the night before. Still is not ready. It turns out, as a teacher, you need these things called lesson plans and ways that you're going to communicate to the parents. So the night before the first day of school, in typical procrastinator fashion, I decided, you know what? Let's make a website and let's put this stuff together. Let's put messages on there. Let's send it to, maybe, again, I didn't parents weren't really emailing as much back then. Schools weren't emailing as much back then. So I said, well, let's go make a website. Now, this site does no longer exist in the public, but thanks to this cool site called the Wayback Machine, you can actually go and visit the original classroom website I made at Simmons Elementary School in Woodford County Schools. And every single year, I love to go back before the first day of school and read the first message that I wrote to my first group of students that I was ever going to have before I met them. And what I love about this, and by the way, I'm not going to read this to you now. You can screenshot it, read through it if you want. Yes, I know you'll find a comma out of place in the first sentence. Sorry about that. I was so young and naive back then. But I love reading through this because it's a great way to reflect and a nice reminder to myself of all the goals and dream aspirations that I had, not only for myself as a teacher, but also for my students, were true then, just like they are today. Anyway, so that first semester that I taught, we know what that first year of teaching is like. It's rough. It wasn't until December that I realized that I probably should have like a calendar or something because I keep missing meetings. But that first semester, there are two big lessons that I learned about myself. First one, maybe this is true for some of y'all watching. It's a tech conference. I find that this seems to be true for most people at a tech conference. So I suck at paperwork, like anybody else out there. This is not an actual photo of my desk, but I realized pretty quickly that I needed to figure out some kind of way where I can, kind of make it where my desk was not like this. And the second learn is that those lessons that you look for when you reflect on, like, oh, how have I changed, was to really value the time that I spend with my friends and, more importantly, my family. Because teaching, I know we've got a lot of classroom teachers following along this morning. Teaching, education, whether you're a principal, superintendent, teacher's aide, it will consume every second of your day. And you have to set limits for yourself, or else it will completely consume what you do. So I've given this talk, versions of it over the last 7 years to teachers really all around the world. It's a unique privilege, unique opportunity rather, that I've been given. And so I'd like to introduce just 3 people that I kind of like to see from time to time. So, here's my son, Hank. I like to have everybody, if you're watching along at home, can you please say, hello, Hank? And then here's my daughter, Scarlett. She just turned 9, like 2 days ago, right? She was excited about that. And here in the middle is our sweet baby, Ramona, who she is now 15 months. And there's one more person I'd like to introduce y'all to. This is my, this is my smoking hot wife. Everybody say, hello, Donnie's smoking hot wife. Oh, wait, please say it again. Hang on. All right. Crap. All right. In fact, I do get her birthday cake, well, except this year, #pandemic, just about every single year. And one site I discovered that I used a couple of times, mailaspud.com. Gentlemen, if you're watching and you'd like to surprise that special person in your life, go to mailaspud.com for $9.99. Slap some stamps on a potato, write your custom message on it, and mail it anywhere in the world for you. Little aside there. But my second term, I learned a pretty important lesson that changed the course of what the rest of my teaching career would be like. Around January of that year, I got an email. And like I said, this email completely changed my practice, but I had to learn some lessons from it. I'm happy because I forwarded it to my Gmail address, and I can actually go ahead and still pull up the text from it. But in a nutshell, I was teaching in Versailles, Kentucky at the time. And it's just that from a primary school of Versailles, France. And they wanted to do like a pen pal program. They said, well, what if you send us messages and we'll send you stuff too? And, the first year teacher in me, I was pretty cautious about, not getting fired for doing something that could, would not be good for your students. So I started to examine this letter a little bit closer, and I'm like, okay, it's coming from an AOL address. That doesn't seem legit. And, this whole idea of Versailles, it just seemed too much. So, like, in my mind, I started to think, okay, this is a scam. I'm like Danger Will Robinson, by the way, bonus if anybody actually gets this slide. I had seen those print schemes before. I was like, I'm not going to fall sucker to this my first year of teaching. But, I went and I shared it in my class and I said, well, what do y'all think? They said, well, where's Versailles? A lot of the kids didn't even know that Versailles was named after a city in France. So we looked it up on Google Maps, or I think it might have been Google Earth at the time. And we found Versailles, France, and we compared it to Versailles, Kentucky. And we realized that there's two things that they have in common. First, Versailles has a palace, and Versailles sort of has a palace. But, my students were like, okay, well, can we send them a letter? I'm like, guys, tell you what, if you want to do it, just get yourself in groups, write a letter, and send it to them. And I didn't even proofread the thing. I just gave them some time. I said, guys, if you write it, I'll send it. So whatever. They got together, they wrote it. And I wish that I had a camera that I could have taken a picture of it, because I don't have it, but this pretty much sums up what it was like, the letter that they sent to them. Again, by the way, in case you didn't pick up on that, my name there is also misspelled. We also sent along to this supposed school in Versailles, France, an old yellowing grayish Simmons Elementary t-shirt. They wanted something in Kentucky, so I went and got some Mingy, not Mingua, beef jerky. So we went and we sent this letter. And then, to be honest, I went back to teaching, completely forgot about it, said, well, nothing happened. I never got an email saying that they confirmed it. But about 3 weeks later, this showed up, along with a package full of gifts for every single student in my class. And I remember when I discovered this gift in front of the teacher's mailbox at Simmons Elementary, visibly, audibly saying to myself, yeah, because turns out there really was a school in Versailles, France, and they had taken time to, first off, write us in cursive, in perfect English letters addressed to every student who had written them. They had written, again, in cursive, in perfect English, these messages about themselves. They sent us all this cool information. And I realized that, I think I missed an opportunity for my class there. And it was then that I kind of made a decision that I did not want my class to miss another opportunity that came their way. And it was around that time, a few years later, actually, that, I started to adopt a classroom creed. Now, some of y'all might have seen the TV show 30 Rock. I love 30 Rock. It's friendly. Tracy Jordan / Tracy Morgan is probably my favorite character on that show. And this quote that he came up with, again, usually I play the audio, but I'm just going to put the text on the board. He was talking to Kenneth, and he said, not Slide Guy, Kenneth, by the way, but Kenneth on the show. And he said, hey, maybe you should live every week like it's Shark Week. And I remember the first time I heard that quote, I said, oh, that's funny. And then I realized that that's exactly what I was going for in my classroom, because I wanted these type of experiences every single day, if possible. Yeah, and by the way, please don't misinterpret that analogy that is not you and that is not that student. If you think about what makes Shark Week, it's that different week when awesome things happen that everybody tunes in. Now, guess what? There's things as part of your day, those setting up routines that are going to, let's be honest, they're going to be a little boring at times. Those things are still important. But if you think back to what you remember from school, if you ask yourself, what do I want my students to remember? They're not going to remember how they sat, where their seat was, or even what that bulletin board that the district made you put together was. They're going to remember those unique experiences. Just reflecting over the past 14 years for me, I had a class one year that loved poetry. So every now and then I would dress up like Bob Dylan, who I had introduced who Bob Dylan was, come to class and we do some cheesy sing-alongs. So much fun. I used to do a classroom bank, right? I mean, we've all elementary, middle school teachers. You might have done something similar where you print off money with your on it, you put your principal or superintendent on the $100, $1,000 bill, whatever, and you pass it out to them on Friday. Use that at your class store. I tried that one year, and it turned into like, I'm pretty sure at recess they had like this illegal gambling ring going on. So I shut down the paper money. I used to use this site right here, mykidsbank.org, that lets you create a completely paperless banking system in your classroom that, guess what, does automatic direct deposit. Nowadays, I use something a lot different. I actually created my own system in spreadsheets. If you're interested and you're one of those super nerdy people and want to know how I did it, please email me. Heck, one year I had students who love football. I mean, every single one of them. And those class was really struggling with addition, subtraction, and multiplication of decimals. So I said, fine, we are going to play fantasy football as a group of fourth graders, and you are going to, one, figure out your team's score manually on pencil and paper, and then you're going to log in to the fantasy football program that we were using and check to see if your score was accurate. But the point is, these type of experiences, whether it's when you're doing class selections and your whole hallway, it just turns into these amazing posters that students put together, or, it's those type of experiences that are different. And what I've learned just from 14 plus years of doing this, it's those type of experiences that students remember. But if you want to have a different classroom or a culture and climate in your classroom that students will remember, it's those type of experiences that you want to create. One big question to think about, what makes your classroom different? Are you embracing those silly spinners? Are you talking to your students about things that they're interested in, whether it's fidget cube, this off of a student one time, but or an I am group fidget cube. Remember Billy Bins? Let's go back to the 90s, Pogs, even flossing, as much as that drove me nuts. My students were obsessed with doing that, and rather than shutting it down, I wanted to give them a chance to spread. This is my favorite GIF, by the way. And yes, by the way, it's pronounced GIF. If you'd like to argue about it, we can argue online. But I just put stuff together, those type of experiences that give students unique opportunities, things that first off will stick with them for the rest of their lives, but more importantly, things that really enhance the learning. For Halloween, rather than having them come to school dressed as, let's see what the grossest thing we can come to school dressed as, I assign each of them a difficult word out of the dictionary, and they have to come to school dressed in a way that they can teach somebody what word means. I mentioned earlier how about a year and a half ago, I was given the chance to actually travel to Antarctica, which when I say that, like the fact that is so easy, rolls off my tongue, like still doesn't seem real to me. I was given the chance to travel there with National Geographic and Lindblad expeditions. And it's one of those things that still reflecting on it, a year and a half later, seemed very surreal. Getting the chance to see, yes, we saw way more penguins than you can shake a stick at. We saw lots of penguins getting eaten, which, at first I was like, oh, that's really sad. But being honest, the science teacher in me was like, yeah, circle of life. I love it. Such a cool experience. I learned about animals that I didn't even know existed. These things are called a Weddell seal, by the way. And if I was in the Harry Potter universe, one of these things would totally be my Patronus, by the way, because look at that. Look at it. Right? But here's the point. Before I left, I wanted to figure out how I can connect this experience to my classroom. So what I did, I went and I said, well, guys, we're going to use this app called Flipgrid. We kind of used it throughout the year. And before I go, I want you to record a video that you want me to, with a question in it, that you want me to try to find the answer to while I'm down there. And they did, we recorded it, they researched, they learned about things like climate change. They learned about, how the planet's changing, how Antarctica is changing, what some of the wildlife down there is. They learned about krill, which if you don't know what krill is, you should probably open up a new tab and look it up. And my goal was, when I got down there, to find out these answers myself and try to answer them. Well, as part of this expedition, we were given access to National Geographic explorers, photographers, expedition leaders. And as I was walking around, stumbling through my explanation on what a glacier was, one of them said, well, what are you doing? I said, well, my students recorded some questions. I'm trying to answer it for them. And so the team got together and said, hey, tell you what, why don't you let us answer some of those students' questions for you? I was like, oh, that sounds cool. Would you guys do that? And so they did. And when I got back, they actually, they recorded their videos and they addressed my students by name, which you have not lived until you've seen a fifth grader's face light up when a explorer is answering their question about, penguin babies with penguins directly behind them. And this experience was, first off, it was just really cool, but I'll never forget that I had a girl in my class that after it was over with, she's like, man, I didn't even know that was a career, but I'd love to become a marine biologist when I grow up. And, I always asked my class, I was like, okay, well, so what is it about these things that these type of lessons and experiences and that you like? They said, well, to be honest, Mr. Piercy, it's just kind of fun. I mean, fun makes things better. Whether it's my students are creating scale models of the solar system, or one year I had a student who's a great artist, and she said, hey, Mr. Piercy, can we paint a giant dragon on your classroom window? Again, this was around the same time that Game of Thrones was finishing up. So I think every parent in the car rider lane thought that I liked Game of Thrones. I don't, by the way, sorry, don't tell anybody. But, it was those type of experiences that, hey, that's cool. And it was that type of fun, those unique things that really enhanced the student creativity that it's a secret that I love reality. It's, those type of, when you get a chance to send a student to different places around the world, I'm never someone to shy away from these new type of technologies that can take students places. And 4 years ago, I had a group of students that loved it. They want to know, hey, virtual reality images, how do they take them? Like, where do they get these pictures from? So we looked it up and we learned that Google has these VR backpacks that you can wear, that, you can just walk around and take pictures. If you're not someone like me who every time he sees the Google Earth car feels like stalking it and want to see where they live, you can buy these backpacks, kind of rent them out and go travel. And, my students looked at it, oh, let's buy one. So, we looked at our teacher budget and they ended up being about, $70,000 each, which, we can't afford that. So I had a student that year who's so clever, so creative. He said, hey, go get me a tripod and the 360 camera, the VR camera that we had purchased with our smaller version of it that we had purchased with our STLP funds. I think I know how to do it. And what this student made was basically a do-it-yourself with my 360 camera on top backpack. And we actually went, we looked on Google Maps and we realized that the neighborhoods around, this is when I was teaching in Eminence, Kentucky, the Google Maps car had driven by once. That hadn't been back in like 10 years. And they said, well, that place isn't there anymore. Like that building, that's now a KFC, that's not a KFC anymore. It's a McDonald's. Can we go update Google Maps? So that's actually what we did. We went walking around the neighborhood. Those 4 students were involved with STLP, which, by the way, if you are not involved in STLP, please, please, please go be a part of it. It is an amazing program. Those 4 students, they decided to enter this as their STLP project. They called it Create Your Own Google Street View. They loved it, had a ball at the state championship in the spring. And then they found out that they were one of the finalists. And they're like, hey, this is pretty cool. They were one of the top 50, I think, in the state. And one of my proudest moments as a teacher was when, as the numbers of started dwindling down, it went from 10 to 5 to 3 remaining. My students that year ended up winning the state championship, which is still surreal to think about 4 years later. It's one of those moments that I really look back on as a transformative thing. You know, we got to go to the ISTE conference, which that year was in San Antonio. 2 of those kids had never been out of the state before. So to give them a chance to travel to another state was awesome. They love SeaWorld, by the way. But the Google for Education team actually heard that we were there, and they said, hey, we know that you're doing some stuff with Google Earth or Google Street View. Would you mind presenting with us? And so I actually got the chance to go and present with Googlers. Such a cool experience for my kids. And I know that every single person watching this right now, you probably have a similar story. Those things that those moments that, you know, when you look back, whether it's your second year of teaching or your 25th, you probably have those unique experiences that you can look back on. So I want to start with this. Right now, this year, it's obviously going to be different. And to be honest, even a month out from the first day of school, I have no idea what the school year is going to look like. But I want to challenge you. What's going to be different in your classroom? You know, are you going to be doing the same thing, or are you going to be trying to bring in some unique experiences? There's a great website I love. It's called futureme.org. You want to write this down, maybe take a screenshot of it. And what futureme.org does is allow you to write a letter to yourself. And I would encourage you here at the end, go to futureme.org and you can write an email. You can set the date to be the last day of school, whenever that ends up being. Maybe it's June 1st, maybe hopefully not July 7th. But you can write an email to yourself that on that date, that email will appear in your inbox. What do you want to be different? What goals are you going to set to this year that when you email yourself back in May or June, you know, how will your classroom be a different experience? Whew. All right, 2 quick things kind of here at the end. Got to mention my podcast. I'm a middle-aged dude, so, you know, I do have a podcast. So partial.credit. We'd love to have people subscribe if you're watching along at home. But enough of that. Thank you all so much. Some of you said, hey, how did you make those little tiny Zoom backgrounds? I put them on that bit.ly, so if you want to remember them, bit.ly/tinyzoom video. It'll take you to a Google slideshow that you can present and then screen share or crop them down. But I digress. I am done. Thank you all so much. This was really, really cool. Hopefully y'all learned something, and I'd love to connect with y'all online.
Thank you so much, Donnie. You will have to go back and check out the chat. You have a lot of love in the chat, and this was a fantastic way to start off our first day of the Kentucky Go Digital virtual event. So thank you again so much.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for having me.
You're welcome.
Give Donnie a big round of applause, everybody. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Donnie. We appreciate you. That is the love.
I can hear him here, Kyle. I can hear him here. All right, thank you all so much.
All right, guys. Let me zoom in here for a second and see who we've got next. I think on the agenda, it looks like we have none other than Miss Jennifer Gilbert and the Kate Mastronicola. Guys, welcome. Can you hear us okay?
Yeah, I hear you. Do you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Hey, Kate, you there?
Yes, I am. Good morning.
Awesome. Hey, good morning, guys. Well, hey, I'm going to turn it over to you and get after it. Thank you so much for being with us this morning, and good luck.
Great. Thank you. Do you want me to go first, Kate? Go for it. All right. Let's see. Okay. I'm here to talk to you a little bit about digital signage today. And my name is Jen Gilbert. I am a school librarian at Eminence, Kentucky. So I interact with kindergarten through 12th grade. We're one-to-one there. And everybody's lives are all flipped upside down with how much NTI we're going to have to be doing. So that is something that's been in my brain a lot as I've prepared this. We're going to be talking about digital signage. And here's our talking points that you can go back to if you want to. But in the past, I've done a lot of digital signage physically in the library, within the school. But I'm going to focus on virtual for this presentation because so much, I think, the nice thing is once you get stuff virtually, you can use it in a physical space as well. So I want to talk about an app called Genially. And what you're looking at right now is a screenshot of my school library homepage, and I have in there embedded Genially presentations, and you can do that with slides too. The difference with a Genially presentation, though, you have a little more control over different ways it presents. This one showing this part of the website is just running like a slideshow. And as you can see, it was pulling from a Google Calendar. This slideshow was made way back in January or so, but it still is updating with things that I told it to pull from. So there's a tweet that I wanted. It was International Women's Day when I made it. But you can also instead embed feeds so that you're embedding, like I have my school's Twitter feed that just comes in automatically. And that all shows up without any prompting or need to be redone. It can pull slides from Google. Your animations, you just have a lot more options and ways to make things. It's slicker, it's a little more polished, it's a little more pointed towards signage itself rather than just a slide presentation. Another way, so this is just on one page in on my site, but another way it can show as a an interactive image. And this is where I get super excited. So this one I just threw in, this is on a reading page for my elementary. And you can, here within the Google site, I haven't left anywhere, you can interact with this image quite a bit. And so like I've made it so if they click on this book, it will take you right to where they can check that book out or reserve it in our library. It's a physical book we have. But I'm also thinking about you guys who just want to convey information and all those things that you want to tell a kid and you can't. I love this hover over pop-up feature, and Slides doesn't have anything like that. When they interact here, you can tell like, hey, this book actually isn't even in the school library. It's in the classroom library, and you can go grab it or email the teacher if you want it. Obviously, this works with things other than books. You can also, instead of the just hover and have something pop over, you can with a click have other information pop up. So I can do my little bragging about how cool Alan Gratz is and how I met him in a crazy way here, and tell my kids all connected to that book that they're interacting with there. And so I just want to really have us reflect on how embedding is so useful and can make things so much cleaner in our signage and in our visual displays with kids. When I first started NTI, I noticed really quickly how easy it was for kids to get lost. I have 3 kids in elementary and middle school, and Google Classroom is wonderful. I love it, but it's a big list, right? It's that stream of lists and you don't have a lot of visual control. So moving to a place like Google Sites where you can have a digital home space and you can control more, then you can do all that embedding that makes them leave your home space so much less when things are embedded instead. I want to move over to I Am a Librarian, and we need to talk about like all those amazing resources that came out when NTI started and how many of them were kind of hard to access because they might be behind a login. And even though a teacher would log in and get the link they wanted and give it to a kid, when a kid used the link, they would hit the login and get stuck. And so I want to talk a little bit about permalinks. And a permalink is what it sounds like. It's a permanent link to a resource. And I want to draw your attention to how to get those from certain resources to bypass as much as we can some of those bottlenecks where kids fall off and aren't able to get where we need them to go. So I'm talking specifically about Kentucky Virtual Library. If you haven't heard of it, KYVL.org. Everybody this year has access to it if you are a public school in Kentucky. And so I want to show you how to get some different reading materials from there, actual full books, and their simultaneous use, which is libraries speak for it's not one at a time. Everyone gets it. So a whole class can access a book. You're not waiting for one person to use it and digitally check it back in. So we have to start. I'm not going to pretend that KYBL is the most user-friendly thing, especially for little kids. They need lots of help. So I want to show you the back door of how to get there. You start by going to actual KYVL.org. And you have to make sure you're logged in. You click the padlock. If you are, mine did it automatically. If you don't know your login, you can put in your school district email and it'll tell you what it is. Once you're into KYVL, then you access the databases you want. Otherwise, you can get stuck. But I'm going to show you Teen Book Cloud, which is one of the Tumble Book databases. Going this way, Tumble Book Cloud knows that I'm going through KYBL, so I'm not actually signing into Teen Book Cloud. And then if I find a book I want my class to use, like Because of Winn-Dixie, Logic would have you do this. This is what we were doing. We would click on it. You would just go, and I see that ebook here, and I think everything's great. And I go and I take this URL and I share it with kids. But if you share that URL, they have to log in, and that is a barrier. So let's talk about how to get rid of that barrier with any of the Tumble Book options here. Instead of just going to read online and following it, your index is your friend here. If you go to their index, do a little command F search to find your title. Here it is. There's a little identifier next to it. And when you click on that identifier, it gives you what Tumblebook calls the direct link. It's a permanent link and it bypasses any login. So that is what you copy and paste to share that book with students. And again, Tumblebook has audiobooks too. They do a lot of picture books that are in a picture, like a video format instead, and they're really user friendly. The hardest part is getting the permalink to share with kids. Okay, this is where I want to spend the rest of my time though, because this is why I geek out with Genially. So I'm going to another page on my school's library website, and this is just for book recommendations. And embedded in here within this website is just a Genially, it's a slideshow, and I have told it to be, it's not playing like a video and it's not a single interactive image. It's kind of a hybrid of them. And it's, if you want to do like the choose your own adventure kind of things, this is the way you'd want to set it up. But this is where I'm landing fourth graders, because I can't have conversations with them in the library all the time like I would plan to help point them towards a book. So let me show you my solution that I'm just really excited about, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun. So I start with a few questions to kind of get me to a genre. All of these different links are a little bit animated. It's super easy with a click or two in Genially to have it do some sort of movement when you hover or whatever. I want to read something that makes me want to go on an adventure. I go again. I'm not big into war. I'm going to fight for survival, right? That's what I'm interested in. And this is where I've taken kind of my own spin for a Bitmoji classroom. For my needs, I want more front-facing books, right? That's what I'm trying to push here. The reason I would recommend using Genially instead of just slides, I did use slides to build the basic look, just like you would for any Bitmoji classroom. But the animations, like the hovering, having it get bigger when you move over it, the pop-ups, that isn't possible in slides, and I just get really excited. In as a librarian here, if you look at these things I'm recommending, they are not all from the same place. These are not all, this is a physical book from my library, and I have a link so they can put it on reserve, or I remind them they can email me if we're in NTI, and I can try to find a different way to get it to them physically. These 2 books are from Tumble Books. And so I've included for the pop-up a little blurb about the book, and then that is the link to the permalink that I put there, so that as soon as they get there, they can get into that book like that. There's no login or anything like that. Up here, this is a link to Actively Learn. So I'm trying to use all the resources I have. Your school may not have a subscription to Actively Learn, but you do know, like, you can work with your librarian to know where you should be pulling from for digital sources. And so I have an Actively Learn, or we have physical copies here. You can also, I love this, there's an dumped little audio files really easily, a little easier to record within Genially. You can have kids submit them, or you can have them just come up to your desk and just talk about the book for a second. And you have that right there for them to interact with again. Again, this is just embedded on, this is the library website. They've gone nowhere to get this kind of interaction, and they can,
I read for Wired Robot and loved it. It's kind of reminded me of Swift Family Robinson, except there's a robot.
I mean, come on, that's adorable. There's so much information. You can link to ebooks and things. This one is a link that goes to the EBSCO ebooks that we all have access to through KYVL.org too. So I'm coming to the end of my time here, but these are the resources I've referenced. I know I didn't actually show you how to do any of that, but Genially is crazy user-friendly. So if you go there, everything I showed you is just with a free account. I don't have the pro account. I have a how-to for pulling permalinks from the Tumble Books databases. Up here is a copy. You can have a copy of the Bitmoji library that I put together that makes it easier to show those front-facing books and stuff. It'll prompt you to make your own copy, and you'll get your own slides for that. And this is just my big plug for KYVL.org. Again, the resources there, those ebooks there, are simultaneous use. So if you're looking for something for the whole classroom, that's where you want to go. I really appreciate your time. Oh, this is just a little bit of how you can show that in a physical setting then, and how easy those digital signages go back and forth between once you've built them. So if you have any questions, reach out to me on email, or you can get to me on Twitter. Thank you so much.
Yeah, hey, thanks, Jen. Let's turn it over to Kate. Kate, take it away, lady.
All right. You can hear me, of course. That's always the question.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I am screen sharing.
All right. We see your screen.
I should have captions here in a moment.
Awesome.
Yes, captions exist. Okay, so my session is called Rethinking Tasks in Google Classroom and Giving Efficient Feedback, which is a really long title, but it was kind of a journey of thinking through kind of a recalibration of how I want to set up Google Classroom at the start of the year and how to give feedback. Our big target topic for our 2 presentations was communication, and the front lines of communication are in Google Classroom. So some of this at the beginning is a bit of a review, and then I'm going to hopefully show you 2 cool things, and we'll go from there. This slideshow should be embedded in the agenda for the day. So I know this is like a really blitz version of skills, and I'm the kind of person that has to go back and decompress later and really look through stuff. So I've tried to embed things in here to help anybody who wants to go back and nerd out with me on these items. So about me, I teach in JCPS at Mazik Middle School. This is me with longer hair. I get bored with my hair and chop it off and grow it out and chop it off. But it's the best picture I had. I taught language arts for 7 years, and then last year took over as STC for my building and got to teach a related arts class that was just STLP. It was awesome. But I mention that because I've had experience in classrooms that had minimal technology and classrooms that have had one-to-one technology. And no matter what you're using, you have to really be intentional about how you communicate to kids through that tech. And going one-to-one was a huge mind shift. Planning was different. So if, like, in the spring when we were doing virtual teaching, if you, for the first time, were having to use Google Classroom multiple days, your workflow changed. Planning those lessons changed. So that was kind of the impetus of this. So some questions to think about. Have you ever posted an assignment where students didn't know how to turn in work? Or worse, you got multiple parent emails going, my child can't understand or doesn't know where to go, blah, blah, blah. That's a problem. Or have you kind of come to the issue where you've I've posted an assignment, but now how do I grade it? I don't know. This would be so much easier in person. Or why am I typing the same comments over and over? Sometimes the struggle is real. So I am a firm believer that I think digital assignments don't inherently become better than pencil and paper just because they're digital. It's well-planned lessons that spark learning. That's key. And that's where we come in and really have to do our due diligence. So the first thing I want to talk about, it's just a minor focus, is assignment alignment. So do the tasks that you create match the way that you want to collect student work. And then the second part is about giving better digital feedback. And I have 2 tools to share with that. So assignment alignment. Is your task clear? Can students understand what you want without you present? And I think that second question is super important if we're doing virtual learning when things aren't necessarily synchronous. You can explain something in a live session, but if you need, if kids need to go back and make stuff up, can they get what you want? Can they get the gist without you there? And that's where being a good communicator is really important. So this is just a review of Google Classroom tasks. There are different types. I love the asking questions feature because it's quick, it's formative, you can do community building stuff. Materials are great, but make sure that if you're posting materials, it's actual materials. If you're posting an assignment, make that the actual task. So just a plug to be thoughtful. To post clear assignments, think through student outcomes. Does what you want your students to do match your assignment post? So if you are giving students a quiz and you do it as a Google form, have you thought through how you're going to give feedback? Because giving feedback on a Google form is really complicated, or it can be really cumbersome. So you want to make sure that those tasks fit how you want to give feedback and how you want to grade, if you will. So chunking things, making sure that you're not biting off more than they can chew, and then feedback. So digital feedback, that's the key part. How do you plan to give feedback virtually? Are you thinking verbally through a Google Meet or a Zoom call? Are you thinking written, you're going to use the comment feature in a Google Doc? Are you just giving them a numerical value in Google Classroom and saying, hey, you got an 8 out of 10, good job? That's something to really ponder and think through before the start of the year. So the first skill is a little skill. I just want to suggest Screencastify for digital feedback. Screencastify allows you to give voiceovers to what you're talking about. It's how a lot of us produced digital lessons in the spring. Loom is another great resource out there. Even if you are using Screencastify and you only have the free version and you're limited to 5 minutes, that's not necessarily a bad thing. I don't have the attention span to sit through more than 5 minutes of feedback, so think about your kids. But this tool is literally you, instead of recording your lesson, going through a student's Google Doc or essay and going, okay, I really liked your intro, and you're talking to them instead of giving them written feedback and going, I like your intro. It was really cool how you hooked the audience, but have you thought about your thesis? And if anyone's tried to teach thesis statements, that's complicated. Verbally being able to share would be way more impactful sometimes than giving comments. So giving feedback through Screencastify, once you get your video done, you copy and paste the link into Google Classroom or in a comment in their document. I talk faster than I type, so this would save me time. And the key part, it provides accommodations for students who might do better with auditory directions. If you have students who are ECE or English language learners, or even kids who just struggle with reading comprehension, talking to them is powerful. So I included a quick screen cap of what the extension looks like. I'm not going to go through and show you this one for the sake of time, but I highly suggest doing the Master Screencaster course that Screencastify has for free if this is something new to you. They chunk it. You can, skip the videos that you don't need, but it's really helpful as to one way of giving that feedback. The main skill that I thought was a little more cumbersome but really cool is using the rubric part of Google Classroom. This is something that I was scared of for a little while because I'm like, oh, that's too many steps. It's really not. Once you know what you're doing and you think through what you want, it's very achievable. So my next couple slides, I put together GIFs of what the teacher steps look like, and then a GIF of what the student view looks like, so you can see it from both sides. I made a sample Google Classroom for this, A, to protect student privacy, and B, to let me go through and see both sides pretty quickly. So the GIFs are helpful, and I've numbered the steps. I've included sticky notes in there so that at a later point, when you're not on brain overload from all the cool things you're going to learn today, go back through and this will show you what it looks like as you go through each component. So I have, I think, 8 steps for how to make a rubric, and then it goes through, and I've, like I've said, tried to highlight key things to help you out. And then I've also done a student view of the same thing so you can see both. There are positives and negatives to rubrics. It's great because in Google Classroom, just like assignments and materials, you can reuse them. The rubrics can be customized to the point values you need. It does the math for you. As a former language arts teacher, I don't math well, so that's great. You can give half points. So if you can't make up your mind and you need to go in the middle, also fabulous. But going through the rubric is awesome because it gives more specifics than just giving a point value in Classroom. Like I said, the scores are calculated, yay math. And you can export rubrics to sheets, which is also kind of a negative because when you do export, I'm not 100% sold. Negative to comments in, and that can be cumbersome. It does take time to set up. There's a bit of a learning curve. Once you play with it, it gets way easier. And then my least favorite part is that you can't use a rubric with a question in Google Classroom. So I like to do a daily question as kind of like my bell work to get them warmed up, regardless of being online, virtually, or in the classroom. It's what we do to start. You can't use a rubric that assesses them. You actually have to give them that point value or that comment. So now to an actual fake Google Classroom. This is my fake class, yay. And in here, I have just my setup. I like to group things by topic because it makes it easier. But when you have your assignment and you view your assignment, it'll have your rubric attached and then whatever document, that you used. So like for my class, my kids write a proposal before they start a new project, and it's kind of their contract, if you will, of what they're gonna do the next couple weeks and their plan. So I set my rubric up with a couple descriptors of, hey, did you pick a project and what does your quality look like? And then I threw the qualifiers underneath. And with the arrows off to the side, you can compress and expand those different elements. When you go to grade them, oh, look, here's your fake work. And then your rubric pops up off to the side over here where I'm scrolling. And you can expand the components. And all you do is you click the box that fits. As you click, if you notice the math changes, if I wanted to give a different value within that range, I can do that. And the math still changes. And then you return it just as you would normally. There's a spot for comments down at the bottom. Pretty simple. From a kid view, this is what they would see once they get the rubric back. And even if you update it, so like if you, my bottom qualifier is, looking for revision. So if they revised and then go back and regrade, it would update for them as well. I know we are close on time. So the last thing I want to show you is just what it looks like to build a rubric. This is an assignment I already started. Otherwise, you would just click new, like plus buttons like normal. And what you would normally see is just this criterion title, and then you fill in the different levels. The title of the rubric automatically matches your assignment topic. So, like I said, super quick. But in my slideshow, if you want it, there are GIFs that walk you through those steps. So you can go through and you can see, okay, this is actually how you do it without me doing the rushed version.
That's awesome, Kate.
So, yeah, I'll leave you with a couple questions of just thinking smarter, not harder. Are you doing assignments clear? And are you giving feedback? Because without feedback, why else are we there? That's how kids learn. So that's my challenge to you.
That's awesome. Well, thank you so much, Kate and Jen. Ladies and gentlemen across the state of Kentucky, let's give a big round of applause to Kate and Jen for their presentations this morning. All right, that's them. They're cheering for you guys. Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Absolutely. We appreciate you being with us and sharing. Lots of great info. Again, don't forget to check out the live slide deck that they've placed in the chat on YouTube. They're really getting fired up now. Listen to that. Hard to stop there. So next we're going to welcome to the stage Lauren and Chelsea. So Lauren, if you're with us and ready to rock, we'll turn it over to you, and then she'll hand off to Chelsea for us. Thanks, guys.
Absolutely. Hello, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and get my slides going here. I'm going to share my screen.
And we hear you loud and clear, and we see your screen sharing.
Perfect. Perfect. Can you see my slides?
Yes, ma'am.
Here we go. I'm going to present and get that closed captioning on. Here we go. Perfect. All right. Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to our session on instructional technology coaching. From this session, we hope that you walk away from our session with a better understanding of the role of a digital learning coach, which is just that name or the title of the role who leads these actual instructional technology coaching cycles, and see how they can support staff and students within your school or possibly your district. It's pretty awesome. As of actually last night, the state digital learning coach, Laura Reganos, emailed us out and said that we are up to over 260 coaches and growing. And so really look for these gems around you. I call them gems because they're highly qualified. You know, they're those teachers that can support you. And so sometimes you just have to reach out and find, where are they? So right now, I'm Lauren Rata. Like I said, I'm a digital learning coach in Oldham County Schools. And then here in just a minute, you'll hear from the amazing Chelsea Haynes, who is a Verizon Innovative Learning Coach at Newburgh Middle School and JCPS. So to get us started, I want us to look at a few well-known celebrities and role models. And I want you to begin thinking about, what do all of these people have in common? So we have the amazing Oprah Winfrey. I think everybody knows who Oprah is. We have Carrie Underwood, who is, I guess you could say, a country superstar, but also I think she's just kind of popular now in all music. And as well as here third, we have Elon Musk, the entrepreneur known for SpaceX as well. So what do they have in common? Well, if you didn't guess, they actually all have coaches, although they are highly qualified and trained in their areas, but still they need coaches to help support them too. So Oprah Winfrey, she's got Martha Beck, which is a life coach who helps guide her through many of her decisions, who she trusts. We have Renee Grant Williams, who is actually a vocal coach for Carrie to help perfect her notes. And even Elon Musk has Jim Quick, who is a brain coach, and he helps to keep him sharp and on his toes and always thinking and being innovative. And so all of these awesome people still have coaches. So why should we coach teachers? Well, although there's many ways to improve our practice in pretty much anything, for us, I know we're focused on teaching, but to improve in sports or in finance or to make healthier decisions in life, Harvard researcher Atul Gawande has found that the most powerful way to improve is to always partner with a coach. And I can kind of say firsthand, before I was a digital learning coach, I worked in our district leading PD in a cohort. I was also a school library media specialist, where I had the opportunity to share my digital pedagogy with educators in smaller pockets, whether it was co-teaching with a teacher as a library media specialist or helping kind of do little coaching here and there, or leading entire PD for the district and sharing awesome tools and resources. Although some teachers took off with the information presented, I've never really experienced that full transformation in an educator's practice than with a true coaching cycle like I have in the last 2 years in this role. So, what is a digital learning coach? I think many people are unsure, well, what are they and what do they do? Although a lot of digital learning coaches, we're still pulled in a ton of directions and don't necessarily get the time to always invest in true coaching cycles. So let's look at what a digital learning coach role should be and should not be. And this is taken from Jake Miller, who is an awesome digital learning coach up in Ohio. So let's look at first. A digital learning coach is an educator. So we all came from classrooms. We have backgrounds in education. We have degrees. We have our master's in education. Sometimes we also have other degrees as well with technology. But we are an educator. We are not a technician. So we're not there to come in and fix your printer or help you troubleshoot things. Although we love to help, our main focus is how you can integrate technology into your instruction to make it meaningful for your students. We are a special teacher because we love technology and we have that background knowledge in instructional design, and we can help to make those lessons and co-teach with you. But we're not a specials teacher. So that means we don't just lead the computer lab or we don't cover other rotations of related arts. That's not our job. The third thing is we facilitate adult learning. And a facilitator is someone who helps guide you, and you get to make your own decisions with professional learning. And so it's geared more towards you. And we're not that director. We're not going to tell you exactly what tools and tricks you need to be using in your instruction. We are a trusted colleague. And so we are your partner. We are there to help and to support you. And we're a teammate with you. We're like another teammate on your team or your PLC. We are not an authority figure. We do not come in. We do not evaluate you at all. We are a listener. So we'll start by asking you about your classroom, about your students, about what types of technologies you are using and where you want to go in your classroom with your students. And we do not sit there and talk. So we don't tell you exactly, well, we think you should use this tool or that tool and this is why. So we listen to you, and it's all based on you and your students' needs. We ask questions, and we ask questions not to question you in your practice, but to find out more information about who you are, what your teaching style is, and where you want to go in your classroom. And we don't just give answers. So we don't just watch and say, we should do this, this, and this. We are job embedded. It's not something extra. Like I said, we're your partner. We come during your natural planning time or your PLC time where you work with your team. We come in and do mini lessons with you. And so it's not something extra you should be doing on the side. It's job embedded. It doesn't also mean that we present to you after school. We might show you something after school, a tip or a trick, or train you on how to do something, but that's not our job and our role. We are a teacher supporter. So we are there to work, like I said, side by side with you. We're not there. Someone does not send us in to fix you or your practice. We are a modeler of traits. And so that means we might start out at the beginning of our coaching cycles, leading those lessons so that you can see what that best practice looks like, and then we'll gradually release it off to you. But also, we're there to learn from you. And so we are not that expert and that know-it-all. We learn just as much in our cycles from you and your practice as you might do for us. We are an empowerer. And so we come in and we help to build you up and just kind of really shine light on the skills you already have that you didn't know. We're not that hero. We don't come in and fix you. You already have these qualities. We are a tech use guide, not tech use police. So we don't come in and say, you are not using technology in this or that way. It's just we show you, hey, you could actually use technology in this way to improve or to deepen student understanding in this way. We are always available. You'll find that sometimes our personalities were very type A, and we might email you. We might be on social media at all hours of the night, tweeting, tagging you in things. And that's just because we love what we do, and we always want to be there to support you. So we're never busy for you, too busy for you. We're always open to be looking at plans or co-planning teaching with you. We are a teaching geek who tech. So teaching is our number one responsibility, and we just integrate those technologies to help improve our practice. We're not a tech geek. We didn't start out that way, who all of a sudden decided to teach. And last but not least, there's not a DLC is on this side, but the is not is a substitute. We're not there to cover classrooms. That's not our role. We're there to help you in your practice with instructional technology. So if you want to begin this process in your district, or even maybe just think about refining the role that you already have, make sure our number one tip for getting started or to refine is always make sure it fits your school's needs or your district's needs. And so every school and district, as we know, looks different. You have your own needs. So here are some tips and resources, and I'm not going to go over all of these because of time, but I will dig into just a few to get the ball rolling in your district, or like I said, just refine that process that you already have in place. The first thing here is I want to talk about outlining the cycle. So you have to first decide as a school, as a district, get those stakeholders. What do you want it to look like? Ask teachers, administrators, the library and media specialists at your school, or your best friend, STCs, parents, students in that process. What's it going to look like? And I do want to show you, I'm going to come out of my slides here just a second. The only thing I do want to click on and show is our plan here for you to refer to later. And so here, if you clicked on that very first link that said OC plan, you'll get these slides, access to this deck later. You'll see that we have created a 6-step model right now here in Oldham County, and this kind of outlines what we believe is best for our students and our staff. And so you can go through these if you want more in detail of what is best for us, and then it outlines each step individually here so that the teacher knows what to expect before signing up. And what, the expectations not only are of the teacher, but also the digital learning coach as well. So it has all of that there for you. Let me go back to present there. There we go. Some other resources we have available here. Also, the tracking the cycle progress. And so that's just the form that we use to help track our progress. We make goals here. We talk about classroom management, get to know the teacher. We track every time we're together and tasks for each other for next time. And then we even reflect all here in the same form. So please feel free to modify that and use it to make it fit your needs. The second part is you need to make sure that after you've outlined that cycle, you've got to communicate, get that word out, spread it, talk to people about what is the purpose of a coaching cycle, because they might not have heard of that before. What are the specifics of each step? How can they sign up for this awesome opportunity? This could be something that's digital. So yes, even though it's not always the best fit, you could send it out as an email. You can promote it on social media. If schools or the district have individual digital newsletters, flyers, print them out, maybe put them in hallways and schools, promote it on the website, make a video or a commercial about it. But also in person. I know that that's difficult sometimes right now, but as you know, building that relationship and having someone see your face is also very helpful. So something we would like to do this year when we can is if we could possibly go to like opening day or staff meetings and pop by schools and just let them know who we are and what we have to offer, as well as we're going to share at administrative meetings. So we get the faces of those administrators in each building to say who we are and how we can support their staff. That's helpful as well. And then make sure you clearly communicate how can they sign up for a cycle. And I've included a little Google form here so you can see how teachers have signed up for that as well. And the third recommendation tip we have is to always reflect and refine this process. Just like you do as a teacher, you're always reflecting on your practice. Same thing as for a coach. Make sure you collect that feedback to make this the best opportunity it can be for staff and students. And so think about how will you gauge the effectiveness of a cycle. We have an in-person reflection at the end that we do, but also some anonymous feedback because we really want to after the cycle to see how can we make it best fit for the next person. Also, like I said, then take that feedback and refine that process. If a part of your step is not working, then take it out or add something different in. And to kind of lead us off here, like I said, make sure you click on all of these resources. I'm almost here out of time. I'm going to throw it over to Chelsea. But to also give a shout out where we kind of come up with these resources, we have gone to the Dynamic Learning Project by Google, and Jake Miller, he's a great resource. Casey Bell, Jim Knight, he has just instructional coaching resources in general. And we've kind of meshed and molded and made this to fit best for Oldham County. And I'm sure you'll do the same for your district. So I'm going to go ahead and exit out of here and hand it over to Chelsea.
Hey guys, it's Chelsea Haynes here from Newburgh Middle School. I'm the digital learning coach or the Verizon Innovative Learning Coach at Newburgh. And I'm going to get my presentation up.
And Chelsea, we hear you and we see your screen.
Perfect. And my closed captioning should be on. Good. Okay. So Lauren went over the coaching cycle with you all, but I'm going to share out how can you share resources with your teachers and how can you inspire your colleagues? Because that's really important to get that motivation from your students, and as well as your colleagues to enhance their learning with the technology. So at Newburgh Middle School, we have all of our teachers in a Google Classroom and as a student, so they can see that student view. And then myself and my admin and our academic instructional coach are all teachers of that classroom, and that's how we share out information through that Google Classroom. And every week during the school year, we have a weekly newsletter with embedded professional learning in there. The newsletter is just simply a slide deck, and each week we add slides to the top of the slide deck. So if a teacher wants to look at a resource further down the line, they can always go back to the slide deck of the entire year and click on those resources. So this is an example slide that myself and our IT person has come up with. And our goal last year was to incorporate more modification and redefinition of the SAMR model. And so I would constantly share out resources that teachers could easily click on to access some examples on how they can do that. It's so hard to provide professional learning after school because teachers are so busy. So this is one way that you can use to give them some professional learning, but it's on their own time and it's personalized. So if they don't want to click on it, they don't have to click on it. And also, what's really amazing is that, like I said earlier, they can easily go back to these resources and look at them at a later date. So they don't have to use it right then and there on the spot. And then also, we want to make sure that we're celebrating growth and accomplishments of our teachers. And an easy way to do that is to give them shout outs. So in our weekly communication slides, we would add these shout out slides. These are two examples of our teachers. On the left-hand side, Ms. Solomoto, she is our ESL teacher, and she did this amazing choice board that our students had to complete one red task, one green task, and one orange task. And so it's so hard for other teachers to go into each other's rooms to observe what's going on. So this is one way that we share resources with each other by just me being in the classrooms as a digital learning coach or a Verizon Innovative Learning Coach, to be able to see the amazing things that teachers are doing and then sharing out with the staff. So it not only gives the teachers some confidence that are getting shout outs, and I try to shout out as many people as possible, but it also allows us to share those resources and grow each other as a school. And then on the right-hand side, Miss Purdue, she's our band teacher, and she has just gone above and beyond at our school with the technology. You know, it's so hard, or people say that it's so hard to incorporate technology into related arts classes, but they learned how to play A Call to Our Heroes, which was written in honor of the 9/11 heroes. And then they went on a Google expedition to the 9/11 memorial. And it's just revolutionized how we are teaching in our classrooms. We would have never thought that kids could go on a virtual reality tour of the memorial where they can't physically go there, but they can be there pretty much in person, even close up with a VR tour. So this was one way that she was able to incorporate and enhance her learning with the technology. And so we really want to harness and share out those resources of our teachers, because the best practices come from the classroom, the teachers themselves. And so celebrating their growth and accomplishments is also sharing the resources for other teachers to use and growing their professional learning networks. There's been so many times in my my role as this coach that teachers have said, oh, well, if that teacher can do it, then I can definitely do it, because that person doesn't know how to do technology at all. And it's kind of like that competition within the school as well. Oh, if they can do a choice board, then I can definitely do one because I have more technology experience than they do. And so it provides that competition, but it also is, you're just growing your school and growing your teachers within your school district or your school building. And then the other thing that I like to do is provide opportunities for our teachers to connect, because we are, boots on the ground as the teachers. You're the person that is doing amazing things in your classroom. And so why not share that with other people? So we did some staff meetings that we did pair shares, just simple 2-minute pair shares, to be able to talk to each other. Like, okay, well, how are you using our Verizon Innovative Learning iPads in the classroom to enhance your learning? And they would share out with each other. And I've had so many teachers that say that was the best staff meeting we've ever had, because I learned so much from my colleagues, because I can't be physically in their classrooms when they're teaching, because I'm teaching as well. And so just those simple pair shares, it takes no money to do that. It just takes a little bit of time of your staff meeting, and allowing those teachers to collaborate is just so impactful. And then also in JCPS this year, we had 5 Verizon Innovative Learning schools, and the 5 coaches from those schools thought, well, why can't we get our schools to collaborate, since we're all in this grant together and we're all one-to-one with iPads, we're using the same device. How can we get our teachers together to share and collaborate with each other across the district? And so we had this PD after school at a library, at a public library. So it wasn't a JCPS spot. It was outside of a classroom or outside of a building. And we had teachers just do these digital inspiration stations, where they had 10 minutes to move from station to station, and our teachers were leading those stations. So it wasn't the coaches, us leading professional learning. It was like an ed camp of teachers teaching other teachers how they use the technology and they enhance their technology. And so, for example, in the left top corner, that's Miss Lindquist at Station 1, and she was teaching some strategies. She's an ECE teacher, and she was teaching some strategies that she's used for using the technology in her classroom, in her ECE classroom. And those participants, other teachers within our Vils community in the district, just chose which station they wanted to attend, and they were able to quickly learn and get slide deck and resources from these teachers. And so too often we take for granted of our teachers, and there really are boots on the ground, people that are in the classroom, and we need to showcase and highlight what they're doing and give them those opportunities to connect with each other. And so another thing I think that is really important is we need to grow our professional learning networks. And I've tried to promote using Twitter at school and throughout the Vils community. And then also there's tons of Facebook groups that you can connect with. They have snapshot stories as well as Instagram stories. But all, like in the quote to the right, it says all ideas grow out of other ideas. And as educators, we steal, quote unquote, steal other people's material and then make them to fit our needs and our kids' needs. And so the easiest way to get professional learning and personalized professional learning is through Twitter and participating in chats. Like there's been so many times that I've been in a chat that I've learned more in a chat than I have sitting in an hour PD after school. And so I think it's really important to have your teachers and have your staff harness social media to grow your professional learning network as well as professionally learn yourself. And then Lauren and I came up with some great coaches as well as initiatives to follow. We have like Holly Clark, Matt Miller, Jason Reed. We have some coaches themselves, but also we have some, excuse me, we also have some other prominent ed tech people that share out so many resources, and it's not like paid resources, free things. So I would encourage you to join some of these to share out. All right, that brings us to our end of the session. My name is Chelsea Haynes, and Lauren.
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
So I'm going to.
Yes. Thank you so much, Chelsea and Lauren. And we share the excitement out there, guys. I'd like to give a big round of applause to both Chelsea and Lauren. Guys, this is YouTube land. Just feel the love pouring on you right now. Okay, wait, now. Yeah, there it is. That's right. And they're really going to get worked up here in a second. Oh, yeah. That's the stuff. I might have heard them say, I can't be certain. Please, guys, be sure to check on the YouTube chat. If you're just joining us, make sure that you are checking out that YouTube chat and that you are letting us know who you are, what district you're with, what you're representing in your buildings or in your district. We also would like to remind you, we've had some questions in the chat about how to get credit and all this stuff, how to sign up, how to sign in. So you will, you don't sign in, you will get an email. And when your responses to the email will help you get that credit. So we know that that's imperative to get you taken care of. So be on the lookout for that at the conclusion of the 2-day event there. Let's see here. So we've got taking the stage here shortly. We've got Miss Vanita and Brian. Now, if you didn't notice, we have broken up the morning sessions. Every 15 minutes, you've got one person that'll focus on presentation. Will focus on middle and high school.
Hey, Kyle, can you hold on one second? Hey, Vanita, if you can hear me, can you mute your mic for us for a second, please? I don't know if she can hear me. Okay, Kyle, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Hey, yeah, Vanita, if you didn't mind muting that for us, if you get a second, thank you. So we've got those two guests coming up for us here at 10. They're going to go over the creators and creativity, creating book trailers with Google Docs, Google Slides, and Screencastify, and creating with Canva. So last I checked on YouTube, we had over 1,700 people watching live at this moment. There were over 2,600 folks that had registered. So we appreciate you being with us on this bright and sunny Monday morning. And we also wanted to tell you that in 4 years, this is the biggest turnout that we've had. So we really appreciate your support and you being with us. And at this time, if we've got Vanita and Brian with us to take the stage. Vanita, if you're ready to take the stage, I'll turn it over to you. And I can help verify that we can see your screen and we can hear you all right. Vanita, are you there? Hey, Vanita, can you hear me okay? All right, well, we've got a few minutes to kill here while we're waiting on Miss Vanita to rejoin us. And again, we wanted to make sure that you guys knew that. Let me look back up here. We've got an update from the control room. Let's see.
Hey, Cal, can I just take a moment to give a shout out to all of the districts that are joining us? We have Bull County, we have Jefferson County, we have Bullitt County, Odom County. Just thank you for this is an awesome turnout. Thank you for the presenters that are presenting and sharing the wealth of knowledge. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. We had a special request for more cowbell while we were waiting. I think it fit the Western theme that we had going here. There's a little cowbell for you. All righty. And we wanted to also at this time, let's see here. It's Vanita, you ready? Can you hear us okay?
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. We hear you just fine.
I want to apologize. I am working between two computers. I went to my daughter's computer that was safer to use and I know how to work it. And all of a sudden everything disappeared, but I can hear you and I can't see anything. So now I'm on my lovely computer that I don't know how to use. It's great. So please just laugh at me if I disappear or something. I apologize. It was all mapped out and I was all ready to go. So if you see my million tabs at the top, I greatly apologize.
No, you're just fine, Anita. I promise you, this morning the same thing happened to me.
Okay, so it's not me.
And my computer just died on me. So.
Yes, it's crazy. I had it all mapped out perfectly. So now, here I am.
So you'll just go to your Hangout, Vanita. This is Kathleen. You look beautiful.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
Thank you.
You will go to your Hangout tab and find those 3 dots to share your screen. So you're not sharing just yet. We just see your beautiful face. So whenever, and you're fine. We have a minute to spare, so we're good. There you go.
Oh, and while we have that minute as well as you're sharing your screen, we do have a lot of people hopping in and telling us where they are from. So again, thank you for all of the districts across the state of Kentucky and beyond, because I do know that we do have some that are joining us that live in different states. So again, thank you, welcome. Don't forget to tweet out using the KYGoDigital hashtag, and we look forward to learning with you and from you.
Okay, so hi, baby. I'm online. Hold on, baby. I'm like, are you seeing that? Is it going into that?
Yeah. So now, Vanita,
This is not my life right now. Okay, so if my partner is there, he can go first, and then I will work on getting signed in my child's Chromebook. I'm so sorry that I'm having these technical difficulties. It just doesn't happen to me, of course, until I go live or something.
You're okay. So we'll let Brian go ahead and take over.
Yes, Brian can go first, and then I'll just close our little part out. I do apologize.
That's all right. Go right ahead, Brian. Let's try over. Brian, I can't hear your audio.
I think he's mute.
Yeah, so Vanita, you go ahead and mute. Vanita, will you mute, and then Brian can go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. All right, so let me share my screen, and I'll turn my closed captions on.
Do we see you?
All right, so now, I don't see the closed caption option, but that's okay. Well, I'm just going to go from here. All right, everybody. So our session, our 30-minute block right now is about creation. So thank you for being here. And I'm going to talk to you about creating with Canva. And this is a free-to-use website that I'm sure some of you are already kind of familiar with. And it's a really fun tool to utilize as we start to venture into this NTI world that's about to happen. So I'm actually presenting through Canva right now just to show off one of their dynamic presentation templates. My slide deck actually has a link on this slide. It'll be right about here. That will take you to the Canva presentation. And if you want to stick with slides, though, you can easily download every slide as a PNG and add it to a slide deck. So my name is Brian Quillen. I'm from Fairdale High School in Jefferson County Public Schools, and I serve as the digital innovation leader for my school. And I've spent the last 8 years teaching English and media journalism. And that's the class that I first began using Canva for slideshows of school announcements and social media posts. And like all mature adults, I'm a huge fan of superheroes and video games, and these topics often bleed over into my teaching, but my love of technology has really inspired the way that I teach. So I'm always searching for new ways to engage my students, and Canva has been my most recent engagement goldmine. So today, in the little bit of time I have with you, I want to try to show you as much as possible with this wonderful resource. So first, I'm going to quickly run through the workspace to show you those features you can use to create your own engaging content with presentations. And then I'll explain how you can use Canva with your students to inspire their creativity with some new and engaging tools. So I love working hands-on. I create advertisements, I do storyboards, mind maps, brainstorms, and I may teach high school, but I love breaking out the markers and crayons. But those materials are kind of hard to come by, especially if students are working from home with NTI. So when we do have them, it also takes time to transition, to get in everything out, then to clean up. But the problem that stings the most to me is when students claim they're not creative, or they can't draw, or they don't have good handwriting, and they use that as an excuse to not really try their hardest. And I'm sure you've heard all of those excuses, but enter Canva. The free version of Canva is actually plenty for me and my students, and there's so much they can do with it that I would really need the entire 2 days of this conference to cover it all, and I'm sure I'm not allowed to do that right now. So students can work online and at home on a computer, Chromebook, from the app on their phones, which is just as easy to use as the website. And the number of templates that Canva offers is mind-boggling. They have something for everyone, no matter what subject you teach or what your role in the school is. So the possibilities are really endless. They offer templates for lesson plans and worksheets, and you can print those off. You can download them as PDFs. If you're like me, I do all of my lesson planning in a Google Doc, and that's kind of basic. If you really want to be extra, like I enjoy doing, then this is something that's pretty fun. My wife loves using the certificate templates to create some fun awards for her second graders' accomplishments. They're adorable. The kids love them. In my media class, I've had my students create posters for different school-wide initiatives. They do social media posts to catch the eyes of a pretty wide audience. You can create graphics for your websites. I know a lot of you have those. Newsletters to share with your students, your families, or your staff. Or if you're like me, you bring Canva into the class and you start having students create brochures and infographics and storyboards, mind maps for brainstorming, posters, all the things they can do with projects. And it's so fun. So here are just a couple of the templates to show you what they look like. Here you've got one for a lesson plan or a certificate. You got the mind maps. This is actually a snippet of an infographic. Those are pretty big. And this is a handout. Everything is click and edit, so you can make it your own. You don't have to just be cool with it. What's there, you can change colors, you can change shapes, etc. So if you want to create your own engaging presentations for your school or your students, then it really couldn't be easier. I typically build my own Google Slides from scratch because I didn't like the templates they offered, but the amount of time I spent doing that was almost as much as I spent actually planning my lessons. The only reason you throw that much time away using Canva is because you keep scrolling through the Mary Poppins bag of templates that they offer. So one of my favorite things about this tool are these dynamic themes that they offer. I know maybe a moving screen isn't for everybody, but I love them. So it's easiest to present a dynamic theme like this through Canva or by sharing a viewable link with others. And that's actually what I linked on the first slide of my slide deck there. So then to add to the ease of creation, everything really is click and drag. You click from the left side, you bring it over to the right. And that's why it's so easy to get students rolling really quickly. Every component is organized on the left and you find what you want. So let's actually peek at that. And because we're limited on time, I know that I'm not going to run through all of this because you all are explorers. You can do that yourself. But I have detailed each of the tabs in this slide, and I really trust that you can figure that out. But I will say uploading your own images and videos with the upload icon right here is much easier and will save you from needing the pro version. So that's really nice. But Canva does offer quite a few topical images that allow you to keep things relevant to what's going on. There's a lot of stuff about the pandemic. There's Black Lives Matter on there right now. So really, you keep everybody up to date. And at the very bottom, if you were to scroll down below where it shows background here, you have the typical 3 dots for more. And that allows you to integrate other apps like Drive, so you can link some of your worksheets or any other thing you need there. And Bitmoji, which is apparently everybody's new favorite thing, including mine, because I've got my Bitmoji on this like 500 times. So as you're creating, you have these other icons here. A quick look around the canvas of your creation will reveal the option to add presenter notes, which honestly is saving my life right now. You can move your slides up and down, copy, delete, add, you know that stuff. You can edit the elements on your canvas, whether you're animating them in or out or adjusting your photos, and it's really user-friendly. But my favorite thing is the hyperlink option, and that's my favorite thing from Google Slides too. You can take an image and you can make that clickable so students or teachers can click it and go to any other resource outside of your presentation. But that's also really nice for students because as they create things, they can make their images links to their sources from their research. And these are all things we should be pretty familiar with from other programs. And this is actually what I'm seeing right now. And that's similar to PowerPoint and Google Slides. Canva offers this presenter view for presentations. It works when using multiple displays like a projector, smartboard, and any notes you add show up to the right. And one last thing before I switch gears to student creation. With Canva, you are able to create fun little things. Oh, it went away. It's back. No, it's not. There it is. Okay. So with Canva, you can create fun little things just by layering different images on one another. So a timer is pretty simple. You can add it to your presentation to show your audience how much time they have to answer a question before they need to switch groups. And the instructions are all on this slide. So if you want to play around, that's a really fun place to start. All right, now, student creativity. As I mentioned earlier, problems in my class that Canva can answer are a lack of supplies, which, as I said too, is going to be a big problem if we're all doing NTI and students don't have crayons and markers and paper just to use for everything. And then the claims of I'm not artistic or something else of that sort. So once students see how easy it is to create, they're going to start using it for more and more assignments, with or without you telling them they need to. So with Canva in the classroom, you can have students work together by sharing an edit link, which I'll show you in a minute. You can improve or enhance the assignments that you're already giving. Simply replacing a paper assignment with one that is computer-based is not enough. We need to start taking advantage of the capabilities of digital work and do what paper cannot. And finally, we can show students that they are not limited by what they can do with pencil. They're going to have to think critically and in order to create a cohesive design. And if your experiences are anything like mine, your students are going to find out that they have a nice knack for it. So if we want to talk about collaboration, they can share an assignment to peer review or to work together. They can ask questions, and they can do that by sharing a link to edit, or they can just do it to view. If they do edit, then they can add presenter notes and ask each other questions in order to help them think through things. They can do that on Classroom or shared doc via text message to share that link with one another. And if that edit option is chosen, it really allows them to create and collaborate from a big distance. Again, NTI. I feel like we've heard it a million times, but that's why I'm thinking with Canva right now. So about those assignments. Okay. So teaching students design is going to help them organize ideas and information visually. It allows them to be creative and think creatively and critically while they do it. So a few of the best ways to improve the assignments that many of us are already assigning is by using technology to do what paper can't. Infographics are visually engaging, and they require just as much research as a traditional paper. So with Canva, images can be turned into the links with sources and other information to allow audience to go beyond that basic text. So you can still assign a paper. That would be a good before writing activity to find and organize sources, or even a post writing activity to turn a paper into a visual presentation of all the facts that they found. Brochures, which I'll show you next, are typically a way to advertise something. So places, organizations, events, and more. So why limit a brochure to text when we have the whole internet at our disposal now? So images, again, can link to these outside sources and videos, and those can be included to help sell the topic to the audience a little more effectively. Other examples of assignments include concept maps to help students show their thought processes, or storyboards to help map out ideas or summarize other stories into the main plot elements. And this is really just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to engaging your students with this tool. Once they get their minds to work, they're going to find and create things that we couldn't have imagined. So a really quick example of an interactive brochure, if you look at my Canva link, you're going to be able to click on these things. I took a get to know our city template, and in less than 10 minutes, I turned it into a get to know Louisville template or brochure. So Canva Pro had links to all kinds of images and videos for Louisville, but I don't have Canva Pro, so I just downloaded things myself and linked things myself. So this cardinal on the screen will actually link you to U of L's website. This video is clickable. So I took a basic brochure that we would create in class and really turned it into something more. And that's what kids can do too. So this is mildly advanced, and we wouldn't expect students to jump right into creating something like this. So that's why integration with Canva is really important. While Canva initially is pretty simple to use because of the simplicity of this drag and drop creation, it leads to complex work. So it's important to ease everyone into it. Personally, I start students off by having them create a presentation to introduce themselves. They're able to choose templates, add photos, move things around, all while talking about themselves. And they love to talk about themselves. And then the natural next step is a presentation to aid in delivering content like a speech or a scientific process, review of historical events, and so on to their peers. And then as these skills develop, They start with projects like flyers, encouraging community engagement, infographics detailing research, brochures for fundraisers or social media posts. It becomes something that they will use in their own or in other classes. So before we got kicked out of school because of this pandemic, I started using it for this advertisement. I've detailed my assignment on the slide, so I'm not going to do that now because of time. But my students did spend a ton of time looking through these templates, which kind of stressed me out at first, and I thought they were wasting time, but they weren't. They were weighing the best way to showcase their information for their advertisement. They began sharing their works in progress with friends, tweaking them based on that feedback and trying to challenge each other to make the most professional looking advertisement. And I really had a blast watching as they forgot they were showing off their learning. I started with this in media class, and we were creating advertisements for the school. And then my students came to me and said, hey, I'm using this in history, or I'm using this in science. And I honestly couldn't believe that I hadn't thought to use it in my English class so far. And I know I've already said it, and it may seem cliche, but with Canva, the possibilities are pretty endless for you, your staff, and your students. So it's easy to use, it's fun, and it might just ignite some creativity that your students didn't know they had. So that's it. I hope that if you already knew about Canva, that you're now thinking about using it to enhance your lessons. And if you didn't know about it, that you're running through ideas on how to start integrating it into the upcoming school year. So thanks for listening to me nerd out. If you have any questions later, you want to chat more, you can reach me via email or Twitter. And that's all I've got for you. So thank you.
All right. Awesome. Thank you very much, Brian. We appreciate you hopping in there and for sharing so much great info. Hey, Vanita, how you doing, girl? You ready to rock?
I am here. I'm breathing here. I should be ready to roll here. Let's see if my Chromebook will be nice to me here.
I understand the struggle.
All right. So it says that I'm sharing my screen. Do you all see my screen?
Yes, ma'am. We see your slides in there.
Mute my other backup computer over here just in case real life happens to me again. So hello, everybody. Thank you for your patience as I was having technical difficulties. Again, my name is Vanita Burnett, and today I am going to be sharing with you a simple way to create book trailers with using Google Docs, Google Slides, and Screencastify, which in other words is app smashing. And if you don't know what app smashing means, it simply means using different apps to create one final beautiful masterpiece. I was the STEM lab teacher at Blake Elementary as of about 3 weeks ago. I moved over to Greenwood Elementary as a resource teacher, and I'm so excited that I still get to continue to be the school digital innovation leader for that school as well. So my handle for Twitter is VanitaB_teach. And if you need to contact me, my email is there as well. So let's go ahead and jump into it. So I'm going to give you a little background of the situation for this presentation. So when I was a STEM lab teacher, that's considered a special area teacher, I also had to do interventions or enrichment. So one of my favorite groups was my 4th grade reading enrichment group. And we were exploring the story, Dear Mr. Winston, from their Journeys reading book. So before they started the story, I'm just going to put this extra little freebie in here. They worked in groups on digital vocabulary decks via Google Slides. And I have a link right here that'll take you basically to the end of this slideshow. If you're interested in learning how to do those vocabulary slide decks via Google, just click on this link. And there's some more links, like here's a template. And then here is an example from my students' work. And I didn't choose like the best example. I literally closed my eyes and chose one because I didn't want you to see like a completely polished one. I wanted you to see like the real struggle that they deal with doing things digitally. Even though it's fun, you know, we can get lost in spending a million hours with, they know how to do gradient colors, and my goodness, they would spend hours picking a million colors for one little box and not stick to what they're supposed to be doing. So I didn't give them that much time, but you would see that they did a pretty good job trying to stay focused in a little time that they had. So if you're interested in that, I threw that in there for you as a freebie, and then you can just click back here to go back to the slide that we were previously on. So after reading the book, they decided as a group, I really like for them to kind of tell me where they want to go with their learning and how to make connections to real life and the real world with what we're doing. So they decided that they wanted to create a book trailer and also enter it online in an STLP competition. Here's my little STLP plug. You heard Donnie mention it earlier. At the beginning, if you are teaching in Kentucky and you do not know what STLP is, you need to learn what it is. And I have the link attached right here for you. It is a great way to get your students involved in their own learning, as well as yourself, because I learned a lot as well. I've been involved in STLP for a couple of years.
And Vanita, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but you must tell the state of Kentucky what Blake Elementary students did this year, please.
So we won for the first time in Jefferson County's history, won the state competition with our technology program. And what I love about STLP is that we use technology, but we reach lives in other ways. It was a simple community service project, a lemonade stand, and they were helping out the homeless. But they used technology to do it and to help get the word out and to get supplies. And they actually beat out, I don't know how many schools, 700 something schools, including, I don't know, it was schools all over Kentucky. And my little elementary kiddos took the state competition this year. And thanks to the pandemic, we were not able to go to the INSTE conference that was supposed to be scheduled in California. But maybe, when things ease up, we'll be able to go, or they'll get it going. So yes, that was very exciting. And it all started with this, just me trying to explore what STLP is and how can I bring technology to life to make it more meaningful for my kids and not just, we get to play with new things, Thank you for that. So again, there's a little plug for that. So let's go to the task at hand. I try to put everything on one slide, but also include hyperlinks so that you can get to some examples. So again, the story that this document is centered around is from the story Dear Mr. Winston, from when I went to the library. It was from my students' Journeys book, and their task was to create a book trailer for Dear Mr. Winston using Google Docs, Google Slides, and Screencastify with their team. Before I jump into the steps, is a couple of things I want to tell you. First and foremost, use this, take this information and use it for what you need it to. It's not an end all be all. You can use this for different subjects such as reading, social studies, science, math, whatever. Just learn the basics of how to create a book trailer, or if you just want to call it a trailer or documentary, whatever you want to call it, and then turn it into whatever masterpiece you need for your kiddos, okay? And then over here, I'm also going to tell you that I took their actual book trailer that they submitted for STLP competition, which this book trailer didn't win a prize, but their Wonder book trailer won a prize, but that's a whole nother story. But here is their original book trailer. They use iMovies and iClips and clips and iMovie to do their actual quote unquote advanced book trailer. But what I'm presenting to you today is not that, but I took things from that just to show you how simple that it can be. Okay. So the first thing you want to do is start with a rubric. And again, thank you to our STLP, Jeff and STLP. I didn't have to create a rubric because it was already created for me. So if you click here, it'll take you out to the rubric here, and you will see that it would explain to them exactly what a book trailer is and what they need to know about making it work for this competition. And if you scroll down, you will see the rubric. You'll see the parts that they're judged on, the criteria, and the points. So they had to learn how to provide access to their work. They had to learn about digital citizenship and copyrighted materials and all of that. And if you can't do this, then you should not be doing book trailers, because in the competition, if you can't get this correct, you can't even move on in the competition, which is really important for our students to know. They had to learn about what the hook and making a good hook and plot, text and grammar, as far as like I was talking about with the vocabulary slide decks.
our kids, when they learn something, they get so excited about it and they want to keep using it so much that it takes away from the point and the focus. So they had to learn how to scale back and kind of, you know, keep it focused so that our text and our backgrounds and our colors and things flying across and flying in and out didn't overtake what they were trying to portray to their audience. And then, of course, the visuals, the soundtrack, voice and audio. So they had to learn a lot about different mics and muffles and background noise and doing the best we could with the little equipment that we had. The length of it, this was a good challenge because it has to be between 90 seconds and 3 minutes long, which for elementary kiddos, you would think that that would be easy, but no, they actually want to talk a lot. And we had to learn, like their teacher, and we had to learn how to cut out and only focus on what's important. And then, of course, the grammar part as far as being grammatically correct and punctuation marks and whatnot. And then the process, they actually had to explain to the judges in writing how they came about their artifact, which you will see that process on the link that I provided right here. I think I sent you their actual submission to STLP. All right, so that's the rubric part. Then you're gonna go to Google Docs to write a script. This is how all great movies and trailers and whatnot are created. So I love Google Docs because it's a shared document, right? The students, that we all didn't have to hover around one little Chromebook, or I didn't have to just project it up there and I do all of the work. Everybody had the Chromebooks, everybody had a spot. Even my students that were absent on some days, they were able to jump in and put their little parts right there. So even though this looks simple, you just don't understand how complicated it was and how much work was put into it. One little tidbit that I would say is when you're writing your script, think about the end result. Keep that in mind. So what we did was, the reason why these are in paragraphs is because we decided that after we get our thought out for every book page or every scene in our book trailer, we're going to separate it and make it paragraph form so that it's easy to go to when we're ready to throw this into iMovie, or in this case, when you're ready to throw it on Google Slides. All you do is copy and paste. That's your scene or that's your page, and you find a pic to go with it, and then you move on. What you don't see here is the rich conversations that our students were having. Oh no, we should say it this way. And I know the perfect picture that can go along with this. Oh no, let's separate this and make it different because we can bring in this, or we can go outside, or we can go to our principal's office and use her office for this, or use such and such classroom. So there was just so much learning that I didn't have to say a word. I just sit back and just smile and let them work and just be there as a mentor for them during this process. So that's the starting with the script with Google Docs part. So then you want to slide over to Google Slides when you create your slides and add pics. So my kids didn't do this part for their book trailer because they went straight into making a video. So I kind of recreated this just to show you how simple it is. First and foremost, understand that Google Slides do not have to be landscape. You can make them portrait. You can make them whatever size you want. You just go to edit and file, a lot, and page setup, and then you change the size to whatever you want. This is just a book binder that we clipped from a picture and edited, and we put this on the side to make it look like a book. And then we went, like I said, copy and paste every paragraph per page, and we stuck whatever picture, we wanted on there, which I cheated a little bit, and I just stole the pictures from their actual video. And then be careful with polishing it and finish it up, because you want it to have some great, beautiful transitions so that when you're ready for the next step, which is the screencastify, when you're ready for that step, it will flow nicely. Like I'm going to push present really fast. It will flow nicely because you won't see your face during the book trailer unless you wanted to, but you want it to flow nicely so that, your audience isn't distracted, but they're more interested in reading the book. So then finally, you're going to use Screencastify to narrate the slides. If you don't know what Screencastify is, I urge you to Google what it is and find the purpose for you. I don't know if you can see the top of my screen, but it's this little pink arrow right here with this camera in it. And basically it records your voice. It can record your face, but it records what you're doing on a computer. So we flipped it and use it as we're reading a book, and we're going to let it be our video camera for us. So for a couple of seconds, because I want to be respectful respectful of the time. I have about 2 minutes left.
Dear Mr. Winston,
I'll let you see.
book trailer created by Vanita Burnett. Hi, I'm Kara. That's me, right there, sitting at the table in the library. Going to the library is one of my favorite things to do, especially when I have something really good I want to research. Meet my new pet.
And so, as you can see, you can have more than one kid. Of course, you need to probably be at the same device doing this part, but you can have different kids read different parts using their different voices or whatnot. Again, I did that just by myself, just for the purpose of this presentation. If you want to see their actual book trailer that they created for the competition, all you do is click there. But this just goes to show you how you can create a simple book trailer or document or whatever you want to call it for your class. I don't care if it's a social studies event, if it's a science event, a math event. You start with a script, you tell the kids who their audience is, let them know who their audience is, and tell them whatever the task is that you want them to do, explain what they learned about whatever, and they can use this same process. So this link should work to take you to their original work, shows you their names, and then just for like 2 seconds here, this is how their video kind of started. Okay, for whatever reason, I can't put the full screen on, but
Hi, I'm Kara. That's me, right there, sitting at the table in the library. Going to the library is
all right. So I know that I went kind of quickly, but you have the link to the slideshow. And if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me. And this was just the other slide that I showed you earlier. So that is all that I have. And I'm not sure if there was any questions or whatnot, but I am here to answer them.
Awesome, Vanita. All I can hear is an overwhelming collective cheer from the crowd. And they go, wow, that's awesome. We appreciate you so much sharing that with us. That was awesome. And they are lucky to have you, Greenwood. Congratulations on your move.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. Have a blessed day, everyone.
All right. So next we're going to turn it over to Denise and Roslyn. So Denise and Roslyn, while we're waiting for you guys to hop in here with us, just a heads up, check out the schedule for the rest of the day. We've got Denise and Roslyn coming on the assessors, K-12 assessment strategies for remote and face-to-face learning. And then after that, we've got Jamie and Stephanie up with the collaborators working together to create collaborative classrooms. So we're looking forward to all of that coming up this morning. Be sure to check that schedule. And at this time, I will turn it over to you, Jamie. Can you hear me okay?
I think he meant Denise. Can you hear him okay?
I was skipping ahead there. Sorry.
Actually, we're going to start with Roslyn real fast.
Great. Roslyn, you ready?
I'm ready.
All right. We can hear you.
All right. Perfect. Well, I am Roslyn Manning. I'm a digital learning coach at Oldham County Schools, and I have previously worked in a high school English classroom teaching mostly freshman and sophomore English. So Denise and I just wanted to introduce ourselves, both of us first, before we get started. We're going to just be talking to you about some K-12 assessment strategies that can work both with face-to-face learning, but also with remote learning, given the circumstances that we are headed into school with. So I'm Roslyn Manning, and Denise will take it away from here.
All right. Okay, just making sure mic's working, everything is going good.
Yep, we hear you.
Awesome. Okay, so I am Denise O'Brien. I am the Library Media Specialist at Locust Grove Elementary in Oldham County Schools. And I'm going to focus mostly on two of my favorite assessment tools that work really good with elementary students. Since that is where I tend to do most of my work, I'm going to focus on those two. So I'm going to jump in here and present my screen. Here we go. Everybody still have it? Make sure everybody sees me or sees it. Okay.
Yes, we can see it. And just turn on your closed captions for us.
We're going to jump in right here. I know our time is short, so I want to make sure I get to everything. So we've introduced ourselves. The first one that I'm going to talk to you guys about today is Seesaw. It is a digital portfolio system for students. It's got so many different uses. One of the main reasons I love this particular app is because it works really well with our elementary students. I've seen it used across all grade levels, but particularly with elementary, what makes it so amazing is that there is easy sign-in. So little students can sign in with just a QR code. They don't even have to have like a whole password. So it makes it really great for, especially for like our K and 1 students. And the other reason I love it is because of the very, very simple tools and ways that students can show their voice and use their voice in the app. So I could spend my entire time just on Seesaw talking about how much I love it, but I'm going to jump into just the kind of the assessment tools that work really well for us. So inside, here's a quick overview, and then I'm going to show you a little bit in the app itself.
Hey, Denise, can you turn on the closed captions for us? Just click.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah,
just click on the CC.
Just for a second. Yep.
Just click on the CC. Yeah, there you go.
Now we go. Okay, we got it. So some of the formative assessment tools for students that are built into this app, there is a drawing whiteboard tool. So it allows students to, especially if they have an iPad or a touchscreen device, they can use their finger and just draw the drawing tools on there. They can upload photos, they can take photos, they can make videos. There's a note tool for students that want to type, and of course they can insert links. So there's all these different options, and I'll show you in a second what those options look like. They're so very simplified that even preschool and kindergarten students can use that. So students can upload their own work. So teachers can create assignments and have students upload their own work, or teachers can create assessments for them to complete. And one of the big reasons Seesaw is so wonderful is they have this huge activity library that teachers can access. And teachers can upload their own lessons and activities and assessments. And for it to go into the Seesaw library, Seesaw has to approve it. So not everybody can just upload. It's kind of, they've been filtered and they've been reviewed just to make sure that they're quality, which makes it great. So teachers can pull from that activity library and then modify those assessments for themselves. You can also create your own. And then, of course, the other big piece of assessment, which is so important, is our feedback. So it allows teachers to provide feedback through text or even audio. So let me show you what that looks like. I'm going to pop over here. This is Seesaw. I just made a Seesaw classroom for this presentation. And this is what the teacher dashboard looks like. So I added a couple of sample students over here, as you can see. But let's look at those student tools that I was telling you about. So when students are on their device and they're uploading work, you can see their options here. They can take a photo, they can do a drawing. This is that whiteboard feature that I was telling you about, which is very cool. They can upload a video, create a video. Like everything else, everything's Google kind of centric right now. You can have students do work in Google Drive, and Seesaw does connect to that. So they can upload documents and things that they've made in Google with that. There's the note feature, which is a typing. It allows them to type their words, and of course, links. With all of these, this is one of my favorite things, because one of the big parts of assessment is giving students that voice to explain their thinking. So let's just say in this whiteboard app, for example, students can draw. They just wanted to answer something. Oops, pardon my awful whiteboard usage there, but they have this microphone. So besides just being able to show their thinking visually, they can also record their voice. So you can have students share what they're talking about and explain their thinking by recording their voice, which is a very powerful tool for students. So students can do that. So I'm going to show you now, jump back again for an example of what student submission looks like. So I just made a student. So if I had asked my students to do a math worksheet or do some kind of math assignment, and I asked them to explain their thinking, this is just an example of what an assignment would look like after a student has posted it. And then teachers can come in and comment, so they can provide either written feedback or audio feedback using the record button. They can record some feedback for their students as well. Now I'm going to pop over here to the activities library because I want to show you this wonderful feature. So again, I'm not doing all the how-tos in this. In our presentation, we have links to the Seesaw app, and Seesaw has so many wonderful trainings and webinars and tutorials that show you how to do all of this. And of course, you can always email us as well. We'd be happy to help you. So in the Seesaw activity library, if we go to community, this is that place that I was telling you about that is so awesome. So Seesaw really got into some remote learning when all the NTI started. So there are some amazing resources for remote learning in the activity library community. You can search by grade level, subject level, topics, but there's just so many choices of activities that you can use with your students. I just threw a couple of them in here just so you could get an idea of different kinds that we have. This is a retelling assessment. So this is where students read a book and then record their retelling of the story. So what's really cool about these assignments also is that when you make one or when you post them for your students, you can provide the assignment in multiple ways. So you have written directions here, you've got picture clues, and you also have audio directions. So you can record your teacher voice telling the students. So you can record your voice telling the students what to do. So again, with those little learners that are not readers yet or are struggling readers, there is multiple ways that you can make sure they understand those directions. So here's an example of one that has a retelling a story. So the teacher uploaded a template that the student is going to use the whiteboard feature to write over. Here's the letter sound assessment that, again, students can circle the letter, they record their voice speaking. So it's really a great tool. I could go on and on and on about this one. This is one of my favorite ones that we use. Sorry, I'll go back one more and then I'll move on to my next one. This is an example of what an assignment uploaded by a student looks like. So I was Emma, that was my student. I completed this mathematics worksheet using the whiteboard features and I submitted it. So a couple of really cool things I like about Seesaw is that it's app friendly across all platforms. So it works on Chromebooks, it works on iPads, it works for teachers that are looking to grade this stuff. You don't have to be at your computer. I had a lot of teachers that used this last year that loved it because they could get the Seesaw app on their phone and through their teacher dashboard, they could go through and listen and hear all their students' assignments and provide feedback to that. So, as teachers, it's really hard. We can't always sit and talk to each 20, if we have 25 kids in our class, we can't get to them all at one time and hear them explain their thinking. But through Seesaw, students can do that, and we as teachers can reach all of our students in that way. So this is really great, whether it's in-person learning or remote learning. This is one of my favorite tools, especially when we're talking about assessments. All right, so now I'm going to move on to, let's go back onto this one. Now I'm going to talk about Flipgrid. Okay, so Flipgrid is a video response tool, and it's been around for a while, and kids love it. They can record little videos of themselves and upload it, and they can respond to each other, and it's just a fun little tool. But what sometimes we don't realize is that there are some really great assessment embedded tools inside Flipgrid that I know some of my teachers didn't always know about. So one of those is the rubric feature and the feedback feature. So I'm going to show you that one because I think that one is particularly very powerful. So I'm going to come over here to Flipgrid. So I made a Flipgrid. For those that don't know, the way Flipgrid works is you can make a grid, and underneath that grid, you can have topics. You can have as many topics as you want. I've seen some teachers make a grid for their class and have different topics for subject areas. You can really customize and make your grid any way that you want it. During NTI last year, I had some teachers that shared grids with each other, and they had students, because we were really looking for that connection, that social emotional connection for our students, and they connected to each other through Flipgrid. Teachers would assign topics, and then students throughout the grade level of our school would respond to that Flipgrid. So it was a very powerful tool. But on the assessment side of it, you can post assignments through Flipgrid. So for example, this is a topic that I assigned, and when you create an assignment as a teacher, there's some really good tools in here. So you can put the written directions, so what you want your students to do on this grid. I've seen you can input a video right here. So maybe students have to watch the video first and then respond verbally through their videos in Flipgrid. There's a really cool feature again for this, for our younger readers that aren't reading. There is an immersive reader tool. So whatever written directions you include here, students can click on this immersive reader. It takes a second to load and listen. How do you use Seesaw for assessment with your students? So that's a really cool little extra good feature that works well with our elementary kids or our non-readers. So that's a little tidbit that not everybody always knows about. But you can also include videos and links. So maybe you want them to do a Google form or read or watch something before they respond. So you can embed all of that right here. Then when students respond, this is the teacher dashboard. So every time a student creates a video, it's going to show up right here. So I just responded to my own topic just so you can see what that looks like, because I want to show you the feedback. So we're not going to watch my little video. We don't need to see that, but this is where the student video would play. But here's the powerful tools. So we've got these assessment tools that you can do. You can provide as a teacher video feedback. So I can respond back to my students individually with a short little video. I can do it from my phone, so I don't have to be sitting at my desk or in front of a computer in order to do that, which is very cool. So if you want that face-to-face or personal feedback, you can use the video. You can also do text, so I can write out comments and give them a specific feedback on how they responded. But the cool part is they have a rubric. So there is a built-in grading rubric, and I'm going to click on edit so you can see how we can customize that. When you edit the rubric, you're going to see there are two options. There's basic feedback, which is just talking about, they just do general ideas and performance, and allows you to give students a score 1 through 10. But on custom feedback, you can add your own rubric criteria. So you can make it anything that you want. So you can actually score students and give them a rubric based on their response of how you want them, what information do they need to include in their response, and then give them individual grades. And when you click that, you can see that you can choose the scoring of how you want that criteria to work. And you can make as many as you want. And you can reuse them. So once you've made like a whole set of rubric criteria for responses, you can save them right here and then use them over and over again. All right, I could keep going, but I'm going to run over on Rosalind's time, and I don't want to do that. So those are my two top choices for using assessments, both in person or with remote learning. These are two apps that are easy to use. Kids love them. They're enjoyable, and they are very effective for doing those quick formative assessments across the classroom. So now I am going to stop sharing my screen, and I'm going to turn this over to Rosalind, so that she can take over.
All right. Well, that was awesome, Denise. Thank you. I learned a lot about Seesaw and Flipgrid. So thank you for that. I am going to go ahead and share my screen as well. So if you'll give me just a second. While I'm doing this, I just wanted to share with you, I'm going to talk first about Edpuzzle, which is something that I used during NTI. So this is my first year as a digital learning coach. I spent NTI as a sophomore English teacher. So I use this quite frequently in NTI with my students. And one of the things that I love the most about Edpuzzle is that it was super, super easy to use. It is basically an interactive video lesson. So you would share a video with your students and embed questions for assessment, things like multiple choice questions that you can also set answer keys to, so it will grade those automatically, or you could choose to use some short answer questions as well. So you would select times within the video that you would like to embed questions. With that, you can track student progress as well. So it might say that Sarah has only watched 30% of the video. Or it may even say that she watched it multiple times, and you can kind of see where Sarah has struggled, maybe because you see that she's watched it 4 times, she still got the question wrong. Or maybe you can see that it took her 4 times, but she got the question right. So maybe she just needed to see that multiple times. There are also preloaded resources on Edpuzzle. So there's content that other teachers have created with their own questions already embedded. Or you can choose to use videos that are on YouTube, Khan Academy, TED Ed, National Geographic. There are lots and lots of choices for videos that have already been created. And then you can also app smash by using something like Screencastify to create your own instructional videos upload them to Edpuzzle and then add in your own questions from there as well. So I just wanted to show you a linked presentation that I've already created and used before. This Edpuzzle plus Screencastify KGD slides should take you to this slide deck. And I'm not actually going to take you to my Edpuzzle account because it's got private student information and names on there. But this slide deck will show you how to create, it's got screenshots, how to create an Edpuzzle for yourself. But I wanted to show you a few things. So Edpuzzle does sync to Google Classroom. So I love this because I can just sync all of my classes from Google Classroom. And it's really, really easy for me to be able to assign videos from Edpuzzle. So it does sync to Google Classroom, which I love. And these are just some of the, hold on, let me get closed captioning up here, sorry. These are just some of the different places that you can get videos from: YouTube, National Geographic, TED-Ed, Khan Academy, all sorts of other things as well. So with the videos that you're using, you can cut them. So it may be that you find a video that you really love, but you really only love the first 5 minutes of it. You can cut it so that you don't have to have kids watch the entire 20-minute video. You can cut that down. Maybe you like a part of the video in the middle of it, and you don't like the beginning and you don't like the end. You can use that middle part by cutting it. And then I've got screenshots here on how to cut and edit the video as well. So y'all are welcome to access this slide deck and use it as you would like. It should be available for anyone to view it with the link. You can also create voiceovers for videos. It may be that you like the graphics or the visuals in the video, but you would really just prefer to talk about it the way you want to talk about it. And you can do that as well with voiceovers. And again, you can create questions and notes within the video. So I may not want to ask students a question about a particular part of the video. Maybe I just want to draw their attention to it. And so you can do that as well by adding a note, like a written note. You can also record notes for students, which is a really great feature for some of those elementary age kids as well. So those are some features there that I love with the embedding into Edpuzzle. So instructions here on how to add it to a class. A few things I wanted to note here is that you can prevent students from skipping. And this happens a lot in middle and high school, at least. Students will try to skip through the video just to get to the questions, but you can prevent that. You can also turn on closed captioning if you would like to do that for some of those students who may have hearing impairments, or just, you may want to add it there. It's just so that it's there twice, verbally and written as well. You can access your student work by going to your classes, and then you can see here, it's got a list of the assignments. And I love that it tells me over here on the right-hand side how many of the assignments have been turned in. And then here is where you would click the assignment to see student progress. So student names would show up here. I've just blurred them out. And then it will tell you if you have it so that it will grade for you, like multiple choice questions. It will give you a grade. So all of these students here scored a 100 out of a 100. And it will also tell you when they last watched it and if they turned it in on time or not. You can click through student work as well and leave comments. So that's something that I really like, even if it's already scored it perfectly or not perfectly because it's a multiple choice question. You can go in and leave a comment. And you can also, you'll notice this one here, I had students down at the bottom do a short answer. So I would have to physically go in and mark it correct or incorrect, but I could also leave comments there as well. I'm running short on time with Edpuzzle, but I've also got some ideas here for how to use Edpuzzle and Screencastify together if you want to go in and see this as well. I'm going to skip over to Pear Deck for just a second. Pear Deck is something that I have used for years in the classroom. I really enjoy using this because it makes slides interactive. So you could use this both in face-to-face learning, which is primarily how I have used it, but you can also use this in remote learning as well. So it takes your slides, it makes them interactive just by using an add-on in Google Slides, and I'll show you in a second if you're not sure how to get that add-on. Again, this is a tool where you can embed a variety of different types of questions, and these can be draggable type questions. You can have students draw, all sorts of different things here. But the most important thing that I love about Pear Deck is that you can use slides that you already have just created from last year. Maybe you've never used Pear Deck before, but you have a lesson that you really like. You can use that lesson and then add in a couple of Pear Deck interactive slides, and you're really not spending much more time like recreating anything. You can use teacher-paced lessons. So this works really, really well for synchronous instruction where all of your students are learning at the same time. You can kind of guide them through that instruction, but you can also use student-paced lessons, which would be great for asynchronous instruction where they're kind of working on it on their own time. You can also switch in the middle of a lesson between teacher-paced and student-paced. Maybe you want to give some whole class instruction for the first 5 or so minutes of class and then send them off to do the student-paced lessons. You can do that as well. On this slide, I have linked for you a presentation that I did. It's a little over a year old. So some things with Pear Deck may have changed, but I wanted to link this presentation with you or for you. And then I've also linked the Pear Deck YouTube channel that's got lots of great videos that may be helpful as well. So I just wanted to show you quickly how to get this Pear Deck add-on if you are unfamiliar. So if you are in Google Slides, you'll see in the toolbar up here, it says add-ons. If you click on that, you can see Pear Deck here for mine. You would go to get add-ons. And then you would search up here for Pear Deck. Now mine's gonna look a little bit different because mine is already installed, but you would click here and then add to slides or something like that. So mine just looks a little bit different. But when you do this, once you've got that add-on, you would go back to add-ons and click Pear Deck for Google Slides and open Pear Deck add-on. And on the right-hand side, you'll see lots of different options for different types of slides. You'll see some of these have a star. That is because Pear Deck does have a premium option, but I will say just about everything that I need on Pear Deck is still in the free version as well. So I don't think you would necessarily need to buy that premium unless your school, of course, already has that premium option. So they've got lots of different things here for different types of lessons. So you can ask students a question and give them multiple choice or give them text options. But if you it's at the top, to the template library, it gives you lots of other templates that you don't even have to think about to create. So for the beginning of the lesson, it will give you some of these. Like maybe you gave them homework you wanted them to think about. You can click this slide and it will insert into your slide deck. And once you've got your slides together, you would click Start Lesson, and it will give students I'm just going to go instructor pace, but it will give students a code that they need to join. It would be joinpd.com. Waiting for it to load, but it would give them a code. And what I love about this too is that it spells it out in these silly ways so that they know what letters to choose. So confused muffins, inspect, juicy ninjas. And so you would have students join that way. And I'm just going to close out of this. On your teacher dashboard, it would give you all student responses So there are lots of different things you can do with that. You can project student responses, which I would tell you be careful about because kids get super silly with that. But you can project student responses so they can see what their classmates are saying. You also have the feature to be able to lock student responses, because what students like to do, even in high school, you project the responses and then they start changing it to super silly things. But you can lock the responses and then project them so they can see what their classmates are saying. And then on your teacher dashboard is where you would also change, move from slide to slide. Just like Denise, I could go on and on and on about Pear Deck. I really love this tool. It's great even at the high school level. That was one of my concerns at the beginning, was like, it looks very elementary, but my high school students loved it and would even come to class saying, are we going to do Pear Deck today? So this is a really, really awesome tool. While I've got just like 1 minute, I just wanted to show you, Denise and I have both linked tons of resources throughout these slides, but we have so many favorite assessment tools we couldn't choose. So we wanted to add some tools here at the end as well. Lots of different links here. I've got a link to Casey Bell's 20 formative assessment tools. She's one of my favorite people to follow to get different tool ideas and that sort of thing. So lots of different tools here that we hope that you will find useful. I know that Denise is with me on this. If y'all have any questions and want to reach out to us, please, please, please do. Our email addresses are in the slides. Our Twitter handles are also, I think, on the first or second slide of the presentation as well. So we would love for you to access all of our resources. Get in touch with us if you would like to or have questions. But we've run out of time, so I will hand this back over to y'all.
Yes, thank you, Denise and Rosalind. Awesome, guys. We appreciate all the good info. Let me look here and see who's coming up next. It looks like next we've got Jamie and Stephanie. Jamie and Stephanie are on deck next, and they are going to talk to us. Hey there, they're going to talk to us about the collaborators. They're going to talk to us about working together to create collaborative classrooms. We've got the elementary with Miss Jamie coming up first, and then Stephanie for middle and high school coming up shortly after that. So if you guys want to work on getting your screens shared and ready to rock, we will see that coming shortly. Guys, if you're joining us in the YouTube chat, be sure to let us know where you're from, what school you represent, what your role is in your building, all that fun stuff. Keep the chat hopping. There's lots of great info going on in there. Be sure to share on the hashtag on Twitter and share those ideas and supports. Also, if you'll take a peek at the schedule, they keep posting that for us in the YouTube chat as well. So you can check on the schedule and the agenda. And what else do we have in there? A lot of these slides are being linked live as well. So make sure you guys are staying on top of that and get ready for lots of good info. So, all right, guys. So at this time, we're going to turn it on over to Jamie. So Jamie, welcome. We're looking for your screen there now.
All right. So first of all, hey guys, welcome. KYGoDigital world. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and get this closed captioning on. We've had, I've been listening in all morning, some great information. And so I hope you guys have enjoyed that. I love this tunnel thing. How fun is that?
I know, it's kind of trippy, right?
I know, right? All right. So when you go to my link, you will see that it basically just takes you to one slide. Like, this is it. I am a very interactive presenter. I like to go to places. So my presentation will be one that you maybe want to look back at, because I know they are recording these. And so but our main goal today is going to be talking about collaboration tools. And so I'm going to run through these really quickly, and just to kind of give you a taste. And I know some of them have already been mentioned, and so that helps me with the time because I get really excited and passionate about technology and things that can make our lives easier, but also give students opportunity. So we're going to go ahead and start with the very first one. This is a hyperlink. So if you will, if you are joining us on the slide, if you want to click on the AW app, yes, it is called AW app. However, it is, you can see it's web-based as well. And all doesn't mean like, oh, cute kitties. It actually means a web whiteboard. And so with the online learning going on now, this is something that can be very useful, especially when you use Screencastify with it, or you need it for math and so forth. So I do have an account. You can click straight to start drawing, and you can see here your tools. It's very simple as far as the tools go, but one of my favorite things about this is that you can invite other people. So you can allow everyone to edit, and notice there's pages down here, I should say that. Allow everyone to view, share a copy for each user. So kind of like Google Classroom does. There is a premium version. Obviously, most really cool thing, websites have premium versions. The one cool thing about the premium version is you can actually choose to, if I click this down arrow, you can choose to manage participants. And so you can see who is doing what when you make that copy, and you can actually interact with them all at once. However, there's always ways around that. I'll show you with Google Jamboard. This reminds me a lot of Google Jamboard, but I'll show you this with Google Jamboard. But like, you can make a page or tell whatever the kids, I know in elementary, my students always had classroom numbers. And so whatever their classroom number is what page I would tell them to go to. So that is just something that I would do, so I could see their work in time. And I like how it has this grid background, because a lot of websites you aren't really able to use for math. But this is something that has that possibility. So like I said, get in here, play around with it. The collaboration here, it'll give you a link. You can share that with on Google Classroom and so forth, whatever you're using for your home or hub for your classroom. So that's really quickly with AW app. The next one we're going to look at is Pen Pal Schools, and Pen Pal Schools is an amazing opportunity for students, not only to talk with other students, but also to learn about digital citizenship. So it is a controlled environment where you get to see, as the teacher, you get to see their conversations that they have. You get to choose the topic that you want. So you can see these are some of the topics that I have actually implemented in my classroom. You can see how many active pen pals there are at that time. But when you click on one, and I'll just show you one real quickly. When you click on one, you can click on add and manage students, and you can see what it looks like from a teacher point of view. As far as price with this one, you get so many units for free. Like right here, I have 3 classroom credits remaining. However, if you refer a colleague, you get to earn another credit. But anyways, so you can click on like Race in America. You can preview it. It gives the kids essential questions that they go in and answer. It also provides videos that they can watch So then they talk to people basically all around the world that is about the same age as they are. So like I said, that is something. My kids were always scared of the red flag. You can red flag people's responses, like if they say something inappropriate or anything like that, you can report it and so forth. And then the teacher gets an email and the website takes it down. So it is actually a pretty safe environment compared to other things that kids are on these days. So that is quick about Pen Pal Schools. Next is Book Creator. Book Creator, once again, is a website, app.bookcreator.com, where it allows students to basically create their own books. And so one of my NTI assignments was to have they completed a passion project or a genius hour project, whatever you want to call it. And they were to show me basically and reflect on their learning. So this little guy's wanted to learn how to shoot a perfect free throw. And so he was able to go in and create a book about and tell his story of how he accomplished that or how he's still accomplishing that. Super simple to use. I am able to go in and see their books. You can have up to 40 books. You can have up to 40 books. You can create new libraries. You can only have up to so many libraries. So you can see right there. You can become a book creator certified, and it was super simple to do if you're chasing after those badges, but also getting great ideas. And then there are also books that are already created, which is really nice if you need something super quick. So as far as collaboration is a paid feature on this. So I think it was earlier in one of the sessions, they talked about how to use Google Slides and do book trailers. And so you could do that absolutely. This one just has a few more features. You can see I went for an interview. This is one that I created. I went for an interview, and I'm not your typical walk in and just sit down and answer questions kind of person. So I wanted to try something new and actually use Book Creator. And so anyways, so that is, but it's super simple to use. There's 3 buttons up here that the kids need to know. So check that out. And hopefully you will enjoy that. Flipgrid, someone has talked about Flipgrid already, so I'm actually going to pass that. And then I think I did a whole Flipgrid session online for KYGoDigital at the very beginning of NTI. So check that out for different resources. Padlet is basically an online wall that you can have students create. One of my favorite things to do is kids were coming in. We were asked to have bell ringers, or I called them sparks, but we were asked to have those. So I would have this up on the board, and they had to just give a compliment, just say something kind, and kids enjoyed reading these. This is something that you can post in Google Classroom. You just share, and then you'll notice that I also have a place where I approve it or I don't approve it. So you can toggle that on if you choose to do so. But that is just a quick way that I use this. But there are so many ways that you could use this. If you're a digital learning coach, I know Brandy with Hardin County used this for reflections and things like that on a book study that she was doing. So there are lots of ways. You just click make a Padlet, and then you get to choose which type and change your background, and yeah, you can have all kinds of fun with that. But the kids can insert videos, they can insert pictures, they can insert obviously text. You can have it collect their name if you want to, if that's pertinent, and so forth. The last guy, as I am getting ready to finish up, that I wanted to highlight is Jamboard. A lot of people aren't using Jamboard because they're a little scared of it, which I'll be honest with you, I get that. I understand that. However, they're scared of it because it doesn't collect history yet. Like, you can't tell who is writing or who is who deleted something. However, based on your culture of your classroom, so forth, that's something that's a conversation you'll have. But you'll see that I say, if your first name starts with A through E, then I want you to tell me how you could collab with All App. And then up here, you will see that and these guys are called frames. So it's a little bit different than slides. And so forth. If you have access to the Chrome Web Store, this is an app in the Chrome Web Store, and can actually, or the Google Play Store, the Google Play Store. And it has so many more features than what the web-based version does. So, but anyways, you can have kids reflect on here. They just click on the sticky note right here. They'll click on the sticky note and they can type in a response. So Siri wanted to talk to me at that moment. Sorry about that. So that is 6 tools. I don't remember. 6 tools that could definitely be used for collaboration in your classroom, and hopefully make your life a little bit easier.
Thank you so much, Jamie. I always learn something new from you every time that I listen to you. So we really appreciate you being here with us today. Nicole, are you ready?
I am. I'm all ready. Let me pop up my presentation.
Okay.
Is that working?
Yep, it looks great, and you can turn on your closed captions. There you go.
All right, guys. So I am going to talk about some things that I use in my classroom to collaborate with kids and parents. So I'm really excited to share some of these things with you. And I know that some of them have been discussed today, but I'll try to go with the collaborative piece of it. So first of all, my name is Nicole, and I'm a science geek. I'm a technology nerd. I am super excited that I get to be a part of this whole entire movement. I've been following it since the very beginning, so I feel very special being here. So if you have any questions as we go along, I am always open to comments on my Twitter or Instagram. And at the end, I will also share an email address that you can get a hold of me at. All right. So these are the things that I kind of want to hit on, and I have a lot of things that I'm passionate about and I use in my classroom. So it's really hard to go over each one in detail like I would like to. So I'm going to zoom through, but feel free to ask questions. All right. So the first thing that I want to know when I am doing a presentation is, where are you at? So my question is, how do you collaborate as teachers in the classroom? And feel free to pop that up in the chat on YouTube. I am watching both there and here. I'll give you just a second to pop that up.
Oh, Mr. Salter, you're on here? That's amazing. I'm sorry, I'm looking at comments. Okay, so here are some ways that I collaborate. I peer review, group work, partner work, parent and family, and then really just all of them. And I think that as teachers, you guys are probably in the same place. And I think we all are always looking for different ways that we can get our students up and moving or talking to one another, but also communicating with our families. I teach middle school, and so parents, some reason, aren't as involved. I think they think that their kids don't necessarily want them to be involved, but that's not really true. So I always try to find ways that I can involve my parents, and that way they don't feel left out or clueless about what's going on in my classes or with their student. So some of the things that I'm going to talk about today are student-based, and some of them are going to be parent and student-based. So the first one that I'm going to talk about is called CoSpaces EDU. And this last year, really started looking at this. There's two pieces to this. There is a cube, and some of you are probably familiar with it, that actually you can hold in your hand, and you can look at it through your phone or an iPad, and you can manipulate an object. You can also go on to cospaces.edu, which I have linked right here. And once you go to that website, you can create 3D worlds. And I think as a science teacher, I would use this in two different ways. One way would be that they would create models, and students are able to actually look at those models and manipulate them. And then the worlds are really cool because you can go into, say you're doing a study on the cells. So in your CoSpaces, you create a world that shows how cells work, and then students can actually go in and walk through your world and see what's going on. But you can use this in any content. It's not just for science. You could do this in language arts when you're studying theme. In social studies, if you want to show them or you want them to show you or their peers what they understand about whatever content area you're covering, it would be awesome. Now, if you are not sure what you would want to do, the nice thing is in CoSpaces, they have a gallery, and you can go through these and you can kind of see what other people have done and get ideas for yourself. Or if you're just really creative, you may think of things with no problem. So when you go into these, let's go to the eco-friendly house. When you go in here, you guys can actually maneuver what is going on, what is in the picture. Now, what I would like to see with this is maybe in science, I'm sorry, I'm a science teacher, so I keep going back to that. What I would like to see is maybe they're talking about energy transfer, and they've labeled how is energy being transferred in this situation. So there's a lot of ways that you can use this, and it's pretty straightforward. Now, if you are a techie nerd like I am, you might want them to start working on coding. And when you are in your CoSpaces that you actually create, let's see, like I had, create, oh, great, awkward. Let's see, let's go to this one. So I created this one here. And we were doing the different types of energy transfer, and I did this one really quickly, so don't judge. But you guys can go in here and you can add objects. On the side here, there's where you create your new scenes. They have an option of coding it to make things move. So this would be good for a tech teacher too. So you could use this in your STEM classes or STLP classes. So it's really fun. I highly, highly recommend that you spend some time playing with it before you actually try to implement it in your classroom. I know that there were a few quirks that I had to work out as I went along. So I think that a lot of students would love this. The only thing with the free version is it does limit the amount of seats that you can have, which I think it's 30. So if you're elementary, you're gold. But if you are in a middle school or a high school, you may want to make sure that you work in groups, which is why I put this in as a collaborative piece. All right, so let's move on. The next thing I want to share with you is not like super mind blowing, but it's something that I did this year that I felt like really changed the game in my classroom. So in Google Sheets, what I did is I created for a unit the different assignments that they were going to have to complete. And what they would do is when they finished an assignment, they would go into the Google Sheet and they would highlight it with a color of their choice. It didn't matter. And what that would do for me as a teacher is I could look through the assignments and go, oh, okay, well, they're all done with these. Why haven't they come to me to check in? And when they come in to check with me, I look over their assignments that they did, and then I put my initials, which I know it's kind of small, but I put my initials. And then what this tells all the other students is that this student in particular is an expert. They have been approved by Miss Routon. And so now, instead of waiting on just me, they can now go to that student and say, hey, I'm struggling with this piece of the assignment. Could you help me with this? And so what it did is it allowed me more free time to actually work one-on-one with students or in small groups, because I had a lot more experts in the classroom than just me. And so while I know that technology-wise, it's not crazy exciting, students really took that ownership, and it also was such an easy way for me to glance quickly and go, yep, they did that, or uh-oh, we have a problem. So I just wanted to share that with everybody. I really loved it. All right, so digital notebooks are something that I'm going to transfer over to this year. And one way that I'm going to do that is in Microsoft OneNote. Some of you have already been mentioning in the comments that you use those currently. I'm going to just show you one that I'm kind of working on. It's super loose right now. I haven't figured out exactly what I want in it. But the nice thing is that OneNote creates tons of educational videos that will help you with understanding how to implement it, how to create things. So if you're not necessarily super techie, you can go ahead and watch some videos and slow that down and pause it, since we don't have all the time in the world to go through each assignment or each piece of technology. So here is mine. And like I said, again, it's a work in progress, so don't judge. But I have the different topics over here on the side of units that I have. And there's a couple other ones, but I haven't finished. And under each unit, I can anticipate what kinds of things I'm going to have. The nice thing about OneNote is that I can insert worksheets, I can insert video links. It can be a one-stop shop for everybody. So I was really excited about that. But also, if they're working on a project, they can actually collaborate with one another on OneNote. They can share some research they've found. They can ask each other questions. There's a lot of different ways to collaborate with it. But again, if you are really interested in this, you can go on YouTube, you can Google it, and you can find all kinds of videos, which is what I did to get started. All right, sorry, I'm running out of time, so I'm having to go really fast. So Seesaw was already gone over, and they did a really great job of teaching you guys how to use Seesaw. I think that the most important thing that I like about it is that I can communicate with parents. So going back to the beginning when I said, even though middle schoolers don't want you to talk to their parents, but they really do. This is my way. And so what kids get to do is create portfolios of only the work that they're really proud of. And we can share that with their parents or whoever they live with. So I had implemented this a couple years ago, and the students were pumped. They were so excited that they were going to be able to show their parents what they knew and how well they were doing at school. And there was so much buy-in, but also there's so many great activities out there that you can use for this program that are pre-created, like the last person that presented on it said. But I just really like this for that whole feedback thing. I can give the kids feedback. I can give parents feedback. I can also send out messages through Seesaw. So it's really a great program. All right. The last thing that I had on here to cover was Nearpod. I started using Nearpod all the time last year. And it is kind of like Pear Deck. It was very similar. And I really loved when we did our synchronous lessons together. The questions were better. The kids would get really excited, and then they were like upset when I would have to change the page and go on when they were collaborating with one another due to time. So I felt like this was something that they really did a nice job with. And so I just had pulled up an example for my Nearpod lesson, and I am about out of time. I have 2 minutes. So this one here, I just kind of put it together quickly because I wanted you to see how easy it was for me to pull these. So this took me about maybe 5 minutes. So they have different options that you can create and insert activities for the kids to do. But there's also the collaborate. I also inserted Flipgrid because I love Flipgrid, and I use that to collaborate a lot and give feedback. So I'm sorry I'm having to rush at the end. I love Nearpod. If you have any questions about Nearpod, I could totally answer them because I've used them so frequently. So anyway, those are the things that I have. The most important thing I want to remind everybody is that whatever you use for technology, just make sure that it's enhancing the lesson and not just because it's pretty and exciting and sparkles, because you do get carried away and it's really exciting. So if you have any questions, you can email me at happymiddlesteacher@gmail.com, or you guys can find me on Twitter or Instagram. So I hope that you enjoyed the presentation.
All right. Thank you so much, Jamie and Stephanie. We appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for being with us and sharing all that. We want to make sure that you guys know that if you're watching today and you're registered, you will receive a feedback form via email after the event tomorrow. When they attend the sessions and complete the form, you guys will receive a certificate by email. So you got to complete the registration, the form, then you will get a certificate back for email. We're still getting a lot of questions about how to make sure we get our credit and can get all that taken care of with our districts. So that's the process there. We've got a packed schedule coming up. We have got Miss Amy Thornton and Courtney Guthrie taking the stage next, followed by Erica Brooks and Sherry Mann. So please be sure to stick with us, and we're going to work on turning that over to these ladies here shortly. Amy, are you there?
I am. How are you doing today?
Hey, Amy, great. If you are ready, I will verify that I know we see and hear you, but I'll make sure we got your screen and you can take off.
Okay.
We see you just fine.
Awesome. Hello. Today I'm going to talk about blended learning tools, specifically for the elementary classroom. And the two tools that I'm going to go over are Wakelet and a little bit of Book Creator. Just a little bit about me. My name is Amy Thornton, and I teach at the Brown School in Jefferson County Public Schools. I actually live in Indiana, but I teach in Kentucky. My current title is Instructional Technology Coach. I've been teaching for about 21 years. And Brown School is a K-12 school, so I have experience in all grade levels. Primarily, my background is in elementary education, but I work with all grade levels. Just a real quick snapshot. This is a definition of what is blended learning. It's just a way to personalize instruction, a combination of online learning and brick and mortar schooling. Students have a choice over time, place, path, or pace. And off to the left there, those are models of different types of blended learning. At the bottom, there are more links to go into more detail, and feel free to check those out. But elementary teachers, and not to take away from middle and high, but elementary teachers, they know this. They teach all of the things, and they're used to doing station rotation and juggling a lot of different things in the air. So let's talk about the first tool. Well, to solve a problem, and today especially, we all feel like we're flooded with articles and videos and blogs and tweets and all these different posts. And it's great, but sometimes, or a lot of the times, it can get overwhelming, and we need to kind of figure out a way to best organize it. And the tool that I've run up found is called Wakelet, and it's a curation tool, and they constantly use that word curate because we have a wave of information, and basically it's a way to kind of really find the best type of resources to kind of actually use with others. So when you are on Wakelet, you actually create things called collections. And these collections can be pulled from anywhere. YouTube, Twitter, all these different places, and you organize and you collaborate and share. And adults can use them, but you can also use them with kids. Now, you have to be 13 or older to actually create your own Wakelet. And 13 or old and Wakelet, that's a whole nother ballgame for middle and high school students. But how we can still use Wakelet for elementary, and we're going to show you some examples of that. It also integrates with all of these different apps and tools. So let's take a look at a Wakelet, just to kind of get an idea of what a collection actually is. So this is someone named Jenna who has created a Wakelet for her class, and she's given it a name. And notice I did not log in. Kids have access to this. They can either do that with sharing the link or sharing a QR code. And it's very linear. And she has a heading, she has directions, and she's formatted this text to where it's a heading. And so she has the picture she wants to talk to them about. She talks about the person who invented, and then she has a close-up picture of it. And as she goes down, here's a video of her giving directions about what she wants them to do. And then, so the lesson is all kind of here in this one little place. So many times I feel like our kids get kind of, where do I go? What do you want me to click on? What am I supposed to, all of her lesson items are all together in one place. They also have something called the Surf School to kind of go along with the ocean theme. But basically you can use it for personal use, sharing content, and for collaboration. And then there's all kinds of samples that you can look at on there. Okay, this is one that really I think would be a great use of, especially face-to-face, but it definitely could work for virtual. Basically, this teacher is, this particular reading group, they go over, they take their iPad, especially if you had like a classroom where you only had a couple of iPads, the kids could go up and scan their QR code for their reading group or their center activity, and it's going to walk them through what they need to do. So this is a video of the teacher giving directions, and then it links to the website that they have to go to, and then the handout that they would go to. So this is a way that she used that to kind of push out guided reading lesson. Kind of the same thing. She's put in, watch these videos, complete this activity. So it kind of collects all those things for the kids to kind of have access to. Okay. The next one I want to show you is one of mine. And basically I want to show you how easy it is to add things. So this is a collection, so I'm logged in, and you can log in with your Google account. But when you click on Edit Collection, you can change the cover at the top. You can not have a picture. They provide to choose from the library. They use the library. The pictures are already loaded there for the top part, and then you can change the layout more to like a Pinterest type view where you have a compact view, grid view, mood board. So if I come down here and I add an item, you can notice that you can add all of these different components to a collection. And Flipgrid is on there as well. So you can notice all of these, add text, tweet. How many times have you found, oh, that tweet is interesting, I want to add that to a collection, or you've bookmarked it and you know how bookmarks can get out of hand. I also noticed that you can upload a PDF document. So all these different options you can add to your collection. I did find a tweet from STLP Kentucky about their distance learning tools. They have a collection on there as well. This is a collection that is by my good friend Carrie Mook, and this is a collection for adults, so this would be something that you would provide for like teachers to be able to create something. So at the top here, she has her directions, and this is nice because whenever you type in, it actually will read it to the child, and it's a robotic
Freebie
voice.
for kindergarten teacher.
But it's still not anything that she had to record. Then she put up a nice little bold heading at the directions, and then a tutorial video on what you're going to do or how you're going to make these stickers for kids. And it's basically like kids are earning a badge for completed activities. And so, like, it starts off with I don't know my capital letters, to once they get a capital letter, they get that skill, then they are earning a badge to. So it's really interesting. Make sure you check that out. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so there's Wakelet, and the next page, I just kind of linked all of those, all the things that we just talked about, I linked them in there. Also, what I love about Wakelet is that you don't have to be logged in. Older kids could really use it to create collections on different things, but the QR code, you know, with NTI, we had a lot of kids and families that struggled with what tool am I supposed to use? And as teachers, we get overwhelmed with the things that we're trying to use. So anything we can do to streamline it to make it easier for kids. Okay, I know someone talked about Book Creator earlier. I'm not going to go in huge detail, but I do want to mention that it does work on an iPad and a Chromebook or a laptop. I'm not a huge fan of the actual app on Book Creator. It works better if you just use the Chrome browser on an iPad. If you use the Chrome app on the iPad, then that book lives on that iPad, so it's not really web-based. But basically, you can build voice and text and images, and you can have lots of libraries if it's a paid version. So let me show you a book collection that I did with some of my kids. So this was a PBL that we did on tree canopy and heat island effect. And so, for example, they made in Canva, they made infographics, and you can add, you know, directions to the page right there. I linked their podcast and PSAs that they did. And so as you can add pages. I just kind of put some of their things together, but you can make it as colorful or as, you know, bright as you wanted. This is an example of a book for fractions. And as you open it, what's nice is that each child was given a page to work on. And so I can imagine that these started out as individual books, but as a teacher, when the kids are finished, you can actually push all those books together to make just one book. And so what's nice is that you actually hear the kid read the word problem.
Natalia, Leo, and Cassie are sharing a big cookie. Cassie cuts it into 5 pieces. Each one ate 1 piece. What fraction of the cookie has been eaten?
So you get to hear, her little voice read it. And then what is even more powerful is how she solved that problem. She's reading the problem. She had to illustrate the math that went along with it. So that's linked there, and it goes through, and kids use different things to model their fraction that's on there. So I thought that was a really great one. And then this next one I want to show you is using Book Creator in elementary classroom. And once again, I know this is a lot, but I do want to show you number 5 here. How is your reading and writing improving? So I really think that this would be an awesome tool for student-led conferences or a collection of student work that the kids are doing along the way. And so right here, there's an author tip. But if I click on the Google link, the Google document right here, you can see the text in front of it. So there are a lot of little things on here that you can.
A good idea is to create.
So the directions are right there. They are talking about their reading reflection and how they've grown. I just thought that was a great use of Book Creator. And then the other one I wanted to show was bringing hands-on math to life. And so it really is across topics, all kinds of grade levels. So this student is talking about using manipulatives and area and perimeter. And so they're putting in videos that they created. We made instructional videos in 5th grade this year of teaching a concept to a younger child. So this would have been a great place to put those items in here. Let's go to the third one here. So I'm logged in, and you can see that the libraries are at the top, and then there's resources. And the certification, like she mentioned earlier, is really super easy to do, but the resources is just awesome right there. But when you go in to add something to one of your books, it basically is so easy to just open it up and add different components. And I know I'm about right out of time, but basically you would add media, shapes, the inspector, you can add different borders and that kind of stuff. So, but that is Book Creator. And the last thing I want to mention is this particular activities book is a teacher made, and you could record the directions right there on the screen. And the student can actually, with the paid version, can make a copy for themselves. I also linked the books that we looked at at the bottom. This is also great for middle and high. So this is not just an elementary tool. And there's my Twitter handle. If you have any questions, you can email me or reach out to me that way.
All right, thank you, Amy, so much. And you have been receiving a lot of love in the chat as well. So now we are going to turn it over to Courtney.
Hey guys, I'm excited to be here with you all today. I'm going to share you a few tools. I'm going to pull up my slideshow here. Are you able to see my slideshow?
Yep, we got it. So you can just go ahead and present it.
Okay, so I know a lot of you guys are big on Google Classroom, especially during the NTI time. And the tools that I'm going to show you today integrate perfectly with Google Classroom. I know that the teachers at our school, we use Google Slides in order to present and share information with our students. So both of the things I'm going to show you today incorporate Google Slides. I am the new curriculum coach at Henry County Middle School. But prior to that, last year during NTI, I taught 6th grade language arts, and actually for the past 8 years. So I'm coming into that through that lens, and I was really trying to be thoughtful about how I incorporated these great tools during that NTI time and how I could help improve the learning experience for students in the fall. I know that we all wanted to kind of make some adjustments and tweak the things that we did in the spring. So I hope that I did that with this slideshow.
So the first one that I'm going to talk to you about is Pear Deck, which I know Rosalind also presented some information with assessments with that. But Pear Deck is just an amazing tool. It can help you teach digitally during NTI or if you do a digital academy at your school. What you will do is add your teaching slide just as you would in a normal slideshow. And you can actually just add audio into an individual slide so that your students can hear you explaining the concepts as they're looking at the slides. And then as she showed you, you can also add interactive slides so that students can respond to you or they can practice the concepts that you're teaching them. So it really helps blend that learning with those digital learners.
Hey, Courtney, could you present for us and turn on your closed captioning? You're presenting. I'm sorry.
I'm going to show you a few drop downs.
Okay.
So I just wanted to see if I could do it this way so that you can see the drop downs, if that's okay.
Oh, sure. Yeah, that's great.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So to get to the slideshow, you'll have to download the add-on through Google Slides. So you would go up to this add-on right here, and this is why I couldn't do the closed captioning because it would cut it off automatically. But you go up to the add-on, and then you would go to Get Add-ons, and then find Pear Deck in that way. And then that will install it into your toolbar. And then you're ready to create your Pear Deck teaching slide. So once you have that add-on, it will appear up here in your toolbar, and you can just click on it, and you can begin blending your learning. So I'm just going to show you how to do that on mine. So it pulled up my Pear Deck toolbar over here on the right side, and I can add in anything that I need to add in there. This is where you can add in that audio. So if you have a teaching slide and you want to be able to explain to the students in your own words and have your voice there for them, you can add your audio in, and it goes right on the individual slide. So I just put in a few directions here so that you can access this information later. But that will really help you blend your learning. Pear Deck's amazing because it's interactive. As Rosalind talked about earlier, you can add in questions, and there are lots of pre-made ones already available for littles, for math, science, social studies, languages, and ELA. So I used a lot of these when I taught last year. There are all kinds that are available to you. Here's an example one that I used, and I just edited it to make it my own. So you go in and you can add it in from the side over here. It adds the graphic organizer, and then you can change or edit anything that you want that's in there to personalize it. So we use this with a book called The Watsons Go to Birmingham, and students were able to just get in and type their answers so that I could see them. And Pear Deck just automatically puts that in there for you. You could check for understanding to help blend the learning. So for example, after you do your mini lesson and you give the students an activity to do, you can have them rate their level of understanding in this way. So they just can drag their icon over based on what their level of understanding was. So they could say, I understood the mini lesson, I could do it on my own, I had trouble and I had to ask someone for help, or I still need help from my teacher. So as a teacher, you could see this and see where they are with everything so that you can plan for the next day lesson. And I just went in and clicked on these and added my own words into that. But this template is one that Pear Deck has. Once you put everything in that you want, you just click on that start lesson over here on the right side. And then students will go to joinpd.com and they can add the access code that you give them in order to enter and participate in the lesson. And for blended learning, we know that some students are able to access it at the time that you are presenting. So you could do that an instructor-paced activity. So if they're in the classroom with you, or if they're at home connecting in real time, you would do that. But some students will have to do it asynchronously, so you can put it in student-paced mode as well. So you can do it either way. There's a premium version available for Pear Deck that offers extra features, and that's what I have. For the premium version, you can publish takeaways to Google Classroom. So students can get on and they can see their responses, and you can give feedback to them along with their slideshow. So you can just publish that and it goes straight onto your Google Classroom page. So I absolutely love Pear Deck. The reason why it works with new or existing slideshows. So you can pull in those slideshows that you love, that you know were great in the classroom, but you can record your voice to incorporate the audio for digital learners at home. You can embed Kahoots, YouTube videos, Google Forms. You can embed other websites very easily. So that makes it perfect for NTI. It puts everything all in one place. I know that parents and students had trouble pulling from lots of different places. So it just allows for ease of learning for students and parents. And it also gives every student in the class the opportunity to engage and respond often. And so along those lines with digital notebooks, that's what I want to show you next. I'm going to go ahead and put that in present mode now since I'm finished with that. Okay, so digital notebooks are on the same wavelength as Pear Deck, but it's something that you create on your own. So it helps you create assignments in Google Slides for digital learners on Google Classroom. How is it different than a regular slideshow though? Well, a digital notebook allows you to edit the master slides. So you can lock down things that you do not want students to edit or delete. This way you can put the slideshows on Google Classroom and make a copy for each student so that they can do their work, have their lessons, and have all of that all in one place. I know a lot of us have used Google Slides for a long time, but when you make a copy for each student, when they get on there, they can move and accidentally delete a lot of the information that you're giving them. So in order to make it editable for them, so it's like a digital notebook, and to make it so that they can't lock it down, you'll want to do something called editing the master. And so as you can see this, if students got onto my slideshow right now, they could not access or move any of this information around. So it is locked down. So this is an example of a teaching slide that my partner teacher and I did during NTI work. We had our teaching slide on character traits, and then we had our direction slide. So in the past, students would accidentally delete things. They're like, I don't know what happened to my work. But the way that you do this is in Google Slides, you want to click on the slide dropdown, and you go to what's called Edit Master. And all this does is it lets you get into your Google Slides. It lets you get into the Google Slides editing templates. So you can get in there and you can add in your background text. You can add text boxes or a table or a shape or graph from the toolbar. And you just put those in there and lock them down in the background. So the students can get in there. They cannot move any of this around. So in order to put those slides in, you just click on the plus sign and drop in your slide into the slideshow. Now this is the editable slide. So I locked down everything here in the background, but I want students to be able to type their answers here without disrupting the rest of it. So I'm gonna get here out of present mode and show you how I would do this real quick. Okay, so for this, you go into that slide edit master. And then if you see this text box right here, you want to click here, and then you just insert a placeholder. So these placeholders will allow you to put boxes in that you can size, resize, and that is where the students will be able to edit and type. And so I changed the font. I always change the color to red so that when they type, it shows up as clearly different from my work. But the back part is locked down. This part is editable for the students. I just put a few tips in here that I feel like are helpful for students during NTI. Oh, it moved over there. My partner and I, it was a learning process throughout this, but we learned a few things throughout that time. We learned that it's best to make a new slideshow for each day of class. You don't want to have 20 slideshows to look through every time that you want to check student work. We always tried to stay under 5 slides. That way it loads quickly for the students and you can just go through really quick and check. Any links that you put on for students to click on have to be added on top. They won't be able to click on it if it's on your master slide, locked down in the background. I always change the color so that student responses are in different color than your directions. And this is a tip from Alice Keeler, who's a Google expert. She says to add feedback for students in the comments and don't release their scores until they respond in some way to the feedback. So if students on that work slide put some information in that's not correct, you can give them feedback and then they can only get their score once they fix it. And just one more thing I wanted to share with you. This information came from Jason Reed, and I have a link to the slideshow. I saw Jason Reed at the KYGoDigital conference, and he's the person that taught me everything I know about digital notebooks. So if you click on this link here, and I shared this with his permission, it is an excellent slideshow that has pre-made digital notebooks for every subject, and then he has great tutorials that walk you through the process. He was inspired by, excuse me, Caitlin Tucker from Ditch That Textbook, and she also has amazing templates, and so does Meredith Akers. So I put links to all of those, and you can access those through the agenda that KYGoDigital provided you. So thank you, and good luck in the fall.
Awesome. Oh, thank you, Amy and Courtney. Man, that was amazing. I got a text from my team. They said, Chandler, quit horsing around. My initial reaction was nay, but I figured it'd be hard to hear me with the mask on. So, hey, just a quick reminder, don't forget if you're joining us on the YouTube Live deal and you're worried about your credit, okay, we've had a lot of questions about that. So we wanted to assure you that if you are watching and registered, you will receive a feedback form via email after the event tomorrow. When you attend the session and complete the form, you'll receive the certificate by email. Okay, so hang in there, wait till after the sessions tomorrow, fill out the forms, and you get the certificate and email. So next coming up, we have Miss Erica Brooks and Sherry Mann. They are here to talk about these special POPs, interactive tools for student engagement, virtual Bitmoji, classroom and tech tools, and G Suite for ELs and special education. So I will let them take the stage at this time. We appreciate you being with us. How are you this afternoon?
Hello, everyone. How are you guys? I am getting ready to share my screen. Let me know.
All right, when just coming. I'll see if I can see your screen there.
All right.
Sherry, I love your earrings.
Thank you.
Your screen, Miss Sherry.
All right. Okay, so can you guys see my screen?
Yep, we can see it.
Awesome. All right, so let's go ahead and put it in present mode. All right, we'll get ready here just a second. I want to make sure my closed captioning is on for you guys, and I think it is. So welcome. My name is Erica Brooks, and I am a teacher at Western Day Treatment. And I absolutely love the title of my presentation for you guys today. So don't let virtual learning take you overboard. I have dived overboard into the Bitmoji craze, as I'm sure the rest of your coworkers have. Today, we're going to get a chance to explore all of the different ways you can utilize the Bitmoji in your classroom. You can engage staff. You can engage students. And I also have some fun resources. Of course, teachers, we love our resources and backpacks and things that I am going to share with you guys. So first up is let's talk about why Bitmoji. Well, for one, the Bitmoji classroom will allow you to engage your students in all kinds of ways, interactively. You're able to differentiate lessons. You're able to tailor those lessons to those students' needs. And as I said before, I am a special education teacher, and I teach grades 2nd through 5th. So what better way for me to utilize and differentiate for my students than a Bitmoji classroom? So there's just unlimited possibilities and things that you can do. And it's not just for elementary school teachers. It's not just for ECE teachers. You can use this for if you're a counselor. You can connect with parents. You can connect with staff. So why Bitmoji? Because it's interactive, it's engaging, it's accessible, and it's fun, of course.
And Erica, I'm sorry to interrupt, but do you mind closing out your notes section? There's a box. So, there we go. Okay. Now we can see it. Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome. No problem. Alrighty. So here are some ways we can use the Bitmoji classroom. So for the sake of time, I am going to click on certain things that I feel like I really want to share with you guys today that are important. But the link is in the presentation shared on the KYGoDigital. So if you have time, please go back and look at all those different things. So let's get started. So this is one of my main classrooms that I am currently using right now for summer school. And with the Bitmoji classroom, I keep the same layout. So I have 6 weeks of lessons planned already. Same background. I don't change my format. You can if you want to, but I am able to link differentiated reading level books. So talk about differentiation, right? You're able to link those books, and I use a site called education.com, and it's paid membership. We'll kind of click over to that site because I want you to be able to see what I see. So the students are able to click on that site, and it's leveled readers. So I am able to put different leveled readers in my Bitmoji classroom where the students are able to click and read the book. It will either read to them or they can read the book themselves. So when we go back and they're finished with the textbook, they can then log into my summer reading log. And here I have these as where you can make a copy. So if you want this information, you can have it. It is yours. We always love goodies. So you can click on my summer reading log, and it's geared toward the Jan Richardson model that I have set up for my students. And I'm not going to click on it again for the sake of time, but I want you to go ahead and do that in your spare time. And here are games that I had for week 4. It's also linked to the education.com website, as well as a math notebook. So when the students are able to able to work on the math, I have that math topic already posted up in my Bitmoji classroom. They're able to click on it, and it'll take them to my very own interactive math notebook that I made. So let's go back to this slide. So I also created some Bitmoji rewards for my students because it's really important and I'm going to leave it in the this mode, but it's really important for students to, especially dealing with our ECE students, for them to have a sense of rewards. And so I'm giving them virtual learners of the week. So if they're able to just complete the task or complete those works during NTI, I'm able to provide that for my students. So that's another link that I have for you guys to share. One important thing is I noticed during NTI is how are ECE teachers supposed to make sure that we are collecting data, or making sure that we're sticking with the SDIs, or making sure that we're accommodating students with those needs. So I absolutely love this. I took time and created my very own virtual daily tracker. And I'm going to put that in present mode for you because I want to just do a quick walkthrough of what that looks like. So these are linkable tabs, and the student is able to work on their work at home. So I can share this with my students, and they can do this on their own or with me or with their parent. And what's another fun way to engage the parents in learning? So this is like a point sheet. This is what I use in my classroom for my learners, but we now have to make everything digital. We now have to make everything virtual. So the students are able to take brain breaks, and the brain breaks will connect them to one of my social skills rooms, and we'll get to that. So I'm not going to click on every tab, but I just wanted to show you all the unlimited possibilities and ways you can engage your learners in the classroom virtually. The next classroom I would love to show you, because we are ECE, is social emotional learning classroom. I'm going to skip down to our sensory classroom. This is one of my favorite classrooms. I really love the hangout. My class name is called the Wolf Pack, and I take pride in that. And I tell you, my students will howl on command for you if you tell them to. So they really love that. But this room is tied to really just a calming room, as well as with our school, a state agency school, and I'm at Western Day, my therapist is inside the classroom. So she's using some of these tools and technologies with the students. So I want you to listen in on some of the things that you're able to do with the Bitmoji classroom, like linking audio. So let's listen in.
We are going to practice triangle breathing. You will inhale for 3 counts, hold your breath for 3 counts, and exhale for 3 counts.
What an amazing way for the learners to be able to come down, be able to utilize those coping skills or coping strategies. So you're still meeting the students' needs with a Bitmoji classroom for social skills, and making sure that we're being diligent with IEP goals and those kinds of things, as well as calm down bottles. Here you can link a video to for the parent and the student to engage in how to create calm down bottles. And I do that with my students in the classroom. So it's Bitmoji classrooms. It's like bringing your classroom to life digitally. Here I have linked as well. I'm a big fan of Class Dojo. And with this, you're able to work on specific social skill needs. So think about mindfulness and all those things that you're doing within the classroom. And again, not just for ECE students, anyone can use this. So I'm going to click over here to our Class Dojo, and the students are able to watch the video that I have up for them. They're able to discuss the topic and then share out the information that they've learned from the video and the discussion questions that I have for them inside of the Google Classroom. So we're going to track back for a couple of slides. And then we're going to go down to our social skills classroom. This is one of my favorite classrooms. I absolutely love it. I have a Star Labs in my classroom, and I am able to bring Star Labs to life for my students. They're able to go over in the little area in my classroom and utilize the those tangible things like fidget spinners and blocks and games and coloring sheets. So I was like, what can I do to make sure that my students are still getting those skills that they need? So that is virtual coloring sheet. They're still getting social skills. We work on zones of regulation. There is a timer that I've uploaded in my virtual Star Labs, 15 minutes. There are Go Noodle videos that are SafeTube linked, and I've actually created tutorials of how to do that. We're not going to go in that today, but here they're able to click on games. And another fun, exciting thing is a very interactive PDF tool that the students are able to use. We're going to take a look at that. Hopefully it doesn't take too long to load up, but I found some really great sites. It's just another fun way to engage your learners digitally and virtually. So let's give it a minute to load. Hopefully it will. This may take a few minutes. And if not, you can go back and click on that. But it's here we go. It's an interactive PDF. So guys, this is amazing. So the students are able to actually type inside of here. So I wanted to give them that piece, not just your basic worksheets or how you're feeling. I want them to be able to express that and type that. And I wanted it to be interactive. So what makes you happy? We're almost at lunchtime. So I'm going to type food, of course. Food makes us happy. So the students are able to save it and then upload that to me through Google Classroom or through email. Alrighty. Another fun tool, we'll go back, is a way to communicate with our parents. So it's all about, and I'm going to kind of go back out of my present screen for a little bit, but here are some parent supports I'm actually going to click on. just to give you an overview of the parent support. So you can actually have a parent support page or a parent portal page for your school, where you can link your calendar. I have our newsletter linked. So just another way, think about going back to school. What is that going to look like for our students? You can do a whole registration parent Bitmoji classroom. Everything is right there at the tip of their fingertips. How cool and amazing is that for our parents, for our students, and for our staff? Okay. We're going to go back into present screen. Here's another fun app a teacher friend of mine created, which is a parent app. So everything is all about technology, right? So you want to make sure that you're continuing to engage those parents. And definitely, last but not least, I wanted to make sure that I am providing you guys with all of the resources that are needed. I'm going to put closed captioning back on because I just realized that it's not on. But I wanted to make sure that I'm providing you guys with all the resources that you are needed. So the ones that I have starred are the videos that I personally have given tutorials on. I have been able to be a part of some amazing groups, and there are so many amazing educators out there that are engaging in the Bitmoji classroom. So, we call that beg, borrow, and steal. So they have allowed me to share some of their resources. So the ones that are starred are things that I've put together for you. And so this is a way of resources that you can use for your Bitmoji classroom. Here are ways you can share that Bitmoji classroom, whether it's Schoology, whether it's Google Classroom, however you're using those platforms to share. That's directions that we've created for you. Here is some how to link assignments for you as well as resources. So how do I get started with the Bitmoji classroom? Well, I've given you all the tools down here. Here are some special education accessibility. Here are some themes and backgrounds that I've created for you so that way you can use. Here is a ultimate library. This educator is totally amazing. Of all the digital library books, everything is already linked for you. Classroom items that you can add to your Bitmoji classrooms, as well as walls and signs. So there are just so many different things. And we're going to kind of backtrack in the slide because there was one important thing that I really wanted to share with you guys. I am very hands-on with my learners. And being away from them, I wasn't able to do the things that I normally do inside of my classroom with them daily, which is interactive notebooks. I love a good interactive notebook. It's hands-on, it's engaging, and it's interactive. So what I did was I created my very own interactive math notebook. And I'm going to go ahead and open that up for you guys to see. You can have it. It is yours. You can tweak it, change it, any kind of way you really, really like. I'm going to put this in present mode. But I'm not going to put this in present mode because I want to show you how you're able to type in here. So I took a really long time creating this, but if you can give your students those math problems and they can type them in, oh my gosh, I know, right? How exciting. On top of that, what I'm going to do later is create an interactive notebook with problems already filled out. So all of my students have to do is go and say, answer those problems. So this is for you to use. Also, what I've done is say if you have a struggling learner, or of course, like I said, I teach ECE. So my students are always struggling. How am I providing them with math manipulatives? So I'm going to put this in present mode one more time, and then I'm going to click on my math toolbox. So what I did was I found a wonderful site for base 10 blocks for the student to go over, and you can interact and engage with your student and utilizing the base 10 blocks for your student with that digital math notebook. Amazing stuff.
Wow, Erica, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but this is amazing. And the chat is on fire for you, giving you so much love. So you'll have to go back and make sure you check that. If it's okay with you, are those resources linked right there on the,
yes,
I see it.
Everything is
okay,
linked.
great. So if, for our viewers, you can check out her presentation on the schedule. We have it linked up for you. and reach out to her on Twitter. She's on Twitter, an amazing educator. And we want to go ahead, if that's okay, and let Sherry take over for her session.
Yes. Let me slide out.
That was great.
Share.
All right, Sherry. So whenever you're ready, you can share your screen.
Okay, I am ready, and I am going to get this up here. And I am coming to you live from the tech office in Carroll County. Can you see my screen?
Yep, I can see it. If you can go ahead and hide that bar there and turn on your closed captioning for us.
Okay, absolutely. So I'm going to talk to you about tech tools that you can use for your English learners and your special education students, and actually all of your learners. So the first thing I want to talk about is this closed captioning, because it is super important. So why use closed captioning? The better question is why not? For our English learners, we know that they need comprehensible input, which means input that they can understand. And by giving them the opportunity to not only listen, but to also read the text on the screen, we're going to increase the chance that they're understanding what we're talking about when we're presenting. It also helps them with their word and sound recognition. We know that English is weird, and so sometimes they might know a word when they hear it, but not when they see it, or vice versa. And so this just gives them a better opportunity to understand. And there's also research that shows that closed captioning increases focus for all students, not just our English learners, not just our students who are struggling readers. I'm a huge Outlander fan. Give me a wave in that chat if you're an Outlander fan, but I don't know about you, but when they get deep into their Scottish brogue, it's really hard for me to understand sometimes, even though that's English. And so it helps me understand even as a native English speaker. So definitely use your closed captioning when you're playing YouTube videos in your classroom. Make sure you turn those closed captions on. Make sure you teach your newcomers how to get to the automatic closed captioning in their native language if it's available. And I would also encourage you to teach students how to slow down or increase the speed on videos. I'm going to talk to you about 3 Chrome extensions that you and all students should have. One is record to slides. This is very new. It comes from Clay Codes. And it's only been out about a month or so. It allows you to record a video directly into a slide rather than having to use a separate extension and then upload that. We're going to talk about Mote, which allows you to use voice commenting in Google Docs, slides, classroom, and sheets. And then we'll talk about Grammarly, which provides writing help for your students, and it's available in Google Docs, Gmail, Office 365, Twitter, and even other places on the web. So first, we're going to look at record to slides. I'm going to have to go out of present mode, and we're going to lose closed captioning for a bit, but I hope you'll stick with me. When you need to give a quick explanation, you can record directly in slides. So if you notice up here, I have this little blue icon. And when I click that, that's going to pop up with a video screen. It's really simple to use. I have a green button. I can go ahead and start recording, click stop. It's going to process my video. And then I can click OK, and it's going to automatically process that video and drop it right into my slides. So if you've got directions that you need to give to students really quickly, and you don't want to have to use another extension like Screencastify, which honestly is my favorite and I love it, but I really like this for something quick. You also can have students use this. I know that my students come to me from other countries with no tech experience. So this is going to be great. If I need them to do some fluency practice, I can put some text on the screen or give them some text to read, and they're going to be able to record right here, and they're not going to have to know how to go and use Screencastify, set the sharing permission so that I'll be able to see it, and then upload it here. So that's why I really like record to slides. Let me go back into present mode. Mote is another extension that I found about back in the spring. And what I really love about Mote is it allows you to put in voice comments into Docs. It works in Slides. I found out yesterday it works in Google Classroom even, and in Sheets. And so again, it gives students the chance to not only see your comment, written comment, but also to hear your comment. And for students, it's going to allow them to freedom to give you a comment or ask a question of you in an output that they prefer. So if they're a better speaker than they are a writer in English, or for your special education students that might struggle with writing, this would give them the opportunity to ask you those questions or give you the information that you need by speaking. So I want to, again, go out of present mode and just show you really quickly what that's going to look like on your screen. So I signed into both of my Chrome accounts, and I was able to give my own self a comment using my personal account. And you can see how that this comes up. You click, the student would click on play. So they're going to be able to see that and hear that. What does that look like if you want to be able to leave a comment? Well, if I use my control shortcut, Control-Alt-M, to leave a comment in this document, you'll see that I get this note icon that pops up, and all I have to do is click on that. It's going to automatically start recording. You have up to 1.5 minutes. It's going to think about what I said. And one of the things that's also good about this is that if you have students that don't have the Mote extension, it is still going to be able to give them a link that they can go to the Mote website to hear your comment. I'm not sure why it's taking so long. It didn't take long this yesterday. It's probably because I am recording or using my mic for other purposes. But what this also does is it gives you a chance to edit your transcript. So when it pops up, if it didn't understand what you said, you have the chance to edit that so that what is on the screen for them to read is the exact same thing that you said. So I'm just going to hit cancel on that. Let's go back into slideshow. And so that's Mote. The next thing I want to talk to you about is Grammarly. And I know that a lot of people use this professionally. People in business use this to edit their work and make sure that their sentences are clear and that they've spelled things correctly. So what I did is I took and wrote 3 sentences that would be common sentences that I might see from my student, or common errors that I might see from my Spanish-speaking students. Because they might leave out the to on an infinitive verb, for instance. Or instead of saying, I am 15 years old, they might say, I have 15 years old. And so this is what it's going to look like in Grammarly before they make any edits. And this is what it's going to look like after. They're going to be able to click on those just like you would in an auto or in a spell check program and accept those changes. So how can we use this instructionally? If you teach students how to go into their version history, they're going to be able to see all of those edits that took place. And what I really like about this is they can then give you a screenshot of all of the changes that they made, or you can go into their version history if they've shared their document with you, and you're going to see the changes that they made along with those errors that they made. And you can ask students to reflect on the changes that they made. Were those changes accurate? What grammar rule is being applied by Grammarly in this? Can you write another sentence in that same form? Imitate that sentence structure using the rule properly this time. Teachers, this is a great way to see patterns in your students' writing and to be able to build many lessons for small groups of students or even for your whole class. Another great thing that you should do for your newcomers. I get students who, as I said before, they come to me and they've never had a computer. They've never used a computer in school. And so even just opening up multiple tabs in Chrome can be a difficulty for them. And so if I'm asking them to use Google Classroom and now they're having to navigate a platform in English with words like stream or classwork or people, words that aren't cognates in Spanish. And I will say most of my students are Spanish speakers. If we can, the first time that they're going to go use Google Classroom, at the end of that URL, type in that $HL equals, and then use the language code. And this is linked. So for Spanish, it's ES, and you can see in the GIF that it is showing you how to do that. And it immediately changes it into a platform that now they can understand. It's not going to change all of your comments and all of your classwork. But it is going to let them know, where do I need to click to get to what I need? And let them use that for a month until they're really comfortable with the platform. And then when you switch that back to English, now they're already going to know what that word stream means because they've been using stream for a month. The other thing that you should do the first time you turn that into or put that in their native language is bookmark it in that native language so that they don't have to keep coming back in every single time and changing it into their native language. There is so much more that if I had time, I would be sharing with you. Google Docs, make sure your students know that you can use voice typing. We have the new word prediction function that if students have cell phones, they're probably really comfortable using. It has translation. Your Google Slides has translation. It has an audio upload feature. Flipgrid is one of my favorite apps. It's got immersive reader. There is a new audio only feature coming out on August the 1st. So for your students like mine who hate to be on camera, that's another way that you're going to be able to have them practice fluency or to share reflections or talk to you. And then another tool that you might not be familiar with is called Screencastify Submit. It is super easy to use. It has been in beta form, and I did do some practice with it back during our spring NTI. It is so easy because students literally get a link. They click record, they click stop, they click submit, and then you get to watch those videos drop into your Google Drive. The other thing that they did as a result of their beta testing is they made that available and working on all devices. So even if your student only has a cell phone or a tablet, they're going to be able to use that link. I also want to give a shout out to Amy. I had tuned in earlier when she was talking about Wakelet, and I absolutely love Wakelet. I love that it uses immersive reader, and I use Wakelet with my students a lot during NTI so that I have all of those together. Immersive reader is really the way to go for all of your students who need a reader, who need translation. So I think we may be out of time, or there might be time for questions, but please follow Erica and me on Twitter. We appreciate you joining us, and definitely check out all of these great apps that we shared.
Thank you, Sherry. We had a couple people from the chat wanting your presentation. So if you could get that linked up for us on our KYGoDigital slide deck, we can get that over to all of the attendees. But lots of love for you and Erica today. So thank you both so much.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you all so much, Erica and Sherry. You've been great. DJ Chan the Man is heading out, so I think Kathleen might be as well, and hand it over to Danielle. So we're going to give everybody a little morning round of applause for an awesome morning.
Great morning. And actually, I'm going to be around all day. I'll be around all day. Danielle will be back tomorrow. I'll be with you, Matt. You are so lucky. All afternoon.
I am about to introduce Brandy New to introduce our afternoon 12:30 keynote. But before we do that, let's give Brandy New a little a breakdown. All right.
Not warned that was a part of the gig.
I expect you to have glow sticks tomorrow, Brandy.
So sorry.
All right, so Brandy New is an incredible educator out of Hardin County, and I'm going to let her take it away.
Glad to be here with you, Matt. Hey, I'm super excited to introduce our afternoon keynote, Hal Davidson, because I have seen him on YouTube, but never live on YouTube. So this is like a real special experience for me, sir, this afternoon. But he has keynoted like major educational conferences all over the U.S. and internationally. He's a former K-12 bilingual math teacher who is an integral force in creating and providing internet-based video on-demand lessons for classroom. He's become a leading guru of virtual environments, learning with mobile devices, social media, and digital textbooks. He has seen thousands of student projects through the guidance of the nation's oldest student media festival, and he is currently with Discovery Education. He is a Global Learning Initiative Senior Director. He's also on the International Society for Technology Education's board, so ISTE, for those of us who know that. And in 2020, he was the host of a series of events building upon the impact of distance learning in traditional education. So really excited to be with you this afternoon, sir, and finally see your face in person, kind of.
Well, thank you very much. So, you have to walk me through this. It's a great introduction. As you get older, they sound more and more like obituaries. So my screen is showing, yes. I've done a lot of distance things, but not in Google Hangout before. So this is kind of fun. And
we're not seeing your screen. We're seeing your face.
Great. I'm going to share my screen in just a second, but it's all going to be slides, so this is your only chance to actually see me. So I am coming to you live from Hollywood, California, where I moved after teaching in Tennessee and then teaching in California. It's been a lot of fun. So I'm going to share my screen, but I didn't want to see everybody. And I've been watching the conference this morning, and it's great. I'm a huge caption fan. As a former ELA teacher, it was great. All right, so I'm going to share my screen. And let's go here. Oh, look, it's infinite. And I'm just going to go to my slides. And again, let me know if this doesn't work out, because I'm just kind of blow through all this stuff. So there's the link to where these handouts are going to be. You'll get the whole PowerPoint presentation. Yes, it's PowerPoint. And also as a PDF, which is a lower download. You heard who I am. This session is going to be about sort of a tour through the new realities. Jefferson County is not going back. The district where I taught for years is not going back. So we're in a new reality here. But one thing technology can do is sort of take you out of your desktop and take you different places. So that's what we're going to talk about. And we're going to end up talking about SEL, which has become really hugely important. I was really glad to answer the call here. My whole family is from really central Kentucky, Scott County and Owen County. Both my parents were there, went to elementary school there, graduated from Georgetown College. So we're sort of a Kentucky family. And I visited online their elementary school where they went, and the name is escaping me right now. So it's really great to be back in the bluegrass, even virtually. It gives me a chance to tell a story that I've never told before because it wasn't relevant. But now my mother, who was in Scott County, father died when she was young. It was my grandfather, died when she was very young. And this was the 30s. So in those days, you went to work. So she was 9 years old. She had relatives in the Kentucky State Senate. And there she is at the very bottom. You can't sort of see her there, but that's my mother at the age of 9 going to work at the state senate. And she would go from Scott County to Frankfort and work there all week. And what she earned as she stayed there up through college was enough money to pay for Georgetown and then pay for Duke, where she went for graduate school. There she is delivering something to her uncle, Fred Harrison from Williamstown, where the rest of the family is from. Anyway, as I was looking at this, I was getting kind of nostalgic because I haven't been back in a while. So I thought I'd go back and see if I could find my grandmother's house where I spent all the summers from kindergarten up through high school. And sure enough, I went. It's on Jackson Street, and I was in Street View, Google Street View, which kids can access, which you can access from a phone or from a computer. And sure enough, there is the house. Now, once I went on this tour, just like technology can do, I realized there was more I could develop. So when my grandmother died and they sold the house, I learned a couple of things. One, the walls weren't actually yellow. They were white. That was 80 years of tobacco smoke that had turned the walls yellow. They also realized when they redid the walls that this was a Montgomery Ward house. And yes, in those days, you ordered houses online. So I went online to see if I could actually find the house, the model from Montgomery Ward. Sears also sold a lot of these. And so for $2,578, I'm pretty sure that this is the house. What do you think? And now they added the porch on the front. They moved it around. You could get different variations, but it was a Montgomery Ward house. So again, by going someplace and stimulating a direct experience for me, I use the technology to go even deeper. Now, one of the interesting things I thought about was Amazon, which is today's version of Montgomery Ward and Sears and Roebuck, right? You see a picture, you click on it, it's delivered to you. I wondered if you could buy a house from Amazon. And the answer is, why, yes, you can. You can buy a $14,999 house. Shipping is not free, it's $3,000. And there is some assembly required, I'm sure. Anyway, so the new version of the old. Watch the shipping. So here's the thing. I did go in Google Street View, but when I went in VR, as opposed to Street View, when I put on a headset and went in there, the experience is very different. VR now is high res. We're going to talk about price and other stuff later, but the it's what we call an embodied cognitive experience. It's really a whole different thing. It hits you emotionally, hits you in a lot of different ways. It's not just some woo-woo stuff. Walmart's now using it for training. It's a way to keep things standard. As you put on a headset, you're looking in a Walmart store, and the training is pretty good. If you're interested, there's the link to the VR at the bottom. So I thought I would use this. We don't just talk about it. I have a friend who does a nonprofit with inner city kids in Pennsylvania, from Philadelphia and Harrisburg, and they have to do a virtual thing this year. Every year they bring everybody together in a college campus, mainly middle school kids. These are two middle school teachers that have put this foundation together. And they bring them together and they explore and they do maker spaces and a lot of other stuff. It has to be virtual this year. So they asked me if I could kick off one of the days, and Friday VR, these are the list of the places these kids wanted to be. And you see most of them wanted to be in Paris. So you can go in a headset, in an Oculus headset, in a Go or a Quest, and you can actually go live. So we're going to do a lot what we're doing now. KYGoDigital is doing this through YouTube. You do it through Facebook Live, which means that either through a family or through if all the families have Facebook accounts and just follow the school and the school just follows the family, that would work. Or you can just go, which is what I'm going to do, directly to a person who follows you on Facebook, and then they push it out through YouTube or through Zoom, through something else. So you can do this anyway. So we're going to go, and I found they all wanted to go to Paris. The majority wanted to go to Paris. So I found a person who actually went to high school in Paris. She's here on this conference right now in KYGoDigital, but I don't know how we can turn on a mic, but she was going to show people what it's like to be in Paris, where she went in high school. These are the catacombs, which we figured would really excite middle school kids. And as you can see, I can look around, I can navigate. In some experiences, you can literally walk around a little bit, take a few steps inside. So we think this will help engage those middle school kids and get them started. And once you do that, we're using Wander. Once you do that, you never know exactly who you're impacting. An embodied cognitive experience may be something that's really important. So this is Ray Montague. Ray Montague was one of those hidden figure types, shattered the glass ceiling. He was the first person to really bring computer design into shipbuilding. She could turn out ships faster than ever before because she was a computer programmer, something she learned on her own. Not learned on her own, but something that she had been inspired to do. She was the first person in the armed forces to do this, even though she actually wasn't in the armed forces. She was a civilian contractor. And where did she get her inspiration? When she was 7 years old, her grandfather took her on a tour in Arkansas. She's from Arkansas, to a captured German submarine. So she went in and looked around. This actually found a picture of a German submarine from World War II. She saw those dials and asked the tour guide, well, who knows how this stuff works? And he said, those are engineers, honey, and you don't have to worry about that. And from that moment, she said, I'm going to be an engineer. So she became an engineer. So how long was she in that submarine? A few minutes? 5. Certainly you're not going to spend a lot of time with a 7-year-old girl if you're on the tour. So didn't take long for that inspiration to happen. So we want to be able to bring kids to experiences that may help set them on their life path. Again, I can do it with one headset and push it out. Here's one. This was funded by Ellen DeGeneres, but you want to kind of relax a little bit, so maybe you want to look around the rainforest. So this is an actual rainforest. I hope you can hear the birds and stuff. And you look around at different vegetation, which is okay as you look around and you're a little relaxed, and you look around to your left and realize there are 2 gorillas coming to you. Now, this camera is mounted, I think, inside an animal-like thing. But look, so here are the gorillas. I mean, to me, that is just a really powerful experience. So we don't know who that will impact, but it can. Would I say get a couple of headsets and send them around? People have done that. Yeah, you could, but you can also do it from a central place. So we're looking at VR and talking about the fact that we're able to visit other things like the gorillas. And again, the link to that is there. But you can also create. I know creating is important. Creation is important in Kentucky. I've been watching the conference. A lot of stuff is about students creating work, which is fantastic. This is, on the left, Becky Goddard, sixth grade teacher, had her students recreate Philadelphia. So they built Philadelphia in VR using CoSpaces. CoSpaces, they were using the free version of CoSpaces. The Gorilla video also is free, by the way, if you want to go visit that link. So Becky kids had built the VR, but she'd never actually walked around inside it. So we were at a teacher conference, the Discovery Education one. Discovery Education, I meant to say, used to be everywhere in Kentucky. Now that we've gone digital, we're maybe hoping to come back. But so we were at a teacher event that we do for teachers nationally, and I gave her the headset. This was last year because now it's all virtual. And this is her walking around for the first time inside her student creation. So there she's in the yard. Now you see she's able to walk around and fly through the city that her kids built on their computers in CoSpaces. Anyway, so it was a lot of fun. We were pushing that out through Facebook Live, and it was astonishing to see people just start to join. So we were just doing it in that room, but people from, it turned out, all over the country came in. So look, in order to get the embodied cognitive experience at a level that you really want, the breakthrough was the Quest and the Go, which for $149 gave you a standalone experience that you used to have to put up a gamer computer to do. It used to cost really like $1,200 to do this. So here's the list of what you can do. Could you start out with Google Cardboard, $2.99 or less from Amazon? Absolutely. That's certainly where I started. You look around, you see the possibilities, you find resources. There are people that have done whole class experiences when not virtually, but when we were all in school in headsets. And people would, especially in English language learners, one would visit one place, let's say Egypt, another would visit another, let's say, the catacombs. Then they'd share their experiences with language. So you don't have to have the heavy ones, but boy, if I were you, I would lean out for them because the embodied experience is huge. I have an app where you walk out on a plank over a city, or like at the 50th floor. And you know, when you put this on, that you're not on the 50th floor, but people cannot walk that plank. That's an embodied cognitive experience. That's called Ritchie's plank experience if you want to try it. Anyway, so here's what I'd recommend. You say, this is $150, this is the wrong year to do it. I would have to speak at Congress on this. We went to Emerging Tech for Social Change because a congressman realized how important VR was for post-traumatic stress syndrome. You could go in and do a lot of different things. It is a calming experience. I was watching the session before where they showed the calming room. The best-selling apps aside from games are meditation. Anyway, so I put everybody in headsets. They did it. I would say go to the Kentucky Senate and show them, have some kids, do some distancing, hand them a headset, just make sure you start on the right page. Anyway, the other thing that's important is that you want to really realize that kids do need to get away. They do need to find a place that's safe and space. They do need digital recess. This is a place that I go. I'm in California, and we're locked down. I'm in that danger demographic, so I never go out. But I can go in VR and visit people and listen to them have crazy conversations. Just because some people are nuts, you know what I mean? For kids, they do need digital recess. Let's make sure we emphasize that. Kids can go in Minecraft, build their social skills there. They can talk to each other on Flipgrid. They can do a lot of things. Let's not forget how important recess is. And especially if we can't go back, we have to make sure they develop those interpersonal skills that are so important. So digital recess, what's that going to be? Well, we don't know, but let's explore, right? Minecraft is certainly a good way to do it. There's an article on building social skills. When just to emphasize this, you heard about the series that I was the moderator for about distance learning. There's a Kermit Belcher from Jefferson County who was great. And all these people shared what they'd been doing. They'd all been, without notice, put in an entirely different educational environment. And here's some things they learned. And there's not time to go through all of these because I want to give you some SEL material you can use in schools and the kids can use at home. Look, they had hat days, they had virtual talent shows. All that stuff is really important. And by the end of this series, which was the end of the school year, people realized, and these were administrators mainly, that you got to love first. You got to listen, learn, and lead, but you got to love first. And people started doing wellness checks. And one district had wellness Wednesdays. You had to have patience with parents. You had to have patience with students. And you had to take care of yourself first. And the learning sometimes inevitably becomes secondary because you had to make sure the learner's ready and that the teachers are ready. Anyway, that was great stuff. So these are some SEL tools. Just wanted to make sure you had. These are things that Discovery Education has done. These are free. We've done these with partners like LG. LG said, we know kids are stressed out. This was pre-COVID. We know kids are stressed out. What can we do to have them experience happiness? So if you go to that site, learnerexperiencehappiness.com, you'll learn about, kids can learn about the 6 sustainable happiness skills. There are videos in there. That's me and one of the new Mythbusters hosts. And we go in and talk to people who have done the science, putting electrodes on people, putting them in fMRI machines to see really what makes you happy. And those are the 6, you see that, but those are the 6 sustainable skills. And here are the videos that break down the 6 things that they know make people happy and how students can do sort of calisthenics to be happy, little exercises. So you can go there. You can see there's a site for educators. Oh, I wish there was time to go through these, but there's the link. And these links are all in the handout too. LearnExperienceHappiness.com. There's educators. There's also something for parents. Parents are now with their kids more than they ever thought they would be. Let them work on parents together. So there's parent toolkits, there's family material, and all that's great. That's mainly, that's a sort of a K-12 environment, although it leans heavily on secondary. This is for elementary, Soar with Wings, social emotional skills for school and life. There are virtual field trips here, just like there were virtual field trips in the Happiness Project. Some of these will make you cry. They're just so good and so impactful. But look, again, there's educators and family sections. There's videos and field trips. These are the activities for a classroom. They're digital lesson bundles. So could you push this out through Google Classroom? Yes. So this is funded by Allstate, people that said, you know what, this is important. Let's make sure it gets out there. Wings and Discovery. So again, all this is outside. All this is free. If you have Discovery Education, it's all actually searchable inside, along with all those 190,000 assets. But that's what that is. And again, family activities, creating sort of a Zen zone at home. So really important. One more I want to show you, and then not time for the video for LG, although that's a good one. Tiger Woods Foundation, also great. This is terrific, funded by Tiger Woods. As you can see there's curriculum. There's also families material. If you go in there, there is LCL stuff, but a whole lot more. Look at how good this stuff is. And if you go in deep, I mean, get yourself, a bottle of wine and give yourself a weekend and go through some of these resources. It's great. I shouldn't say that, but it's California. Personal statements. This is one of the things that I think is really good. If you're a family, and college is a big emphasis of this, people that don't traditionally go to college, if you're of a certain income level, you hire a tutor to help your daughter or son write a personal statement. This walks you through how to do that. It's a 45-9-minute video, but these are resources that are really important. Last one, Operation Prevention. Opioids are hugely important. This is from the DEA and the curriculum writers at Discovery, but the virtual field trip is very impactful. Watch it. I just watched that with Ice-T. It's pretty heavy. It's about, well, you have to go see it. But this, again, is about opioids and the science of opioids, not just scare you. It's not dare. It's about the science of it. This is the elementary lessons. They're all the way through middle school and high school. But I love this one. You got kids at home. Show them what a medicine bottle is. Show them what it means. I don't know what medicine bottles mean, but until I saw this lesson, it tells you how, explains it, how many times you're supposed to take it, what are the grams, all that other stuff. So those are hugely important things. And again, we're running out of time, but if you act now, you'll be able to go to that resource page and find lots of other stuff, all free: SEL, health and wellness, science, STEM, and exploration. Each of these are very deep curriculum exercises, digital bundles for the classroom that you can send home via Google Classroom or whatever else. So I want to end with a video that was made by elementary students here in California. One of the things I get to do is host the California Student Media Festival, which I've done for over 20 years, and I see student work all the time. And one group sent in this video that was just so prescient for the COVID crisis. I want to end with that. So I've got a 2-minute clip of that. But I also wanted to just give this ending. This is, and again, where am I going to be able to show this headstone except at KYGoDigital? This is my grandmother. That's where Hall Davidson came from. You notice a couple of things. One, when they carved it, they got her middle initial wrong. And she said, just give me a discount. You know, I'm going to be looking at it from the other side anyway. So she got a discount, and they recarved the initial. But somebody, and she died in 2005, said, you know, it doesn't matter when you were born. And she was born before airplanes, before the internet, before television, really before radio. And they said, it's not the dates that are important. It's what you do with the hyphen, right? What you do with the time in between. I think she did a pretty good job with hers. In K-12, we got a lot of hyphens. We got the next school year coming. It's going to be very different. We got them from kindergarten through 12th grade. Let's do something really important with the hyphen. And I think technology is a tool that makes this so much more effective. It is an amplifier. All these things you're learning as I look through the conference agenda, these are huge. We have new challenges and we have new tools. Let's pay attention to learning, to cognitive experiences. VR can give you embodied cognitive experiences, but we also need to look at the whole child. And I know everything I've seen at this conference, tuning in this morning, has done that. So my hats are absolutely off to everybody that's done that. Again, this is a video now shot pre-COVID. You can tell because they're not 6 feet apart. It's shot pre-COVID. And I hope you can hear them. This is them. This is, I believe, a 4th grade. Not sure, but this is what they react to when a disease, an epidemic, is coming to town. Let's listen.
Everybody's really sick. Something's happening here. We should go talk to the doctor. Yeah. The doctor's really sick. I've never seen anything like it. I don't know what I should do. What's going on here? We gotta get some help. Yeah, we have to warn people. What are you waiting for? You long. We're in the middle of a party here. Everyone's gotta get out of here. There's something coming in that's gonna wipe out the whole town. Look, kids, I don't get to have parties very often, so let us enjoy it, okay? Please listen to us. We have to leave. Come with us.
Anyway, they walk away discouraged. I wish I could see the chat. They walk away discouraged, but at the end of the video, they find a doctor.
Hi, kids. What's going on? Slow down, kids. We can fix this. Really? Really? That's great. And the town will be saved. Yes, the town will be saved.
There, you get the idea. The town is saved. So that's how it works. I'm going to stop sharing in a second just to say hi. And I hope you got that. It's so hard to do these without getting any feedback. But this meant a lot to me. I hope it had value to you. Everything, those links, those videos, and the PowerPoint, you can get at tinyurl.com, HD handouts. Guess what? Hall Davidson, get it? HD handouts. And that's it. And I'll leave that up for a second, and then I'm going to stop sharing because I think it'll still be there. And now I can go out and see if anybody but me was having a good time. So there I am. I'll put this over. I'm not sharing the screen anymore. It's just me, right? I didn't get to the chat. I'll go to YouTube and take a look at everything. But if you have any questions, post it, and maybe somebody will come through and tell me, since I'm not able to see it myself. Brandy, were you there? Were you somebody moderating? Was that?
We were checking out your chat, and people were absolutely loving it. It seems like so many resources they were unaware of. And so that was huge for us. So we appreciate it. And so many people that really resonated with the hyphen and thinking about that. And I think we think about that on life terms, but the K-12 hyphen there too really hit home. So yeah, check it out for us. Thank you so much for saying yes and being here today.
It is my pleasure, and I'm stunned at the crack organization that has actually made this conference move on time all day. It is a staggering achievement for somebody that's been going to conferences for 40 years. So congratulations. I don't know how you do it, but it's great. Anyway, enjoy those resources. They're all free. Go to the link. I think there's something there that you could really send home and have a good time with. And don't forget to play with VR just a little tiny bit.
Well, Hall, I was here. I was checking out all this VR stuff, and I really feel like I was transported to somewhere mystical. So it was truly an awesome keynote. Thank you so much. And it is a perfect way to kick off all of the awesomeness that's going to be happening with our Western Kentucky leaders taking the stage in just a minute. Before we do that, I just wanted to say that we do not have a lunch break built in, as I'm sure you guys can tell by looking at the schedule. However, we do hope that you can carry your computer around the house with you or your phone or whatever it might be and continue to listen as you make yourself a snack. I tweeted earlier that I made myself some breakfast with a duck egg while my wife and I were watching this on the big screen downstairs. So we'll be here all day, and we hope that you will too. But please don't starve yourself because you don't want to miss a minute of all this great action. So coming up after Mr. Davidson here, we have Leanne Yonker and Justin Browning. Leanne is from Glasgow, and Justin Browning is from Barron County, and we are super happy to have them here. And as Leanne comes in, we're going to get some beats pumping. You guys should really try out this VR stuff. It's crazy. Some would say almost unreal. Leanne, how are you?
Hey, I'm great. Can you guys hear okay?
Yes.
Perfect. What a fantastic way to have a conference. Like, we are literally on our way back from vacation. And so this is my setting for my presentation. I'm so excited. So I know everybody's probably going to go grab a Sammy, and that's cool, but take me with you because you're going to want to hear everything has rolled through today. It's been amazing. All right.
Hey, Leanne, we're having a little bit of glitch here for a second. It's probably because you're outside in that gorgeous background you have there. So we'll give you just a second. Maybe it'll refresh itself here.
There we go. Okay, that's here, okay? Let me know.
Yep, you sound great.
Okay, perfect. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here. My name, of course, is Leanne Yonker. I do teach at Glasgow High School. I am the journalism, intro to programming, digital literacy, help desk girl at Glasgow High School. I could not be more proud to be a Scotty. And I was asked to share today what I'm doing to help create digitally savvy students. And while I love what I'm doing and I think it's so important, elementary teachers, do not turn off your computer and run away, because I too am a former elementary educator. And so everything that I'm going to share with you today, I want you to know that it is something that you can absolutely implement into your classrooms. If I could give one piece of advice, I would say, let me turn on my captions here. I want you guys to be able to get everything. If I could give one piece of advice for this school year, act as though NTI is going to start tomorrow. If you have the technology and the devices to implement the way you want your NTI to look, start it day one. I think that is going to make everybody's lives so much easier. Your lives, your students' lives, it's going to make it very seamless. So what I want to share with you today is, as the journalism teacher at Glasgow High School, I created the Scotty Scoop last year. And on the Scotty Scoop, I had 30 kids in a journalism class, and I'm like, I cannot put 30 kids on a yearbook. So we created the Scotty Scoop, and we use Google tools to really help share our message across social media. So everything here, I do want to go back really quick in reference. I know everybody has been all about getting their slides today. If you want to go to this bit.ly, KYGoDigital, DSS, Digitally Savvy Students. So if you want to follow along and click these links, you can absolutely follow along at that link as well. Okay. So starting out, our Scotty Scoop host a newsletter, a podcast, a vlog, which was so much fun, an Instagram account, and a blog. And each week we have a topic and we just dive in. And I know those of you who are in elementary are like, how does this pertain to me? I promise you it can. We host all of this in a Google site, and that Google site is shared on all of our social medias. It goes out in the district email once a week, and we are sharing what is going on in our school just the same way you can share what is going on in your classroom. Each of these little posters here will link directly to our Scotty Scoop website and take you to the website so you can see all the things going on in the Scotty Scoop. One fast and hard tip: let your kids use the tools. Our newsletter is done in Docs. Podcast is done through Anchor, which is an app that you can get on your phone. Our blog is done through Docs, copied and pasted in. And just, I would highly suggest doing that so that you have control over what you publish to the site that goes into the public. That way you have one last set of eyes on it to make sure that it's right. You guys can click up here. You can see our blog. You can see the vlog and all those things that we do. But I really want you to know that this is applicable for any classroom. As a fifth grade teacher, I was very digitally involved, and we did away with our newsletter, and our kids did a podcast. So instead of a newsletter each week, we would send out the link to our podcast on our class dojo, on our class Facebook page, and the kids would actually record, what was coming up in our classroom, what we had done that week, what parents could expect the next week, and parents could list child's voice, which was amazing. Talk about creating vlogs in your classroom. We created to share, funny and entertaining things that go along with our topic for the week, but you could absolutely allow your students to do this in your classroom as a culminating project. If you're studying cycles of the moon, let them make a vlog and let them have it. Let them go and let them be creative. If I learned anything in my first year at the high school, it was that those kids will run with anything that you give them, and they will be absolute rock stars with it. Let them have creative license. Yes, you get to put a set of eyes on it before it goes into the public, but what a great way to be able to communicate with your parents and share with them and let them know all the things that they're doing in your classroom. We do have an Instagram. I know some teachers may have their own Instagram page for their classrooms. Give the kids your phone and say, here, get some cool snapshots of what's going on. If you're NTI, shoot me some snapshots of what you're doing in your NTI learning at home. And this will be such a great way, again, to connect with your parents, keep your students engaged, and they're going to be super excited to see themselves and their classmates on social and all the things that are going on in your classroom. All the things most is the students who's these are your kids that you're going to want to put in something like this to help keep them engaged and keep them on track. So if you want to follow the Scotty Scoop on YouTube, you absolutely can. Super entertaining stuff there. All right, so there is the Scotty Scoop website. I do want to share with you, these are the tools that we use. Google Sites host our Scotty Scoop, so you can make a site for your classroom, a one-stop shop for parents, a one-stop shop to post on social media and things like that. Our newsletter is hosted through Google Docs, and when I post it, if you don't know the little trick about changing the word edit in the URL to the word preview, it makes it really nice and beautiful for everybody to see. Of course, you can close down your share settings so people are viewing it only. It makes it really easy to embed that in your Google site. Anchor Podcast is an app that you can get on your phone, and you can record your podcast from anywhere. My fifth graders would literally record their podcast just a couple of minutes before they ran out to recess. My high schoolers, they put it on their own phones, and they go around school and they interview people, and they get questions and answers, and then we can post that to our Google site as well. YouTube hosts our vlog. Again, a lot of our kids have used iMovie to help edit their videos, and they became rock stars. Screen recording, embedding music in their videos, just super, super creative stuff. Of course, Instagram, posted there. We did use Canva quite a bit and made some really great things. We also found that we needed more work to do. So we opened a digital request line. And not only did we share the digital request line with our entire district, but we were lucky enough to share it with business owners in our community as well. So we worked very closely with our Chamber of Commerce. You guys can do this too. Reach out to your local businesses. Your kids have the technology chops. They can absolutely make these things for these businesses, and it opens their eyes. They see like, oh my gosh, this could actually be a job. This is something I love, and this is something that I enjoy, and I could actually make a living out of doing this. So great stuff there. And then of course, photography, same way. Those kids were all about going out and getting cool images and taking tutorials and learning how to use their iPhones and different photography things that they could do with their phones to catch some really great pictures. And it all went perfectly for our yearbook. So whoever your yearbook person is at your school, they could collaborate with you, and you could have people collecting those photos, and then you can share them and collaborate together to make a beautiful yearbook and post on your social media as well. All right, I want to make sure I'm good on time here. Next slide, I do want to talk to you guys about a bonus round. All right, so in the bonus round, let's get these slides to advance here. Let's see. Brandy, can you guys still hear me okay?
Yep, you're great.
Okay, I'm not sure why that slide's not advancing. In the bonus round, I wanted to share with you guys, we've done a lot of talking today about badge tracking. So if you are interested in doing some digital badge tracking, I have posted in my slide for you that is apparently refusing to load from my computer. I have posted a link. I host a YouTube channel, SLY Teaching, and on SLY Teaching, you can go there and find all sorts of Teacher Tip Tuesday videos, okay? And one of the videos that I have is a digital badge tracking how-to. So you can learn how to create digital badge tracking with Flippity, which is a great website that will allow you to create your own badges, and then you can set them up for whatever you want them to be. Whether that is, I'm just going to go ahead here and stop screen sharing because apparently my computer hates me right now.
Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know why that slide is not loading. So you can go to Flippity and you can create custom badge tracking options for anything from sight words to mastering spelling words to mastering math facts, all of those things when you're up in high school talking about your standards and things like that. And what a great way to keep your kids engaged, especially if you're on NTI and you are out of the building. You can still keep them motivated, earning those badges, shout them out on social social media when they earn those badges, and just really pump it up so that your students are excited for what they're learning and able to share and celebrate in their successes. All right, I think that's it. I do not think my screen is gonna load, and that's okay. And it is starting to rain here, you guys. So I'm gonna check and see the chat here if there are any questions. Brandy, do you see any questions for me that I can answer?
No, I think we got almost everything, and then we have your slides so we can get those to them.
Perfect. All right, then. Thank you guys so much for letting me present, and we are going to get back on the road and head home.
Thank you, Leanne. We appreciate it. Be safe driving.
Thank you.
All right, Justin, you're up, man. Welcome.
What's up, everyone? Can you see me? I love it. Hope everybody's having a great day. Our air is out, so it is hot as you know what inside of here. But it seems like we're going good. So my name is Justin Browning. I have a really unusual educational job description. So my title is Project Manager of BC Skills here in Glasgow. And I'm going to take you through a little bit, just a few minutes of the type of work that we do and how we translate a lot of those modern digital skills over to the classroom and our program. So I'm going to share my screen now. It's trying to let me share my screen now.
It looks like we lost Justin for a minute, so we'll play some tunes while we await for him. Or we won't. Okay, that one's not working. Neither is that one. Oh my gosh, what is happening to me? I'm so sorry.
Hey, Matt, you're fine. While you're getting that going, I'm going to answer a couple questions in the chat.
Absolutely.
We, if you want to know about getting all of these wonderful presenters, he's back. It's okay. On recording, they will be on our YouTube channel. So KYGoDigital.com. After the event, all of the presentations will be up there. So that is where you will find the recordings. All right, Justin is back with us.
All right. For whatever reason, it's not wanting to share. So,
if we need to, one of us can share. I don't know. Do you have access to the presentation, Kathleen?
Yep, we can do that for you, Justin. If you'll just unmute your mic and come back, we'll throw the slides up. Yes, Kathleen, can you do it, or do you want me to?
All right. I don't know what's up with that. Y'all have access to it. You can pull it up on that slide.
It would be great if you could, Brandy. I don't have that link on this side of things.
Done. I said done.
All right. Yes. Brandy, you're pulling out. If you have trouble, I'm sorry. I don't know why it's not doing it, but
you're fine.
You never know. Oh, I got it. I got it.
Can you see mine? We got you up.
I got you.
I think he's up now, or it doesn't matter.
There we go. Pull it up, Brandon.
There you go.
All right. Good deal. So what I'm going to talk about briefly is this infinite product model and the concept of how does the infinite product model fit into the realm of creating digital savvy students. So I'm project manager of BC Skills. Essentially, we are a hybrid of a boot camp that does computer science, but also entrepreneurship. So when I say hybrid, that's really a real hybrid. I'm a hybrid in the sense that I will have students that range from 16 to my oldest one last time was 43 years old. And what we're doing is we're introducing them to the field of software development. So that's what we do. And I want to move on and let you know why. So I have the privilege of really being in a position that really I built it. And my big why in the world of education is preparing for the future that is to come. Brandy, you can go ahead to the next one. So here's my thought process. I think we're really losing it as it relates to innovations in rural America. So this is the lost Einstein's movement. Innovations we're missing. So here's a map of the U.S. where innovators grew up. So it's per 1,000 children. These are the patents. And if you look, that little arrow, if you don't know the shape, that is Barron County, Kentucky, and it's probably pointing right where I'm sitting right now, to be honest with you. And where we're at 0 patents per 1,000 children. And I think that is a shame because I'm very confident that our students have the same abilities that students would, whether it's on the West Coast or in the Northeast or in the upper Midwest or whatever the case. So we just got to provide the opportunities for them to do so. So what we do in BC Skills Development Academy is we try to provide those opportunities by crossing the world of software development, app development into different pathways. So you can move on to the next one. So the main point behind it is the difference between first level learning and second level learning or second level thinking. So first level, teacher says this assignment meets all the standards. Student says based on the rubric, I think we're fine. You see the surface level of that in those statements, but it's also statements that I've made several times in my life, and many of you would say the same thing. Second level, what will you create to apply this standard? And students saying, we're building a tangible solution. And that's what the infinite product model does. So moving on to that next slide, when we came to this realization, when I came to this realization that we're going to have to expand our territory in order to provide opportunities for students to be involved in these new digital skills. And by new digital skills, more than just doing presentations, more than just using PowerPoint. Everybody in this group right here is going to agree that. But I'm talking about next level, second level digital skills that translate over to the marketplace. So what you're looking at right there is a map of my network. I use this for basically every presentation I give. These are the people that have invested in me and my idealistic understanding or my idealistic philosophy of what education needs to look like for the next generation. So most of these individuals, whether it's Apple on the West Coast or it's the CEO of Dunkin' Donuts on the East Coast, they're all communicating to me what skills students need in order to fit into their world as it relates to technology and X. So X could be real estate, X could be like Dunkin' Donuts, X could be app development like AppFire, X could be whatever the programming is at NASA, but what skills do they need? And all of these, I sit down with all of these companies or representatives from those companies to get that understanding. Okay, you can move on. And from that network, we came up with these 8 different trends, and this is what drives everything. So the question, what workforce, economic, and social trends do we feel confident in having an educated conversation? When I ask that, I'm asking you all, just like I ask me. So the move to digital assistants, so Alexa, think of Alexa, telemedicine, which we've really invested in this past year, AI, machine learning, IoT, which stands for the Internet of Things, the shift to 5G, how the cloud works, what is the cloud, cybersecurity, and then blockchain technologies. Those are the 8 key ingredients. When we say digital savvy and digital skills, these are the things that we're focusing on, taking students to a place where they're not just programming, but where they're programming in context of one of these 8 different areas. And that's where it connects deeply at a deeper and at a second level to what we're actually doing. So moving on, this is the model, what I call the infinite design model. And whatever field you're in education, this in a lot of ways is called innovation in education. So you've got a teacher over there on the left side, they're providing tools, they're providing tasks, and we say that we're providing flexibility to the students when there could be an infinite number of designs or an infinite number of manners by which the students can complete a task based on the tools they were given and the content they were given. But they're all going back to that same point. So they're saying, teacher says, hey, students, this is what I want you to learn content-wise. Now I want you to go apply it, and I want you to go make me an X. So there's a ton of different ways students can go about and make an X. But I don't think that's not the way the marketplace works. So the next slide is the infinite product way marketplace works, where the teacher delivers the tools, they teach the content, students get a problem to solve, and then there are infinite products as a result of that education and those tools that they were given. So this is the way that all this industry is saying that the marketplace works. So they have R&D departments, they have innovators inside their companies. And what they are is the company, the CTO or the CEO will say, here's a problem, we need you to go solve it. They hand it over. Wow, that was like Ice Baby right there. Cool. So they say, here's a problem, we want you to solve it. And then you've got the team that goes and works on R&D for a few months to come up with their version of a product, which meets that need and solves that problem. So what we're doing is using this infinite product model in those 8 realms that I mentioned earlier. So moving on, and this is what I say, time to update the tool shed. So not only did those companies give us an understanding of the way that they wanted us to educate students, because they don't just want programmers, they don't just want people that are tech savvy, they want people that are tech savvy and also have a passion in some other realm. In order to cross those lines, we really need to be developing well-rounded individuals. So what we do at BC Skills Development Academy is we don't take the ones that you typically think are computer science students and then teach them more computer science to where they're sitting on their own little island. What we do is we take students that are biomedical students, and we take students that are engineering students and students that are business students, and then we put them into the world of technology, because that's how the real world works. So, and here are 6 different things that all these companies are saying, these are skills we want your people to know and have if they're going to work well in this economy and in this marketplace. And on the slides, when you all get those slides, each one of these has a link at the top that has a short debriefing type of video. It could be sanctioned by the company itself. It could be just something somebody put out there that I actually like. So right now, we're at a spot to where we use these 6, but also about 4 others that are supplemental. So Slack, I don't know who of you are familiar with Slack. Slack is it's probably the most used technology in large companies. Right now, I have individuals that have came through BC Skills Development Academy that are working for companies. They may be working in Glasgow, they may be working in Boston, they may be working in Louisville, but they're all communicating with their teams back and forth using Slack. So Slack is the replacement to email. That's the best way that I can describe it to you. And it keeps everybody in the same on the same team together, speaking the same language. It's a great tool. I use it in every one of my classes, and it's probably the most used tool that we have. And I'll tell you, people that are, whether it's companies hiring people out of the program, or it's my students going off to California to school or whatever, these schools and these companies are really thankful that we have students coming out that understand Slack. The next one is Figma. So Figma is this really cool, it's relatively new software to where it's creative collaboration. So that's what it's used for. It's used for creative collaboration. So if you all have any type of work that you're doing when you've got students designing web pages or students designing really any kind of product, this combines the design process with collaboration. So if you can imagine the Google Drive for creatives and the Google Docs for creatives, that's what you're looking at with Figma. I love Figma. We're just now instituting Figma. So we've got two cohorts coming up this year, and we're preparing whatever nobody knows what the year is going to have for us, but we're preparing to do this remotely. Figma is going to be our go-to along with Slack as well. The next one is GitHub. GitHub is used for developers and creatives all across the world collaboratively on projects. We use GitHub almost religiously. If you're familiar with GitHub, it's really kind of a, lack of a better word, it's a nerdy kind of place, but you can answer about any question you want to in the world of what's the new economy hold, how does technology fit in, and what products are being made to fit that. So it keeps you relevant. WordPress, I know most of you have heard of WordPress. I have students that are juniors, seniors in high school, all the way through adulthood, that are freelancing, building WordPress websites. So there's this freelance website called Upwork. I will have 17 and 18-year-olds, after we teach them some WordPress skills, go get a $500 to $800 WordPress gig that they'll get done in a week. So WordPress is a very sought after skill. Several of my people have been hired into businesses that do WordPress. And there's several around here, but also if anybody's looking to start up a business that fits the new economy, any of you all on the side that want a side hustle, WordPress would be a skill that you'd want to learn. Shopify, many of you have heard of Shopify. That's really a big platform for e-commerce. So we use that. We're exposing our students to Shopify. There's recently a pharmacy that has several different locations in our town that ask us, do we have any students that are able to work with Shopify, because they're trying to do some drop shipping. Drop shipping is the new economy. So I said, yes, we've got some Shopify students. So they're working through that. And then Bootstrap. Bootstrap is for any of you all that are teaching computer science. It is a huge resource. So imagine a front end template. So it essentially gives you a template for the front end of a website or an e-commerce page or whatever that is, where you can go in and edit. So these 6 things are what industry was telling us. Students need to know this, and they need to know it well. And that's what we're focusing on. So we use these 6 along with about 4 others to teach those 8 topics that you saw earlier. And at this point, through our, we're finishing 2nd year of our development academy. We've had about 12 LLCs or sole proprietorships started coming out of it using these skills we've done. And then I think I've got about 65% are working, either working part-time and going to school, or working full-time using these skills that we're doing with the Development Academy. So it's the result of talking with industry, asking them what they need, and then us moving forward and trying to build something based on that. And the goal is Glasgow and Barron County is really suffering from the industrialization and, the shift, urbanization, the shift to the urban markets. And one way that we're going to find ourselves relevant again is to really educate our young people and our old people on these topics. So I'm going to breathe now. And if anybody has any questions, you're welcome to ask.
I think we have to just, I think we take care of them in the chat, Justin. So we got you. Thank you.
No problem.
Justin, thank you so much, man. I've gotten to work with Justin a little bit before. He is an awesome computer science teacher. He does a lot of work with Apple's Swift. That's their programming language, and we've learned a lot from him here in Jefferson County. So if we get some tunes going, speaking of updating your tool shed, my neighbors are doing their yard work right now, so I hope you cannot hear their mower or their weed eater. We have 2 awesome ladies coming up for you, both from Warren County, I believe. We have Allison Williamson and Renee Hale coming to you this next half hour to talk to you all about digital citizenship and remote learning norms. So definitely an important session to pay attention to as we move into the uncertainty that will be this fall. So ladies, thank you for being here with us, and I want to let you all take it away.
Thank you. Let me get my screen shared here.
It sounds like one of you have the YouTube open, so if you could either mute that tab or close it out, and then we won't get that double feedback.
All right, can you guys see our screen?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Oh, perfect. Let me go back. Hold on just a second. All right. Well, we will go ahead and get started. My name is Allison Williamson, and I am the Library Media Specialist at North Warren Elementary.
We can't see it anymore, Allison. I didn't know if you knew that or not. Sorry.
Oh, no, I'm so sorry.
You're okay.
Let me go back. Here we go. How about now?
That's great.
Perfect. And with me today is Miss Renee. Miss Renee, if you want to go ahead and introduce yourself.
And one more time, if you'll click on that closed caption, you have to actually click on the CC and it'll turn orange for you. And if you could change it to the top, that would be fantastic.
Sure.
Thanks.
All right, how is that?
That's good. I went to Drakes Creek Middle, by the way. Fun connection there.
Yes, I'm Renee Hale. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm Renee Hale. I'm the Library Media Specialist at Drakes Creek Middle School. Yeah.
Awesome. So today we wanted to talk about digital citizenship and actually moving past just this thought of what we teach the first couple of days so that kids get in that good routine. But we actually wanted to switch and kind of push our kids to, not kind of, but to push our kids to have that digital literacy that is sometimes missing, and especially something we're seeing with our distance learning coming up. So we're going to get into a couple of different resources that you can use across the board, K through 12.
Do you want to go first, Allison?
Sure. We're collaborating completely on one slide, so you've just kind of got to give us a minute. Sorry about that. So at Northwestern, we are using the Common Sense Education Program. All of the teachers teach it in our building in the first 10 days of school, and then we sprinkle it throughout with little reminders so that our kids, it's not just something we teach at the beginning, we forget. And then go ahead, Miss Renee.
So we also use Common Sense Education in the middle and high schools. Some of the middle and high schools have the librarian teach the digital citizenship program to all of the students, but I advocated for every teacher in our building to teach it, as the teachers have to be comfortable and familiar with the digital citizenship expectations. And then while it's being taught, because it's taught school-wide pretty much at the same time. So during that time, I'm walking around just to make sure everything's going well and there aren't any questions.
So here are some resources that Renee and I both have felt like were important to share out. And I'm going to go back so that we can see it over here too. Can you still see my screen? Are we still good?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Perfect. Okay, so Common Sense Education has all grade levels across the board. It breaks it down into grade levels. Each lesson is laid out with everything that your teachers are going to need. It gives you your key vocabulary words. It tells you what students are going to be able to do. Everything is right here ready to go for your teachers.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
At my school, what we did with the curriculum, we actually took links into a Google Classroom for our teachers, and it's 7th grade day 1, 8th grade day 1, and etc. until the entire curriculum's taught. That way they only have to go to one spot and click. We tried to make it easy for them.
That is perfect. Instead of having to go back and remember where you're at. We also do that here on my website. The teachers do the same thing. And then their assessment for the end is at the bottom as well. So as we said, it goes all the way K through 12. So that's one option. Another one that I had been, given in class maybe for my master's degree was this DDL. And so at some point, it looks like here in Warren County, we were using this because you can see there are some contact information for some of our great tech team. But it's the same thing. It's a little more student-paced. You put them in the program, and they earn their digital citizenship license, and it gives them a certificate at the end. And it has different lessons. This does start, it says 3rd through 8th grade. But as I went through and did these, you can see they're really geared more towards the middle school. course, elementary school here in Warren County goes through 6th grade. So some of our 6th graders would be okay doing this, but this would be more middle school, high school, in my opinion. So that's another great resource we wanted to share with you. Be Internet Awesome, of course, is from Google. So here's a little video about Interland I'll let you watch. So more game format, we use that during station time here in the library media when they come visit me, and they can access that from anywhere. Our kindergarten through 6th graders, they love that because it does have that game aspect. And then the last one is a newer one to me, so I'll probably let Renee go over this, but it's the ABCs of online school etiquette.
So we are looking at setting up, well, and not really setting up, because we all had norms for online learning thrown at us in March. But this is sort of an A through G, some things to remember. We were in a conference call last Thursday, and one of our alternate school teachers said, I didn't realize we had to review a dress code for Google Meets. And, you know, honestly, I didn't think about that either. So, you know, these are just some things, while it might seem obvious to us as adults, it is things we do need to review with our students.
Okay. And then I will go back and present this for Miss Renee. Oops.
So these are Google Classroom expectations. Some of these things we discussed last week in a district call. Some of these things we have implemented at our school. This year, every single class at Drakes Creek will go through Google Classroom. And that means on day one, the classroom is set up and the teachers will model exactly how to find everything. So that if on Monday we're in person and Tuesday we're virtual, our students know exactly what to do at home. So the students, once they are enrolled in the classroom, I learned this last week, we need to lock the door. Just like we are locking our classroom doors behind us, we need to disable and or reset the classroom code, because parents should not be in the Google Classroom. We had a couple of parents that would join and we would remove them and then they would join again. And I think the reason they were doing that was just to know what was going on. However, they do not need access to Google Classrooms. And then another issue we had with our students during NTI was they did not want to use their school Google account to access Google Classroom. But that's what we require. So we are going to review those norms and those expectations just so that all of our students are safe. Do you want to do this one, Allison?
Sure. So as several other presenters have been talking about, Bitmoji is huge. There is an awesome group on Facebook. If you're not in it, go look it up and join. Bitmoji Craze for teachers or educators. And this was shared out. We've linked it as well, where you can make your own copy and put yourself in there, just like I have done. We would like, Renee and I both are going to talk to our staffs about making sure when we are in Google Classroom that these are the things that we're going over with our kids on a regular basis.
And then I made one using the same link, I made one more middle school based, and I focused on our Google account. Our students are required to have a planner, so I added that to the stay organized part. As a student gets an assignment, they're supposed to write it in the planner, and at home they should also be doing that. One of our expectations is that the student must log in and check announcements and assignments every day. And then obviously just another gentle reminder to be smart online. Keep your personal information private, search smart, and cite your sources. So video conference expectations. Our county requires students to use Google Meet because the free version of Zoom is not FERPA compliant. And these are just some things that we might have to remind our students. And it's helpful, I feel, to remind them every single time you have a Google Meet. Mute your mic, leave your camera on. I know of students that would mute their camera and then leave. Like, you don't know that they're really there, so you want to see their face. And I added dress code because some kids might not know that they should be dressed appropriately. And then still, just like in class, raise your hand to speak, be a good listener, stay focused. And students must use their Google account to access Google Meets for school. They cannot join with their personal Google accounts.
So here is another great example from Bitmoji Craze for educators. Putting this into pictures for our elementary kids, I thought was something, it's brilliant. That way you can have this up when you get ready to start your Google meeting. It's there. You can remind the kids every time. And I'm going to recommend our teachers start sharing this in person when we start school, because we never know. You may be here today, you may not be here tomorrow in school. That sounded bad, sorry. So this is just something I think I had seen and made a copy of. And if you want one, there is one linked to our presentation. Just make a copy and have some fun.
And again, I found this on the Bitmoji Craze Facebook group. I just edited it to fit our school needs. Now, something I have done, and I had texted with Allison this morning to get permission because this is a shared presentation. I have taken this presentation and sort of narrowed down things that are very specific to our school. And I have sent it to my principal so that we have the DCMS virtual norms. And that way teachers have access to this. They can click and make copies and put their own pictures in, because I do want them to use these things. That I think it looks better, especially in middle school or high school where you have 7 classes a day, for everything to be the same. That way you're not having one thing for math and something different for science. It just makes for unity across the board. So these are some things we talked about during our conference call last week. These are some reopening priorities that we have. Number 1 is to set up the Google Classroom and enroll the students. We need to get all of the students as possible enrolled the first day or 2 of school. We need to collect student and parent contact information and invite those parents to join as a parent our Google Classrooms. Do not let the parents join the Google Classrooms. And then train students how to access the tools for digital agility. Our school focus at Drake's is Classroom and Meet. So, as I've said already, the teachers will model every day. We're log into Google Classroom, go here. This is how you access this. The more it's modeled, hopefully it will turn into rote memorization for the students when we're online learning. And then review the norms for virtual learning. I think reviewing them often is best. and this is our contact information. Allison and I are both on Twitter. I try to be active. I'm less active in the summer than I am during the school year, and I'm sure many of us are the same way. And then there is our email addresses. Feel free to email us. The link to this presentation will be shared. I turned off YouTube because I was getting an echo, so I don't know if we have any questions in the chat box.
Everybody will get your slides, and we have them actually the agenda linked there. Perfect. And then down the center column, sorry, Western, we were trying to be a little different. No, we weren't, not on purpose. But it really was a mistake. We don't know how it happened. But in the middle column on the Western slides is where you can just click on the presentation title and get the links there. So they've already got the links to your presentation.
Oh, perfect, good. And feel free to make a copy and use it for your own school. That's what I took this presentation and I adjusted some things to fit my school's needs.
Yeah, and I think lots of people were thanking you. Like, why redo it?
Why reinvent the wheel? Right.
So they were like, we're just snagging your meat in your classroom. So
absolutely. That's what I did on the Facebook group. I just took that. Why make a new one? Someone else already did that work.
We're all working way too hard right now anyway.
Yes, absolutely.
Hey, Matt, I think we're wrapping up early. Can we have a music and potty break?
We definitely can do that. Yeah, I will get some music going, and then I might pull up TweetDeck, and we can look at some tweets from the day as well, see what people are taking away from our sessions today. So I'll get some music started, and please feel free to use the restroom. Go grab a sandwich, get a drink. Get some vitamin D. I think it's still sunny here in Louisville for a little bit. I'm not sure about the rest of the state. Let's find some music here.
Yeah, and remember, if you do not have access to those links, you might need to give your page a refresh. And if you refresh your page, those links for the Western will appear there in the middle for you. So.
Cowbell time. We have about 5 minutes left until our next session. Let us know on the chat if you're boogieing at home and how you're dancing. I like doing the Bernie because it was made for people that can't dance. So before we get going, you guys want to put in the chat some gratitude for some of the presenters you've seen today? Let me know and we'll read some out. Tweet them with the hashtag as well. See, Cindy Kennedy is thanking Renee Hale for the digital citizenship. Danielle Washburn says, thank you for sharing your resources. She also linked the presentation for Denise O'Brien and Rosalind Manning. You boogieing, Kathleen?
I am. I'm boogieing just for Stephen Durham, who's on here. He's enjoying our dancing. And also, some people are asking, I just put in the chat the link to the schedule. The link to the schedule is in the chat. And when you go there, if you click on slide 3, the presentations are linked to the title of the session right there in the middle.
Ms. Berry says thank you to Mr. Quillen, incredible resource from an incredible educator.
A big thank you also, Stephen Tipton, to Erica Brooks for her virtual Bitmoji classroom this morning. You'll definitely want to check that out on the KYGoDigital YouTube channel. We will have all of these recorded and you can check it out, and that is one not to miss for sure. Thank you, Michelle Shorey. It's too hot for long hair. Oh, I love that, Jessica. Jessica said, KYGoDigital has really helped me feel better about going into this school year. Thank you so much to all the presenters. I agree. We've had some great presenters today. And we still have a couple hours today and all day tomorrow as well. So get your brains ready. Get some caffeine. We're going to start up here in about a minute and a half.
Get something energetic to bring us back into our session. And coming up next at 2 o'clock, we are going to move into our next session. We have Matt Cressline and Adam Vincent from Warren County, and we have Taylor Bennett from Hardin County. Welcome to the stage, and I am going to let you all take it away because you've definitely seen and heard from me enough.
I think you've been doing an awesome job, and I really appreciate you for hyping up today. So good afternoon, you guys. I'm hoping everyone can hear me. Can I get thumbs up, something?
Yes, we can hear you great.
Perfect. So I'm going to start our presentation off today. Just a quick shout out to Central Kentucky this morning. They did an amazing job. So following them is going to be a challenge because they did such a great job and I've learned so much, and I hope you guys are having a great day learning along with us. So I am sharing this spot with Adam and Matt from Warren County. So I'm going to go first. We're going to be talking about K-12 robotics. And just a really quick introduction for me. My name is Taylor Bennett. I teach at North Middle School in Hardin County. So I'm representing them today. A little background, I just completed my 7th year of teaching. In a global pandemic, mind you. So that's something I can add to the resume. I taught 5 years in Henderson County. I taught 6th grade math. And then I did a year at Henderson County High School as their digital learning coach. And I'm back in Hardin County. Hardin County is home. and I'm teaching 6th grade math and a technology class. So what I'm going to talk to you guys today about is this awesome little robot. Let me get it in the camera for you. If you haven't seen these before, these are the Spheros. So this little thing, I'm going to talk to you about how it has completely impacted the environment in my classroom and around my school. So I am going to pull my screen up here for a minute, and we'll get started. All right, can you guys see? I'll turn on the captions.
Yep, we can see. And if you'll, when you turn the captions on, if you'll just make sure they're at the top, it helps for our viewers to see it better.
Sure.
As soon as it gets going there.
Yeah, a little slow. It's like about to pour down here, I feel. All right, they're already there.
Yep. And then just click on the CC again to make that orange, and they should, it looks like they're showing up now. You're good.
Yep. All right. Perfect. Okay. So like I said, K through 12 robotics. I teach in middle school. So I teach 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. That's our middle school age here. This is this little intro slide. I already went over that. But really quickly, what is Sphero? This little robot that I just showed you. They make the coolest, undeniably cool programmable robots and STEAM-based educational tools that transform the way that your kids learn throughout your classroom. And it can be embedded through all content. So just a really quick background, Brandy New, our amazing digital learning coach here in Hardin County, came to me and was like, would you like to try out the Sphero EDU curriculum? I was like, yes, sign me up. I would love to do that. So we have an enhancement class we did have one this past year. In our school. And so this was just kind of a time where we can just kind of play around, choose something that we really liked, that we were passionate about. And I really love coding. I didn't know really too much about it, but I wanted to learn more. And I figured my kids could always teach me a little bit more. So it was kind of a blessing when Brandy came to me with this. She came and she helped me implement this throughout. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about how I used a specific lesson in the classroom. So that's just Sphero, but Sphero EDU. So it aligns with the Computer Science First Foundations, and it's standards aligned to be taught in your classroom with the Sphero robots. Your students will learn computer science, which is a huge need right now in the workforce. And then of course our STEAM principles over customized courses that allow yourself and your students to grow together. And so it's broken down into 3 courses. There's a course 1, which is where we stayed. We just started with logic and sequencing, very basic. And there's a course 2 where you can work your way up to advanced block programming. And I think you will find that some of your students will get to that level, and it's completely fine to let them go with that. And then course 3, graduate with the basic understanding of JavaScript. We did not get there, hoping to get there this year, but we stayed mostly in course 1, and then a few of them kind of graduated on to course 2. So here is what I want to share with you guys. A lot of people have been like, I cannot use robots. I have no idea. What am I even doing? I've never dealt with them before. But I'm telling you, everyone, if you have never picked up a remote control before, you can do Spheros. It's for everyone. If you have no coding experience to years of coding experience, it's for everyone. So don't be afraid to use these and implement these in your classroom, because I'm telling you, it really can change the way your classroom runs. So really quick, types of Spheros, you can read here. We've got Sphero Minis. Sphero Spark is what I showed you before this began. And then what I use in our class, we have a district kit that we can sign out. So we use the Sphero bolts. And the only difference is that the bolts had that LED matrix screen with them, which I would highly suggest if you are in the market for these to go ahead and spend the extra money on the bolts, because I'm telling you, it is a game changer. So when we talk about this, in my enhancement class, and this is just a broken down, really quick lesson of the empathy lesson that we did. If you were at KYGoDigital this past year, you know that we kind of got, I guess, blocked out from that because that is when all the corona happened. So I actually had this presentation planned for KYGoDigital, but I wasn't able to give it because they sent us all home. So I'm going to link the actual sample model for you at the end so that you can have this and take it back to your classroom. So I chose this lesson, one of many in the Sphero EDU lesson pathways, because if you're not familiar with North Middle School, where I work, we are a very diverse, transient school, kiddos coming in and out, back and forth, a lot of social, emotional, mental needs. And I saw this need where my kids didn't know how to be empathetic. So why not do this and throw in a little bit of robot action and coding with it? So when we talk about empathy, it grows in their ability to communicate clearly with their peers and with adults, and how to offer praise and encourage one another. And ultimately, in the end, it really grew our classroom community like no other. So what I would do is I put in the tools, I guess, that I shared, that I would actually start out this lesson with like a history. So nowadays they have like emojis. Everything is an emoji. But back in the day, we didn't have emojis. So we talk about the history of where those emojis came from. So we talk about the emoticons. So I may pop this slide that you're seeing right now up on the screen, and we would collaborate, we'd have a conversation about this. And what's really cool about Sphero EDU is that it has everything mapped out for you. In the book, it has teachers should say this, students should do this. So if you really aren't comfortable, the book is a great guide for you. So this was one of the things in the curriculum that it wanted us to talk about. This is where we should begin with the history of how the emojis came to be. So we would talk about our feelings and what they look like. You guys have heard of Flipgrid. You've been hearing about that all day long today, which is an amazing tool. I'm a huge advocate for that. So my kiddos would pull up Flipgrid, and I would have them discuss or make a video of, give me a scenario of a time that you were feeling some type of emotion. Doesn't matter what it is. So then I could view them and we would talk about them, and then we'd have peer-to-peer collaboration, and so forth and so on. So we would get these emojis, or not the emojis, the Spheros out, and we would code our Spheros to reflect a type of empathetic feeling, whether that be sadness, kindness, sick, laughing, whatever. And then the class would have to guess what that emotion that their classmates were expressing through the Sphero. And then we would have those conversations, and then we would have an extension lesson where they would have to partner with another group. So that would add in the collaboration and the innovation. And I literally could go on about this for another 30 minutes, but I've got two other presenters with me. So I'm gonna wrap up really quickly. After every lesson, I always give my kiddos a reflection. I want them to consider their experience. Whether I put that in a Google form, they do a Flipgrid video, they do a Screencastify video, or I just post some questions in Google Classroom. And you can see on the screen, here's some examples that I share, that I post for our kiddos. That way they can reflect on the activity and so forth. Here are some ideas to incorporate the Sphero into your classroom. So I teach math, like I said. So when we get to our coordinate plane unit, we bust out the Spheros and we plot coordinates on a coordinate plane. The health teacher taught right next to me this past year. We mapped out a human body with painter's tape, and the kiddos coded and programmed the Sphero to go and identify the different parts of the body. Our makerspace has an awesome Sphero center that the kiddos can play around with as well. Back here at the bottom, I have linked the Sphero EDU site for you to go and check out. As well, this link right here, the bit.ly link that I have posted, if you click on this link, it sends you to the full presentation of the empathy lesson that I had made for the KISTI conference. So you can access it there and kind of get some more ideas. And I have everything linked. So you can go to the Sphero site, Sphero EDU, all of that different stuff. So I know my time is up. Thank you so much for being here today and joining me and my partners with this. Please, please, please reach out. There's my email, my Twitter, my Instagram. If I would be more than happy to help you with any way for you to implement these Spheros in your classrooms. I'm telling you, it impacts the way that your kids interact with you inside those four walls. It's just a great way for the kiddos to be responsible of their own learning and for me just to facilitate. So thank you guys for joining. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Thank you.
All right. Hello, KYGoDigital. My name is Adam Vincent. I am tagging in after Taylor on her talk about Sphero. Can everybody hear me? Good.
Yes, Adam, we can hear you great.
All right. Good deal. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I'm going to present my presentation. I am just sort of, if you look on the master schedule, my presentation is tied in there with Taylor, so you don't have to go to any extra place. We're just all there together. Let me turn on the captions here, and we will roll. So my name is Adam Vincent. I'm from Warren County. I used to teach at Henry Moss Middle School, which is where I had a robotics class. I'm currently the new distance learning coordinator for Warren County, so I'm kind of switching roles, but still have a love for Lego education. They have an ambassador program that I was recently accepted into, the Lego Education Master Educator, so I'm definitely excited about that as well. So as most of you know, the Kentucky computer standards have been pushed out, so we have some new standards. I've linked that document to here, and a lot of them.
I'm not sure that we can see your screen. I'm sorry. I'm just looking at you right now.
All right.
It's not a bad view. I just we just can't see what you're clicking through.
All right. Let me get going here. I was worried about the captions and forgot to share my screen. All right, everybody see my presentation now?
There you go.
There you go.
So we got captions on, we're good to go. All right, so here's the link for the new computer science standards. If you go into our document here, you can click there. We're not going to look at that. So Lego Education has lots of different tools that different schools and different age levels can use. They've got the We Do 2.0. They've got this new Lego Education, the Spike Prime. It just came out. Our school has ordered one. It's not here yet, so I haven't gotten to play with it, but it's super cool. We have lots of sets of the Lego Mindstorm Education. So I'm going to talk about just each of the three. Things are a little bit expensive, but we got some ways that can possibly help you out. So the Lego We Do, the 2.0, they say is for grades 3 through 5. It comes with a lot of bricks, and all of these programs come with pre-built lessons in the software that you can use. So I've got some other links for you to purchase, for you to download the software. I've got a link here also that shows just an example lesson plan that they show for each of the programs that they have. So this one is kind of talking about different sensors. It's a tilt sensor for the We Do program. You can play around with that, have students have lots of fun coding and creating. So for the next level up is the Spike Prime, and like I said, it is new. They claim that it's for grades 6 to 8. And most of these sets, they say, is for 2 students. I usually use up to 5. If you have too many students with one set, you've got a lot of kids kind of just sitting around not having much to do. So it is nice to have several sets and to break them up into different groups. The one I'm most familiar with is the Mindstorm, the EV3 program. I use it here in the middle school. On the website, it says it's for even up to high school as well can use the Mindstorm. And I've got the links, again, for you to purchase and download. And for the lesson plan for science, they have a lot of different programs. So in the EV3 software, when you download it, there's different categories where you can get in and get different lesson plans. It's all included in there. So you saw those prices. They are a little bit expensive. Here in Warren County, we have access to the Tennessee Valley Robotics. They have given us, we've gotten some grants, and they have given us several EV3 sets. I'm going to show you, get out of my presentation, or if you just click on me, let me stop sharing. I've got a couple of the robots here next to me. So one thing that we did here at Moss Middle School was a sumo bot competition. So unfortunately, we didn't get to have this. I made my own robot just to try to beat all of my students. So there's all kinds of stuff that you can do with these robots. It's got ultrasonic sensors, it's got touch sensors, it's got motors, large and medium motors. It's got a light sensor that can follow different lines. And you can, so this was our sumo bot competition. So I've got this to try to lift up the other robot. And I made this thing just to intimidate all the students. It doesn't really do anything, but you can seek and find. There are lots of different things that you can do with these robots. So they are super cool to have. So let me jump back in my presentation here. And here's just a few other project ideas. You can talk a lot with gears, make different simple machines with gears. You can make pulleys. You can go as complex as coding and programming your own digital clock. Here are a couple of videos. This was the sumo bot competition like I was talking about. We made our own board, and 2 robots went at it. Kids love going at it head to head in a competition. This is another robot, simple robot that students made. They were pretending like it was a security system. They wanted to set this up in their bedroom to keep their little sister from coming in the room. So if you walk by here, these little levers would switch and shoot off rubber bands. So there's all kinds of different things, just as creative as the students can be. So when I think of coding, I think of this, but that is definitely not what anything like the EV3 program is. It's all block-based coding. The software is available on all kinds of different computers. You just click and drag. So in my program here, I've got just a few little simple tutorials. If you are interested in getting this, you just click and drag. It's pretty easy for the students to figure out. I'm originally a music teacher, and it kind of transitioned into the technology classroom, so I definitely didn't know anything about this. So you don't have to know about robotics and coding to get started. You just learn it, hopefully 1 or 2 steps ahead of the students is kind of where I was at the beginning, for sure. So here's another just video. I'm not going to play that today, but if you want to check back in, you can watch that. I start teaching the students with turns. There's different turns that they can do just to get them to figure out how to maneuver and do different things with the robots. A good math lesson is have them program just 1 rotation. Set it for 1 rotation, set it for a certain speed, measure how far it went, and then if you need to go 5 feet, do some math there, and you can figure it out pretty quickly on how many rotations that you need to put in there to get to a certain spot. Here are some other just short little missions that I've created for students to do in class. Program your robot to move around the chair, move in a square. There's definitely the loop block, so you don't have to have as much code. You can program it with the touch sensor, move and touch and then turn around. I want to talk a little bit about the Google CS First and Scratch. It has nothing to do with robotics, but everything to do about coding, and it's all completely free. So Google CS First, this image right here is linked up to their website. It has all kinds of different programs where they show videos on step-by-step on how to do everything, and then the students are coding in Scratch. So if you can't get your hand on some of these Lego materials, definitely check out the Google CS First programs that they have going on. And that will be it for me. Try to roll through that pretty quick so Matt Crestline can can jump in here next. Thank you all very much.
All right. So I know I've worked with Adam here for many years. We knew each other in college. We were both music teachers, and then we both kind of transitioned from music to technology. And so neither one of us. Oh, my video camera's not working. Oh well. So. Oh, there we go. All right. So my role with Warren County is a digital learning coach, and when I was in the classroom, I ended up teaching technology after I switched from music as well, and STLP and robotics, and we ended up getting a grant from the Tennessee Valley Authority and the TVA to purchase sets of robots, and that was a great thing to have, and that got us really started in the robotics portion of all of this, and then it kind of blew up and took off with all these different competitions. So what I'm going to do is share and kind of talk about the different opportunities we have to compete with Lego Robotics. Let me share my screen here. I'll go over here. And there's more than this. I do know that Jefferson County, and maybe one of you can talk or just mention what you guys have up there if you want to. But in our area, we have STLP, and I'll talk a little bit about each one of these competitions here in just a second. Soki Robot Royale, the RCX, and First Lego League. So as a part of STLP, there are 4 different Lego or robotics competitions. One of those is a Sphero, and we'll talk about that too. I think the most fun competition is the Sumo Bot competition. I know Adam talked about this for a second, but and the rubrics are here. That's just linked up to Mr. Jeff Zabulski's STLP rubric. So if you want to click on that and look. But basically you have 2 robots that are attacking each other, and like sumo wrestlers, they are trying to either pin the other one or throw it off the circle mat here. So that uses different sensors and maybe a touch sensor. So when it feels something, maybe an arm flips it up. But it's really trying to push it off this circle. So you have ultrasonic sensors. You have light sensors or color sensor to when it detects white, it kind of goes in the other direction away from the edge. So that's a lot of fun for our students. We have 2 team members are allowed to go up to the course, but usually you have 4 or 5 on that team that develop and program the robot. So that's a lot of fun, and that's at STLP only. They do have a few rounds to get the champion of that competition, but that is only at STLP. Another competition that's offered only at STLP is the Georgetown College Robot Use. And I have a couple examples of this, but basically the whole idea here is you have a problem, so build and program a robot to solve or fix that problem. So this hand here, I know Moss Middle School has done this, and Rich Pond Elementary, one of their students, his issue was he has chickens, and when he reaches in the hen house, his fingers get pecked. So what he did is he built this robot, and it extends out a few feet off of his arm. So when he touches the touch sensors, and you can kind of see some in here, this is, I found this picture online. This is not actually his, but when you touch the touch sensors here, the fingers close in, and so basically what he'll do is put that on, reach in, grab an egg, and pull it back out without his fingers getting pecked. I had another student, actually students of Adams at Moss Middle School, they built a Rubik's Cube solver. So it would flip around the cube and solve a Rubik's Cube. One of my students from years ago, he made a soda vending machine out of Lego parts. So when you put 2 quarters in, it would pass by a light sensor that would then activate a wheel that turned, and it would kind of turn a Coke out. So it was really, really interesting, the different things that they can come up with. The creativity is just out of the world, of this world. It's really neat opportunity for them. Sphero Hero, this is an only at STLP competition as well. But basically your students will write a story, And I know one of the groups I helped last year with their STL program, they made a variation of Indiana Jones and the sphero ball. So once you start telling the story, you're speaking or reading the dialogue of the story, but you hit go, and all of the programmed code on the iPad or Chromebook will then send it, and it's going and moving around as you are reading your story. So it's the character in your story, and then you build a course for that robot to maneuver around. RCX, this is the championship of RCX is at STLP, but I think the regionals prior to STLP are all over the state. For our region here in Bowling Green, students compete at Logan County. But what this is you have a mat, and it usually sits on a full sheet of plywood that is all shipped to your school when you register for the competition. But your students build a EV3 or Spike robot to solve or complete these little mini missions. And the more mini missions you complete, the more points you get, and the more points you get will win it. So the idea here is to engineer and think about, well, if I need an arm to come down, or if I need to push this, or I need to pull this, what kind of motors or sensors do we need to figure out exactly how to solve this issue or challenge or a little mission. And again, the rcxrobot.org is their website if you'd like to check that out. But they do have regional competitions all over the place. Soki Robot Royale, kind of fly through this one real quick. This was in our area, Western Kentucky University used to host a robotics competition, and with funding cuts and other reasons, they had to stop doing that. So our idea here in Warren County was to more or less replicate that, but instead of just robot opportunities, we had sphero arrays, coding stations, drones. We have programmable, codable drones that students would fly around. We had a guy come from the MATE underwater robot group. He came up from Chattanooga area, I believe, and he had 2 giant tanks of water. And there's a whole competition based off of underwater submergible drone type robots. So we brought those up. If you're interested, it's MATE, M-A-T-E, underwater robots. We have Greenwood High School brought their first tech challenge, and I'll talk about that in just a second. But they brought their more advanced style robot to demo for our other students. Osmo, Scratch Station. Then we had some hands-on Spike, EV3, and Dash codable stations there as well. This is the last one I'm going to talk about. This is the first organization, and this is actually different now. First Lego League Junior is now all part of First Lego League. Didn't really realize that until I was making this presentation, but they have 3 subgroups under the First Lego League, but those are all based off of up until middle school is where we kind of cut that off, and then there are 2 high school groups here as well. First Lego League is the most popular in this area. Actually, all over Kentucky, this is the kind of the biggest robot competition in the state. There are 4 different subcategories to this competition. So instead of just being build a robot and earn some points on a mat, they have different interview style parts to this competition that really dive a little deeper into like core values is how does your team work together? Teamwork, judging teams based on their cooperation and understanding for each other, and a couple other different things here as well. But if you're interested in this, we do have, if you're in the TVA area, which is kind of our neck of the woods down here, the TVA sponsors teams to take part in this competition. So that link there will take you to receive funding to compete in First Lego League. I know it's time, and we could probably all go on about some of this stuff more than that. But if you do have questions about any of this, you can send me an email or Twitter or any type of message. Adam's the same, and I'm sure Taylor as well.
Thank you so much for all this great information. You were getting a lot of love in the chat.
Good. Let me know, and if you have questions, let any of us know, and we'll be more than happy to help.
I think we're good. I think we answered most of them. Danielle Washburn's been in the chat, and she's our expert with JCPS anyways, with robotics and all that. So, yeah. Oh, Matt, are you ready to rock or what?
Adam, Matt, Taylor, thank you all so much for the robotics information. When you talk about stuff that needs to prepare our students for the future, that is it right there. Robotics is our jam. So we are going to bust up some hype train music as we go into our next session with Kate Farrow and Paige Wilson. And they're going to be talking to us about some podcasts and Wakelet for middle and high school ELA. So, Kate Farrow, Paige Wilson, are you there?
Yeah, we are. We're here.
Awesome. All right. Well, it is great to have you here. Everybody, if you're at home, stand up, shake it out, and give Paige and Kate a round of applause and welcome them to KYGoDigital as they take the stage.
All right, real quick, Kate, is there any way we can get some camera action? Because even your hair is purple cow day. Yeah. Nice and purple. Love it. Great today.
Nice. I love it.
Love it.
All right, it is all you guys. Take us away.
All right, I think my screen is sharing. Can you all see my slides?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm trying to get the little caption option to pop up here.
Yep. Go ahead and hit present, and then it'll show up down on the bottom.
While she's doing that, I'll just tell you a little bit about us. We are both teachers at Central Hardin High School in Hardin County Schools. We used to teach seniors, and now we're kind of transitioning into freshmen/sophomore. And this past year was our very first year branching out in the text that we were using in our classroom to start using podcasts. And while we teach English, this is something that we have started to encourage in all content and really in all grade levels too, because there are podcasts for every topic, ability level, and anything you could imagine. And it's a great way to differentiate and just offer some new ideas and new text into the classroom, regardless of what you teach.
I know the slides are also linked in the agenda, but down here is a Wakelet of resources. I know some people have been talking about Wakelet today, but the first couple of resources that are there is just kind of some rationales behind why you should include podcasts within your curriculum, which we'll be diving into that deeper. And then there is also a list of different podcasts that are available across the curriculum and across different grade levels, even elementary all the way through high school, if you wanted to take a look at those as we go along.
So when we were thinking about why to use podcasts in the classroom, we just pulled some data, and we actually used this data as we introduced them to our students. But about 51% of the United States already listens to podcasts, and it's pretty even amongst gender of who engages with podcasts. And current data says that 80% of people who listen actually listen to the whole episode, which kind of brings to a good point of why we use them. They're designed to be engaging. They're designed to keep you listening and to keep you wanting to hear the next episode and the next episode. So when we are choosing texts to use with kids, engagement is a big reason why we pick specific ones. So with that in mind, podcasts made a whole lot of sense for bringing them into the classroom. Podcasts are used all over the globe, even more than the United States. South Korea, Spain, Sweden, and Australia are very heavy into podcasts. So when we are thinking about creating global citizens in education, podcasts are being used across the globe, which makes them further relevant to our students. This slide breaks down
kind of the rationale of why and what benefits it offers. So in the state of Kentucky, everyone is required to cover reading standards. And these are just some ways that podcasts do this that maybe traditional texts don't always do. So it increases confidence in literacy, which is a big thing for us. If you have the transcript available to students to read while they listen, they're hearing those words pronounced that they may not be familiar with, especially vocabulary words. And it increases that word recognition and those decoding skills that we want kids to have. They're also designed to increase focus where students are listening. It has sound effects, interviews, cliffhangers, all of those things that really make them engaged and focused. Furthermore, if you're like us, we don't have the budget to go buy new books every time we want to upgrade and, redo our curriculum. And most of them are free. I think all of them, for the most part, are free unless you have a special service. But they are free ways to get new curriculum and new text into your classroom in a way that is accessible beyond means, especially when we're looking at all these blended learning opportunities and all of the NTI and all of this stuff. You can't necessarily get a copy of every book into every student's hands. But if they are using internet access already, they can get these podcasts easy. They can listen to them anywhere. So if you're like, hey, I want you to go get outside and go for a walk today, but also listen to this podcast while you're on a walk because this is what we're doing in science, etc. Before we started teaching the podcast unit to our students for the first time, we were just interested to see what their experience with podcasts were before we had started. So these are just results from our classes and our students' responses. So we were kind of shocked that about 12% of our students had never even heard of a podcast before we started, considering the large number of people who are actually listening to podcasts on a daily basis. And then 75% of them did know what it was. And then we also polled their exposure and if they listened to podcasts before and their frequency. So we were shocked to see that almost 50%, we're at 44% of our students had never listened to a podcast before they started this in our classroom, when most of them have an iPhone anyways, and the app is already installed on their phone, and they had no idea that function was there for them. And here was a quote from one of my students when we were just kind of reflecting when all of this was over. When we finished the unit, she just talked about how much she loved the discussions that we had about the podcast, which we did the serial podcast the first season. And she said the content was new and it was different from things that she was used to hearing in her other classes. I kind of touched on this already, but as teachers in Kentucky, every single teacher, regardless of your content, you are technically responsible for covering the state rating standards. And we have we're in charge of the PD for this most often in our building about how can we help teachers easily cover these standards. And that's where we found that podcasts really did this in a way that was easy for teachers to do. And just was able to reach everyone in every single content availability. And so over the next couple slides, which we're not really going to go real in depth on, but you can see where we've already pulled out some of the standards that you can attach to your lesson plans to prove to admin and whoever else, or even just so you know you're covering them yourself, that you have taught some of these reading standards in your content class. And so that's where you see some of those there. So depending on what your class looks like and the difference of ability levels or the topics you're covering, there are a ton of ways that you can use podcasts in the classroom. And if you'll go to the next slide page. You can do a quick 5-minute podcast or a piece of a podcast that just introduces new content.
If you've covered content, especially like in history or English or some of the other ones that are more social, you could cover content and then offer opposing views through interviews or somebody who's got some new data, things like that. You can encourage students to use it for independent research projects, or you can use it to as a whole unit of study, which is what we did this past year with our look at Serial. We did an entire unit on that whole first season of Serial as the podcast. But you can also offer it as enrichment opportunities for gifted students. So if you have a student who's already mastered something in your content and you want to either make them take a step further with their understanding, or you want to offer them some type of independent study within your content, you can find a podcast for them to latch onto and build their learning off of to really kind of offer that enrichment in a unique way. And also just fun practice. In math classes, if you have a Friday that is free, you could have them listen to a different podcast about, people who use math every day in their jobs in a way they wouldn't think about.
There are several different listening options that you can take with your class, which Caitlin has kind of touched on a little bit. You can do the whole class option where students all listen to the same podcast in class together, which is what we did this first time that we did Serial, and that seemed to work really, really well. And our students were more engaged within that podcast than they have been with any of the other texts that we chose to do this year. You can also have students do this individually, where they listen independently during class. This can be the same podcast for students, or you can use different ones. We also implement independent reading into our classes every day. And so I had a couple of students who were kind of hesitant just to get started with reading, and I suggested I had just finished the Bardstown podcast not too long before that, and the student started listening to the Bardstown podcast, and he wasn't only listening to that podcast in my room, but I found out later that he was listening to it in his car on the way to school, and he had finished it within just a couple of days. So seeing that he was engaged and wanting to do this outside of class whenever it was not required for him was definitely something that was fulfilling for English teachers. And then, of course, the Beyond the Classroom option is there, where they just listen outside of class and then they come in and they're prepared for discussion, just like a flipped classroom method would be.
One of the things that we liked about it, obviously, is the differentiation possibilities, which we've kind of already talked about. But you can, most often you can find a varying degree of level that your topic is being discussed. There are all kinds of very academic podcasts, and there are also the very casual podcasts. So depending on the student and the makeup of your classroom and all the things that we think about when we're thinking about differentiation, you can assign students a podcast that fits their level. So if you have a student that is very, already reaching mastery, you hand them a podcast to listen to that is, that next level. If you have a student who is kind of below grade level on that content, then you can hand them one that is kind of broken down and a little more casual, and the vocabulary is not as deep or heavy or out of their reach, and you can keep them on the same topic so that those two students can still have a conversation about whatever the content or whatever the text is about, but they're able to do it in a way that fits their needs and their understanding. They're both getting the same message and they're able to understand and have that discussion. But it's just like whenever, if you use News ELA, you know that you can change the lexile. Think of it in that exact same way. You're basically changing the lexile of the podcast for your students. And then just in choice also.
So some ways that we made sure that students were listening to the podcast throughout the time that we were together. So we did some of these in person. There was one trimester where I actually got to have the students in class and we were having face-to-face discussions. And then when we went online in March, we were actually right in the middle of the podcast. So we kind of had to think of different ways that we were going to engage their brain and make sure that they were listening whenever they weren't with us. So sketch notes and graphic organizers, those are always an option. We did the sketch notes for the first time, and students really seemed to like those. Coloring and doodling, this is something new that we tried this time as well, just letting them color while they're listening. It keeps their hands really busy, but it doesn't require a whole lot of brain power where they would be distracted from what they're supposed to be listening to. You can also do a back channel chat. So a link for that is within this slide if it's something that you've never used before. But it gives students the opportunity to discuss real time while they're listening to the podcast. So this was something that we used face to face, not necessarily with NTI, but you could definitely make this work, especially with the online learning academies that districts are rolling out where students are online at the same time. And then finally, guided notes, kind of an old school method, but definitely something that people still use, where students are just given specific questions or topics to make note of while they're listening.
And then this is just our kind of the things that we have tried to do in our own classroom, assessing, their understanding. Are they comprehending it? In the same way that you ask them if they've comprehended any text that you give them, you can use, all of those listed: exit flips, summaries, open-ended discussions, quick writes, different vocabulary discussions. And then on the summative side, this is where you kind of get to be a little bit more creative. Yes, you can do the traditional quiz and test, but we thought, we're giving them this creative method of instruction. Why don't we see what they can come up with that's equally creative on our end? And so this is where we had them create a student-created podcast where they actually, just like Serial is set up, where they looked at the evidence of a crime that was taking place. They researched their own well-known crime and debated from both sides whether or not somebody was guilty or innocent. And that was really, really fun for us. And we're going to share with you those resources if that's something you're interested in looking at as far as how to have student create podcasts. But the only reason I think it went well for us is because students had a really, really great example of what it looks like before they started. So if you are somebody who's thought about having students create podcasts, make sure that you are giving them tons and tons of exemplar models of what that looks like before you throw them into that, because that's definitely one of our takeaways. And even not so much in just podcasts, we saw that their writing got a lot better in the way that they were able to talk about the evidence they were using to support their claims instead of just throwing out their support. That's something that we noticed a lot when it came to essay time. They would give us the evidence, but not necessarily explain how that evidence supported what they were saying. Whereas the podcast and this lesson really kind of helped them in their writing be able to discuss what they were learning in their evidence, if that makes any sense. But other options are follow-up episodes or why should students listen to this podcast? If you were going to tell a teacher they need to implement this in their classroom, why? What would be your reason? That kind of thing, those options. And so this is just another tag to that way.
Right.
They're available. Independent website. Serial has its own website now for its podcast, and there are several others like that. And there are also different apps you can find them on too.
All right, so at the end of our podcast unit, we had students create their own as a summative assessment. So these are just resources if you were to decide to have your students create a podcast, just to help support you through that. So the first one just kind of gives you a little bit of an outline. We used Anchor FM with our students. They were able to get on the website from their Chromebook, record their podcast. There are sound features that they can implement. There's all kinds of things for them to do to make their podcast more engaging. And we talked about, why music is implemented in the background and about tone and all of that kind of stuff with that. But it's really easy. It's free, and they can actually post their podcast for people to view on Apple Podcast or whichever podcast, wherever you get your podcasts, they can be found. And then there is a New York Times annual student podcast. So if they wanted to, the contest, if they wanted to actually submit their podcast for this, it just gives them a more authentic audience to listen to their podcast and to listen to their work, other than the people in their classroom and the teacher.
And just in the last couple of minutes, I really like to be given some time to look at something and think about how I can use it in my own classroom specifically. And we've talked a lot about English and how it works in our classroom, but I did include a sample lesson plan to chemistry. I'm dusting off my old chemistry books. Not really, but there is, Paige, will you flip the slide? And this, I just use the lesson plan template that, is something I can use real quick. But on that second slide of this page.
It's taking forever to load. I'm sorry. There we go.
I just put one of the Kentucky Science Standards is that I can determine which materials have properties best suited for an intended purpose. So I included a bell ringer to kind of get them thinking. And then this is a link to a podcast called Chemistry for Your Life. And the episode was What is Rust and Is It the Worst? This is a little bit of a longer podcast depending on what your needs are. But the second half of it is basically a Q&A, which you could ignore depending on your needs. But on the right side, I have included the differentiation where you can assign your students who need handwritten notes or guided notes, you can give them those, whereas the others have more freedom in how they would like to take notes. Having that transcript available for students as well. But then you kind of have a decompression moment where they can share their ideas and their takeaways with their peers, and then also come back to the class and identify any misconceptions or comprehension questions that they missed from the podcast, and kind of defining what Rust is as a class and what causes it, its problems. And then this is where that assessment comes in, where then you give students different products and then ask them, they have to decide together which material each product should be made from in order to prevent rust. And, there's another set of differentiation there. But this is just an idea of individual episodes that you could pull into your classroom, maybe once a week, maybe, once every couple of weeks, depending on when you need to fill time. Or maybe you have a lesson that you hate giving and it's, so boring for you. Well, let somebody else who's already created a podcast episode step in and take care of it for you. So I just wanted to kind of give you something outside of an ELA content that you could kind of look at and see. But that is that.
Paige and Kate, thank you so much. This was great. I'm sure people took tons of great tips. It looks like everybody in the chat was all about podcasts, and really appreciate all the information you gave us. So thank you all so much.
Hey, Matt, I was impressed that so many people in the chat were already starting to brainstorm, hey, have you got an elementary one I can use, or does anybody know of this? So it was nice to see people jumping in and collaborating with your idea there and coming up with some ideas. And I have a question, Kate and Paige, while we still have you. Did you all finish this during NTI, or is it done before NTI?
We finished it during NTI.
Did you talk about that? Did you all talk about that and I missed it?
Vaguely. So the second trimester, we had only done episode 1 and 2 of Serial during NTI. So we actually kind of cut it down. We cut out a couple of the episodes that they really kind of needed a teacher they're guiding them on. And then we did not have them do the make your own podcast because that's very hands-on, which we probably could have worked in another way, but our seniors were just really done and upset, and we just needed to move on. But we did have them do the writing portion, which is where we really saw how their writing improved because they were using evidence from the podcast in their writing, and that's where we really noticed that link there. So.
And that was one other thing I was going to ask is, because I know we have like a minute, right? Do you have a minute or two, Matt? What was the trade-off in your classroom? I know that came up when you all talked about this at KISTI, and it's come up some other times. Like, what was it that you just what I'm saying? Like, what did you use the podcast instead of? Are you comfortable talking about that, or?
Yeah. So we dropped Hamlet, Shakespeare. And the reason that specific text worked really well for us is because Shakespeare is a play. Unfortunately, when you read Shakespeare in class, it's not very much of a play. But, and they're terrible at reading Shakespeare. Like, it's not pretty. So we thought putting the podcast in and reading that transcript is almost the exact same as how they're reading a play in the transcript of, Hamlet. And so we were able to still talk about a lot of the concepts and the dramatic terms that we would talk about with Hamlet in the podcast because they're still doing foreshadowing. They're still, you have these characteristics and, how they switch between different interviews and people. So it worked really well for us. It was a natural shift.
Awesome. Thanks. I want to get those out there.
Do we have any other questions or anything from the chat, Brandy?
I think we're good, sir.
All right. Well, we are coming up on our 3:00 session. Thank you, Paige and Kate, so much. I really appreciate it. And I'm excited to see all the podcasts that will come out statewide after listening to your session.
Thank you so much.
So we have about 2 minutes until we have our next session. I'm gonna be honest with you. The next session is our admin track, and I kind of felt bad because every time I see Chase Goff now, he's wearing a suit, and I didn't want Chase to feel like I was underdressed by not wearing a suit. So I dressed up for you, Chase. I hope that's okay. He might not even be here.
Man, it's the one day I'm wearing a KYGoDigital shirt.
I have it on it. You can very clearly see it through the white shirt. It's good to see you. How are you? How are you doing, man?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm great. Allison, how are you doing today?
I'm fabulous. How are you?
Great, thank you. And so I think I see Dana and Dowdy in the chat. Does that mean that you are leaving us for the day, Brandy?
Yes, I'll be on the YouTube. I'll get you guys there. I'm not leaving you alone.
All right, we'll see you on the YouTube.
Yes.
Alrighty, so I'm sure this session is going to be fantastic. Please let us know if you have any questions in the chat. Tweet out all your awesome takeaways today using the hashtag KYGoDigital. We have 3 sessions until we have our final keynote speaker of the day, Ms. Rhonda Cosby, who is the principal at the Grace James Academy of Excellence in Louisville. But I am super excited to go into the session with Chase Goff and Allison Gregory here. So I'm going to let you all take it away.
Awesome. Thank you, Matt. I'm going to share the screen here if I can, if that works, so that we can pull up the presentation. Is that the way to do that? Am I doing it correctly?
Yes.
Got it.
All right, so hey, we just want to welcome you guys. I know it says admin track for our session today, but if you'll notice, we talked about leading your peeps through NTI because at the end of the day, we are all leading somewhere. And so I think a lot of what we're going to share with you guys can be used at the classroom level too. So no matter where you're at, I'm at the school level leading and Chase is at district level leading. I think you're going to be able to get some great ideas from this presentation. And Chase and I both work in different districts across the state. And we have never once worked together alongside each other, but we collaborate often. So I also will just give a little commercial out there for you guys to hopefully make some connections with other peeps across the state and start to have that PLN within our own state, because I know that Chase and I often rely on each other to get through these days. So I just want to give that shout out. We have not rehearsed this, so hopefully we do all right with this. And what we did was just took slides from what we've done previously and put them together. You can see the difference in there too. So as we go into this, I think it's important as a leader, wherever you're at, that you are very clear with your purpose and that things are relevant. And so at the school level, for me, it was actually my first year at this particular school leading it. It was very important that I made sure that we had things for teachers, students, and parents. And what they needed was different sometimes throughout this process. And so as I went into NTI and making a non-traditional setup work, you had to make sure that everything had a clear purpose and it was relevant to that stakeholder.
Yeah, so for us in Nelson County, we had to really reorient ourselves towards some different priorities. We talked a lot about the things that we wanted to do as a school system, really around like creating these experiences for kids and all those sorts of things. And as I'm sure many of you guys experienced, during NTI, all of that went out the window, right? Everything that we had learned, everything we had thought about, everything that we had done up to that point, it was really like, okay, this is a brand new situation for everyone. So we kind of reoriented ourselves around the priorities of caring, connecting, and created. So we knew that we had to continue to provide essential services for our students, like the schools. I believe this with every fiber of my being. Like, schools are essential to the communities that they serve. And so we knew that providing those resources, whether it's technology, food, whatever the case may be, like our FRIS stepped up, we had to provide that care. We know that for our families, like, we had to over communicate. One of the things that our superintendent says a lot, and I think I don't know who he stole it from, he got it from somebody, is that no one ever got upset about over communication, right? So we knew that we had to communicate often and quickly with our families. And then really we still wanted to create these really powerful experiences for our students. And so as we got into this NTI conversation, it was really like, how do we create meaningful learning for kids, even though they're not going to be with us during the day?
Hey guys, if you would turn on the closed captioning and move it to the top if you can. It'll be in present mode.
I'm gonna let Chase take over that. So Chase, were you done with that slide?
Yeah.
Okay, so that was holistically how we were looking at it, and you get some of the same and you get a little bit different with us. I'm going to go into support that I gave teachers.
If you click on, I'm sorry, Allison.
If you, I love Bitmoji.
I'm sorry. If you click on hide, Chase, right there, if you click on hide, you'll see the closed captions under it. That white, there you go.
Oh, there we go.
And then make sure, yep, click on the top, and then make sure you click on the CC. It'll make it orange. And then we'll see it at the top. There you go. And click allow. Yep.
Sweet. Thank you.
I'm going to be really impressed if it understands me. Okay. So anyways, I love Bitmojis, but this is really how I viewed our admin team's role in the NTI time, especially back in the spring. But we are there to support. We needed to make sure that everything we did, we already knew it was going to be different work, maybe a little bit more work through there, but we had to support them in this, and that we were alongside that teacher doing the work with them. So that was super important to me. So each of our admin were actually holding the barbells, and I just took some teacher Bitmojis. But that's how, as a leader, that you've got to view it. So if you're a teacher in the classroom, your role is to support learning no matter where your kids sit, whether it be in front of you or in a blended learning setup. So as you go forward with the thought process of maybe if you're starting in an NTI situation, or you may quickly move into that. I want you to be thinking about, from the teacher's role, how am I going to support my students? What tools do I need to get to them first, second, third, and prioritize those so that it's not throwing everything at them at one time. That's kind of how I viewed that. And so in that, it was important to me that teachers had a one-stop shop, okay? One place. And so just start clicking, Chase, because I can't remember what comes next. All right, so I wanted that landing page with all resources and reference sheets for them to access. And so with that, I already do a GCHS Gazette every week, and it's on Google Slides. And so everything that we needed is on that slide. And we'll talk about that in just a second, because I think your slide's next, Chase.
Yeah, so very similar. I think, like Allison spoke to this at the beginning, and I think she's spot on. We had not connected really through NTI, but I think good work is good work, and it was really cool to see like how what she was doing in Graves County, Kentucky, and what we were doing in Nelson County had a lot of similarities. We may have done it different, but we knew the processes were the same. So we had a one-stop shop as well. So we created a Google site called ncsntidays.com. I think it's still active. I'm actually going to click here and take you guys to it. So very similar to Allison, this was our one-stop shop. We wanted to have things in place that if our teachers or our parents or our families needed a place to go, we had a one-stop shop for it. We're dealing with roughly 12 different schools. We're dealing with about 4,800 kids. And so that's preschool through 12th grade. And so we knew there was a lot of moving parts going on. And so you can see here, if you would go to for students, Boston School, if you were a parent at Boston School, you could have access to their NTI page. So this was a live slide deck that would take you to the work that was going on at Boston for NTI and what it is that they needed to do. You could click through here and see the letter from some teachers, and you can see there some different resources. But this was their one-stop shop. One of the things we also added in, because I think it's really important through NTI to have this like level of humanity, is we created these flip grids. And so we were able to go through, and at Boston School, we had 97 responses, but like kids could go in, teachers could go in, parents could go in and just be like, we love Boston School. It's great. Thank you so much for the work that you do. We miss our yellow jackets, so on and so forth. So that was a really neat thing that we added as a layer to just really celebrate people and like connect people across the board. And then we also had for parents, so they were able to go get information about food services. They were able to get information if they needed about caretaking, talking to your students about NTI and some different ways that we wanted to talk to them about that. So it was a one-stop shop for them. We had for our teachers, we created a blog that was embedded here, really around like some things that we were reading about and some things that we were listening to and talking about. And then we also began creating this summer of empowerment. So as we started to transition, we knew that we had kids that not only had they not been in traditional school, but like summer learning was still important. If ever summer learning was important, because we knew about these big gaps. And so we started creating these things. This was called the Empowerment Hub. So if you were a family, you could go through, it's not going to load now, but you could go through, oh, there it goes. And you could find ways to like engage your kids. So this was from Cox's Creek, Miss Dillman for grades 3 through 5. And it was all a unit that she created with links to that. So a parent could go access some different summer learning tools if they wanted to do that. So really, this was our one-stop shop. Like I said, as a district, it looked a little bit different because every school had their thing going on. But the one-stop shop for our families, teachers, students, everyone else, this site was a really important feature of that.
And so that's one piece, too, that I took away from collaborating with Chase, in that I had a one-stop shop for my teachers but I didn't necessarily include all stakeholders. So that's something moving forward that I'm really going to be thinking about is, could I create one that has students, parents, and teachers on it? But my one-stop shop, I just used what I already was using as a Google slide, but it became my NTI page. So if you'll just click through, Chase, I can show them what that Google slide looks like. It's just that next slide. Yes, I say no to email often because I can't deal with 75,000 emails a day.
Yes.
So here was what that Google slide, here's what that Google slide looked at like, you guys. And so everything was right here. And this did not change the entire NTI period as far as it was always this slide, but I might have changed the content on it a little bit. But all of these were active links to go to. And again, this was the landing page for my teachers. And so they could always access the daily NTI schedule for that day. We had a student well check form in case you couldn't get a hold of a student or you were worried about a student after a conversation. They filled out that form. It was connected right there. And then admin or counselors got in contact. That's where we logged every one of our student contacts. All, we have over 1,100 students here, and it was important that our school still stayed small for them and that I could track our conversations. And so this was that landing page. So if you're a classroom teacher, think about that. What is a landing page I could create? Now, of course, this summer I've gotten into the Bitmoji scenes. So that's kind of what our landing page will look like moving forward. But I do think it's key at the classroom level, at the school level, and then district. But I like how Chase had an entire district view on one spot. So that was key. The next thing we had to connect with the teachers in order to support teachers. They also had, so that landing page was how to support students, those things that need to happen. But what about how are we going to organize our work as teachers? Because there were things that just needed to be done. So you can click through that for me, Faith. But our organization, I thought, what do we already use? Well, our LMS is Schoology. We use Schoology. And so in order to model that for teachers, I put everything on Schoology that might help organize their work. So their NTI daily schedules that they turned into me, all of that ran through Schoology. So that was key too, that I think we continue to organize for our students. That's what the Schoology page looked like. So I had different folders for how-to videos, and I know that you all set your classrooms up like that too. But I think that organization is key. All right, and then I can't emphasize this enough, and maybe because, and Chase is in this boat too, but I'm living this as a parent as well, as far as this NTI. So we have to continue to give clear and concise information to all stakeholders, because what we were finding was that teachers were communicating with students and really putting it out there, but the parent was confused at what platform to use. Where do I go for this class? How am I going to communicate with my students' teachers, especially when they get into middle and high school and they've got multiple teachers all day long. And so I definitely think that that's something that you have to think through as a faculty, as a district. This was just an example of our parent-student contact log. We had every student on there and how you contacted them, what was going on. So any teacher who got on, they could see, oh, okay, this is, they've been communicated with, this is what's going on. I just wanted to give you that sample, and everybody had access to that in our school. If you're on a grade level team, I'd encourage you to have one as a grade level team too. And then if you make one more click, let's say we couldn't get a hold of a student, that's when you would fill out what I call that student well check. If you click one more time, Trace, maybe. Yeah. So student well check form, that was just a Google form that you could fill out. So if you're a school level leader, that's important. You can see right there over that NTI period, we had 152 responses that admin and counselors were able to respond to. All right.
So very similar, I think one of the things that's really important to echo during the conversation with NTI is that what really should happen is that you should take systems that already exist at your school level and be able to leverage those for a thing like NTI. So, to use Allison's example, like to take Schoology that her teachers were familiar and say, how do I leverage that to do this thing? I think one of the advantages that we had during NTI as a district is we have a Care and Connect system at all of our schools. So it's really hard to explain without seeing it, but I think Care and Connect is our structure to say, how do we take one adult, every certified employee in a building, pair them with 15 to 20 of gender-based, all multi-grade level students, and really pour and invest into their life. Okay, so that's really the structure of Care and Connect. And so, like, my son is in first grade. At his school, he got every morning, he started his day in Care and Connect with first through fifth grade boys. And it was a really powerful experience for him as a first grader to experience that conversation. I tell you that because what that did was it made us being able to communicate with families and students very easy to transition during this time. So for us, we wanted a conversation with every family every week. And really what that meant was it was a well-checked visit, or it was a well-check. It was making sure that there was someone that had at least called or contacted. There's power in the human voice and being able to have that conversation. And so we created this. This was a kind of our slide deck that we used. And so if you were to get on this slide deck, you were able to see, let's see here. So this was a master sheet. I'm not going to open it because I think it's shut down or locked down so people couldn't see names, but that is every student in our district, okay? And then that was divided out here by all of our local schools. So our local schools would take their students, they would have their Care and Connect leaders or sometimes homeroom leaders, if that made more sense in elementary school, contact every family. And then we were able to go in and based on this, we were able to update this master sheet to know who needed food delivered to their house, who didn't have access to technology because their internet broke the last week, or all of those sorts of things were able to happen because we had this ongoing conversation with families. And so every week that was a consistent touch point. I think what we found throughout the NTI process is that those conversations shifted. That originally early on was like, do you need food? Do you need transportation? Do you need materials? Do you need technology? Do you need stuff? I think as time went on, and our schools can attest to this, those conversations became really powerful to establishing like a sense of normalcy. Like, how's your kid doing? What are some things that they're thinking about? Like, how can we help them this summer? We saw the Summer of Empowerment site that we did, like getting them access to that. And so it really took on a form of caretaking for our families because we could say that every week and one adult in our schools were connecting with that family, and that was a really important anchor to the work that we wanted to continue to do. And then all of this data was a filter for us, so that all of the documentation we needed for NTI and all of the connections and all those things, we were able to filter it all to these Google Sheets, so that we could make all that work. So that was really how we stayed connected with our families and really tried to simplify the process for them too.
So, Chase, let me ask you this. This is funny because I'm asking you and I should probably already know it. But so for your participation rates, did your district office just pull that from those sheets?
Yeah, so what we did was on those sheets, you could see like a school would go in and they would do like a weekly average. And then we would figure that here at the district level, and that was kind of how we did participation. But it was also a good time too. Like if we had kids that weren't participating, they knew that every week the family was going to get a phone call, so we could trigger some of those conversations as well. So that was, it provided a lot of value in a lot of different ways.
Awesome. All right, so the next point I wanted to make with teachers too, and all the way to the homes, is the importance of collaboration. And more than anything, if we look at NTI, this is where you can find the positives This was one of them, as far as thinking outside the box and how can we still collaborate even though we're not seeing each other every single day. And so I really liked that piece of it because we really leveraged tech tools to continue instruction. So these are just some examples how my teachers actually collaborated with, the Navy musician BJ Britt. And so for class that day, they actually had a hangout with him and talked about what that looks like as a career. And many of them who wanted to be musicians later in life, it was his band class, teacher's band class, hadn't even thought about that as a career. So in lots of ways, my teachers thought outside of the box as far as that's concerned. And then that collaboration piece, as far as there were things that we still needed teachers to be able to do and to get finished, like as far as posting their grades to IC, and we weren't here to help them through that process anymore. And so, I was able to collaborate with my counselors and teach them the glory of Screencastify, which I'm a huge fan of, in order to make short little videos to help our teachers do their jobs. So I think too, just think about always how can we increase collaboration through this process. And that's one thing that I was always thinking about in that sense. Then with parents, collaborating with parents, I'm at a high school and I've been an administrator at every level. There is no reason that communication has to stop just because your kid's 15 or 18 years old. I'm a huge advocate of that as far as we still need parents at the high school level. So I did weekly videos, which were slideshows to kind of ease parents' nerves to be able to walk them through this. And so I wanted them to understand what NTI was going to look like, the platforms that we were going to use. And so I did weekly videos for my parents that got posted to YouTube and Twitter.
Oh, I like that. I want to steal some of that. That's good stuff.
Thanks, Chase. So that's just an example of what it was. I posted it to YouTube, but through Facebook as well. And that's really it.
So one of the things we knew as well is that we needed to find ways to connect people and to collaborate together. And so, I get the privilege of working with some really talented and smart people. And so we had started a conversation 2 years ago where we did something called the Community Brew. So once a month, we would get together at a local coffee shop really early in the morning, invite our community in, and really just engage in conversations about the purpose of school and what it meant to be a community. And that was one of my favorite parts of the month. It was something that was really powerful. Well, obviously, when everybody's quarantined and you can't do that, that leaves that gap there. And so what we started was a Community Brew Live. Ms. Brooke Whitlow was really instrumental in getting that started for us on the technical side, and really her and I kind of engaged in lots of conversations during quarantine. But it allowed us to bring in teachers and parents and students into a conversation and have that conversation be a YouTube Live, much like we're doing here, so that we could continue to further the idea around the purpose of school and what does it mean to be a community. And so you can actually go on our YouTube page. You can see here, we're up to quite a few now. I don't know the playlist here. There's, let's see, I think we've done.
Well, I joined in too. I think people need to know that too. Like I went to the community brews and I'm not even in Chase's district. So it was open to anyone.
Yeah, it was really neat to be able to put some people together, and we were able to showcase a lot of the work kids had done. And this year in review, this episode right here was really fun. Brooke and I did that, and it was maybe so down here, but it was really cool to be able to continue to connect with our families and our students in that process. So the Community Brew was a really powerful conversation tool, and we just did that via YouTube Live and a Google Meet.
So we're going to hurry through. Chase and I like to talk, especially me. Sorry, go to that next slide, Chase. So I just think always we got to think forward, what needs to change if this were to ever occur again. That was just another one of those videos I put together for parents. But if you go to the next one, I really wanted to think forward as far as now, if we go into this situation again, no matter if it's just for snow or what for NTI, what do our kids need? And I think as a school or as a grade level team, you need to decide what's one platform we're going to use and how are we going to communicate. The one thing that I think got super hairy across the entire state of Kentucky is, my science teacher's using Zoom, my other teacher's using Google Hangout. Some of my teachers are emailing, some are posting to Schoology. So definitely streamlining is key. And if I've got district admin in there, I would encourage you to take that on to help schools get on the same page there. But also never forget that those relationships are key. We're all about one of our priorities at the high school is real relationships. And so we still had to make sure we made those birthday phone calls and shout out to kids because it mattered at that time. And then just learning forward, just some things we as a school wanted to make sure that our teachers were equipped with better strategies in a blended learning situation. So that's why I'm so glad KYGoDigital still occurred, our MSU Summit, to keep moving forward. But I love Chase's next two slides, so I'm going to be quiet so they can talk us through that.
Well, I think for us, it's very similar. It's having strong systems in place that allow the work to continue. So, really for us, it comes around to having a team of people. So right now, all of our principals and backpack leaders are engaged in a conversation in their local school around what does virtual mean. We know that that's an option that, we got to have for kids to begin school. Well, we know there's also a probability this year that all schools may be, again, doing NTI. So how do we build really powerful systems of learning that allow it to happen? And so you can see there kind of the timeline and they're using, I think what we had to realize is we had to say, what do we want kids to, let's take NTI, let's put it aside. What type of experience do we want a kid to have in school? Okay, well, now that we have that, then what does that look like virtually? And what does that look like in person? Because we have to be able to do it either way. And so we have a team of people, like I said, led by our principal and backpack leader that are really focused on that conversation for us as we gear up for this school year. And then we also have a team we're calling a Safe School Systems team. And that's led primarily by our counselor and assistant principals at our schools. And really they're thinking, okay, we know that we have to have these processes and procedures in place, right? We know that we've got to make sure that we're following the guidelines and all those things. We also have to make sure that when we do it, there is this level of care, there's this level of humanity. We know that kids are not robots. And so how do we really bring to life caretaking through this lens of being really safe, but also knowing that we're dealing with kids and we're dealing with we're dealing with people. And so this team is really focused on that. You can see the timeline for that, so that we can really, by the time we come back to school on August 25th, we feel really good that we have a plan in place for all kids to be able to learn and learn at a level that is high and learn at a level that is at a high rigor. But we also are safe, and we're safe from the vantage point of not just making sure everybody knows the processes and procedures, but there's this level of humanity and a level of personalization that allows us to know when kids come back to school, they're cared for and they're loved and they're supported through these really powerful lenses of caretaking. So I think once again, to echo that for us, we have a website. We have another one. This is welcomebackncs.com. It's also live. Feel free to check it out. You have access to it, welcomebackncs.com. And you can see where we are in those three areas around communicating with our families, this whole idea of what we want kids to learn, and then this safe school systems. And so you can see that here on this website, see some of the videos and the communications we've done. But I think once again, it goes back to having great systems regardless of NTI, and have great systems, have great things in place for kids, and then figuring out, okay, how then do I leverage that if I'm not with them all the time? I think that makes your life a lot easier. So that's what we got. I know we talked a lot. I'm sorry we didn't leave a lot of time for questions.
Thank you guys. Awesome job.
Allison and Chase, thank you both so much. I'm sure everybody's going to benefit from some of the things you talked about. I especially love, since I used to work in Nelson County, I still follow so many Nelson County people on Twitter and Facebook, and I've really enjoyed reading the Nelson County back to school plan. So thank you both so much for your leadership and wonderfulness to help us move forward. So it is 3:30, and I was going to try to go to the pool and listen along, but obviously it's raining now. So I got my float here, I got my boogie board, I'm ready to go. And I am ready to listen to Ashley Fry and Stacy Childress take it away and talk to us about independence and differentiation. So everybody give a big round of applause for Ashley and Stacy.
Unmute yourself, Stacy.
You're still muted, Stacy.
There we go.
There you go.
Sorry, it's storming like crazy here for me. So if it gets really dark behind me, the power's been going off and on. So should be good, but it's probably dark for you. So I'm going to share my screen. We were just kind of asked to talk about how we use, oh, wait a minute. That's not going away.
No, you're right. Just go ahead and click on your presentation now on your tab at the top.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Let's see. So we're coming from a little bit of a different direction. We're in the primary level of using Google Classroom. When I say primary, K through third grade for me here in Meade County at Flaherty Primary School.
Hey, Stacy, can you turn on the closed captions for me? I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Okay, nope. I thought I had it on.
There you go. You may have. It goes off and on when you. There you go. Perfect.
So we have been working the past year or so to use technology with our littles, which can be very overwhelming. So I taught for 15 years in first grade and tried to incorporate as much as I could with our littles using Google Classroom. And then over the last 2 years, going into my third year, I have been teaching third grade. So quite a gap as far as using technology and what I can do. So over the last year or two, I have been using Google Classroom as a platform for differentiating learning and creating independent learners. So a lot of the links that I have linked here, most of these have been introduced to you throughout today, so I won't go in depth on those. But it's important to understand how we incorporate technology with our very young kids because they have to have exposure to that. I feel like at a very young age, we can start fostering independence. One way I use that is through small group instruction and center-based learning to help foster that differentiation and independence. So that allows me to meet one-on-one with students while through Google Classroom, I can push out lessons such as through platforms such as LearnZillion, which is videos. I can search videos and find videos that pertain to a student's needs. Edpuzzle is been talked about quite a bit here today, and it is a great resource to use for students and has so many resources, and you can make your own as well. Flipgrid is something also that we used in our classroom. Students could post a question and they can answer it on Flipgrid and then post that to the account. Another great tool that I found value in was Google Forms this year. So we could take reading passages and copy and paste them into Google Forms and then ask our questions and then students turn them in. That would help us kind of see where they were at, do some assessment with the student. And then from there, we could assign lessons that tailored that student's needs. This also was great in math. So you could do math problems, have the students answer them, kind of like an assessment, and then see what they needed, what they already knew, and then tailor their Google Classroom assignments to their needs. Screencastify became very important for me as we went into NTI. I was able to use Screencastify and Jamboard, if you're familiar with that, in Google, to record lessons, math lessons. If a parent contacted me and said a student was having difficulty with a math concept, I could jump on Screencastify, record a lesson for that student, and throw it in their Google Classroom. I think the important thing is for our young kids, as we're transitioning to this new way of teaching virtually, is that if you are going back traditionally, or when you go back traditionally to the classroom, you have to embed these practices into your traditional classroom, so that it will seamlessly go to a virtual learning platform. So that's how we use Google Classroom in our classroom, and how we will continue to use it as we virtually learn. So I will pass it over to Ashley.
All right, and I will share my screen. Oh, all right. Okay, I hope everybody can see that, but I am just going to kind of bounce off of what Stacy was sharing about how I used Google Classroom to differentiate in my classroom. Google Classroom is a big part of my classroom, especially when I'm working in small groups with my students. I use Google Classroom to specifically assign things for individual students or groups of students. So if you are not familiar with Google Classroom, as I'm sure we all are now after having to do NTI for a few months, but in Google Classroom, you can assign an assignment to an individual student, a group of students, or the whole class. And with that, I use websites such as commonlit.org or ReadWorks for reading. And if you are not familiar with those websites, it's a really great resource for level passages and articles for different levels of students. And so I would go on one of these websites such as commonlit.org, and I'm just going to go there just so that I can show you all.
Actually, if you don't mind, could you turn on your closed captioning?
Sorry.
That's okay. You don't have to get out of your presentation for that.
Let's see.
It's on the actual Google slide deck. So when you're in present mode with Google Slide, that's when it'll show up. So if you're going out right now for Common Lit, then it won't show. So that's fine.
Okay. Sorry. So if I wanted to pick a article or a passage, and I'm just going to pull one up for my students, I can find something that is specific to their grade level, and also sorry, I really want y'all to see what I'm talking about. And I could click assign text, and then it has my Google Classroom named here. And then I have the option to assign it to my whole classroom, or to just an individual student or multiple students. And so I would click assign, and it goes straight to my Google Classroom as an assignment for those specific students. So I find that useful for small groups, or even during KSI when I'm specifically trying to target a specific skill for specific students. I also use, let me turn my captions on now. I also use Google Classroom to have students kind of be the teacher. So I will have students record a video on their Chromebook, or even using Screencastify, and I have those students maybe do a how-to video. For instance, I've had students record a video on how to multiply fractions, or how to do long division. And I pick students who have shown that they've mastered that skill, and they record videos showing other students how to do it, and they break it down step step by step, and I upload that to Google Classroom. And what I do is I specifically assign those videos for groups of students or individual students who may need to be retaught, or kind of review that skill, and they are learning it through watching their peers versus me. And I feel that that gives kind of an ownership of their learning to the students when I allow them to be the teachers and for the other students to learn from them. And while I'm speaking of doing videos, Screencastify has been a major part of my classroom as well, because not only do I use it to do lessons, to reteach, introduce, or review content, but I also allow my students to use it as well, whether they are doing a book review, they can do a voiceover using it, or again, showing how to solve a specific problem, or how to do something to show that they have mastered that skill. So Screencastify is really major, especially now that we are faced with doing virtual learning or traditional. I use that quite often to teach a lesson. And again, once I do my lesson on Screencastify, I have the option to whether I'm showing it to my whole class, a group of students, or an individual student. And Google Classroom gives you that option when you're assigning it. And again, I just want to show you all, just in case you are unfamiliar with Google Classroom, if I wanted to create an assignment, I can do that. And when I can choose the option of which students I want to that assignment to go to. So Google Classroom really gives you the ability to definitely differentiate for a wide range of students. And furthermore, after I've given lessons or allowed my students to give lessons, we always want to assess what students have gotten from the lesson. So I link my assessments through Classroom using Google Forms, Google Slides, or even Padlet is another great resource you can use to assess students on their learning. And as always, again, since we're talking about differentiation, I can make specific assessments for specific groups of students. You can also use this for your interventions. To give students their assessments on through Google Form, and use that for data. But it's really great tool for differentiating. So really, that is basically how I use Google Classroom to differentiate. I basically assign specific things for specific groups of students or for individuals to complete certain tasks on their levels. I'm not sure if anybody has any questions or whatnot, and I probably went through that really fast, but Google Classroom is great for being able to differentiate for your kiddos.
Yes, Ashley, I am a huge fan of Google Classroom, and I love, Stacey, how you talked about getting those littles involved with technology, because, people can, we can do it. I was a kindergarten teacher for many years, and, those kiddos pick up on it so fast as long as you model. So, don't be discouraged if you teach smaller students, because they can be very successful if we just work with them and encourage them along that way. All right. Looks like we finished a little early. DJ, do you want to give us a little beat?
Yes, I can definitely do that. Sorry, it's raining here, and I'm trying to figure out if it sounds like my smoke detectors are going off, but I'm not really sure why. So if you guys hear a loud beep, I heartily apologize. But I'm going to play some music, and I'm going to get TweetBeam going, and we can check out some tweets from the day. And let's find some music here. Let's do, I don't think we've done this one yet today. everybody. I think we have a presenter that is ready to go. I'm sorry, I've been running all over my house trying to see if it was my smoke alarm that was going off or not. It sounds like many of you were doing the same. But I will go back to our schedule really quickly. So let me, on my other screen here, switch back over. And there we go. All right. And so our next people coming up, please welcome them to the stage. We have Susan Carson, Heather Brown, and Alex Richards talking to us about foreign language.
Hi, give me just a second to share my screen.
Hi, no, you're fine. How are you today, Susan?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Great, thank you.
Matt, do you have on purple rain boots too to match your shirt?
Unfortunately, I don't, but I might tomorrow, so check back.
My daughter has some. You can come by and grab them if you need to.
They might fit me. All right, Susan, looks like we're getting close to ready. Remember, in the chat, guys, let us know if you have any questions. Please be tweeting about your experience, your takeaways, any questions you have. After this, we will have our final keynote of the day, Rhonda Cosby, and then we'll leave you with some information about tomorrow.
All right, the three of us are going to come in and talk to you guys about some tools that are great for the world language classroom, but also are great for other areas as well. My name is Susan Carson. I am the German teacher at John Hardin High School. I'm lucky enough to work with Heather Brown, who's going to come in after me. The first item that I wanted to share is something that I learned about right as NTI was finishing up in the spring. And this is called Book Widgets. Book Widgets does everything that I wanted Google Forms to do, but didn't. It does have a little bit of cost. You have a free trial that you can do, but then it's $49 for the year, which is very affordable for what it does and keeping you sane. But it is cheaper if you have 10 or more teachers join together. If you do have that many join, it goes down to $35. What I love about it is this is just one section. You create widgets. And so in just one section of it, you can do exit slips, you can do flashcards, you can have the kids do whiteboards. You create worksheets that have science functions and math functions and all those other things. And you can do quizzes and timelines and all of those. There's also some games and stuff that you can put in there that are super, super informative. For me as a language teacher, one of the things that bothered me was being able to make assignments that had the audio component to it. For my students, I did a lot of listenings where it was a Google form or an Ed puzzle, but with the Google Forms, I would put the MP3 out of my drive. And so they would have to click on the MP3 and have that playing in one window while they're listening in the other. What Book Widgets lets me do in one of those is I can do audio recording questions. So I can give them a prompt and they can do an audio recording. They also have some assignments that directly deal with audio. So for one example, they have audio with a word match. Right off the bat in level 1, I can use this with the alphabet. I can say the alphabet pronunciation where the kids have to match it. They also have where you can do it with a picture match. So my level 2s are going to be starting with the house. I can say the German word for the house for a piece of furniture, for example, and they have to match it with the picture. What is super cool is in any of the questions, multiple choice, fill in the blank, all of those, the image that's on the right side of the screen will pop up where you can type in what your rationale is for it, a hint for the students. But in every single type of question, you can add audio and it embeds in a nice little player. So this is an example that I made for my level 1s where they just complete it's really sentences with the correct information based on the audio that they hear. So they click on the play button, they can listen to it, and then they click the words that are in the box and they drop them down into the little circles. It's nice for me because my students are getting the practice that they need in the listening area, but just like Google Forms, it will auto grade or it'll pop up in another window where I can grade them all very quickly. Another struggle that we as language teachers fight all the time is trying to find authentic materials. The stuff that come in our textbooks tend to be cheesy occasionally. And so being able to find authentic stuff gives the kids more pride in what they're doing. A great search item for the students or for us as teachers is AudioLingua, and I do have that linked into the presentation. For those that are non-language teachers, AudioLingua it's a database of all sorts of language recordings. You can search by language, you can search by language level, you can search by topic, all those type of things. Also, while doing a Google search, you can type in your keywords. This works as well in things like Twitter and Instagram and things. So on the side, you can see where in Twitter, I picked the language of German and I picked #Wohnzimmer, which is living room, and it popped up with a little ad. Well, I could very easily then now take this tweet and turn it into a nice reading exercise. And the kids find those a little bit more engaging. You can do the same things with adding words like ad or newspaper, and it'll help pop up those things. You can do the same thing, and I did not realize this for the longest time. You can do the same type of thing in YouTube. And what I do often is I find something for another topic when I'm searching for one. And so I really, really use playlists for YouTube so that you can save them. And the next time you teach that topic, you just go to your playlist for that topic and you've got it done. A huge search hint is to look for whatever the equivalent to ESL is for your target language. So for me, I'm a German teacher. Deutsch als Fremdsprache, German as a foreign language, is what I often will search. So in the picture over here, I have zu Hause helfen, helping at home, and then DAF, and it's going to pop up sample worksheets, it's going to pop up videos, and it's also going to give me all the resources that the teachers in the language also use. So I sometimes will pull stuff from an elementary level. I don't tell my kids that, but it really gives me things that are a little bit better oriented for what they're doing. ISL Collective and TES are also great places to go looking for things. ISL Collective gives you things like this great picture that's in the first image under this thing, where there are great worksheets that people have done, and they are available for free. You can also go search, and I did not type it in here, but you can also go search in for textbooks for that country for your ESL equivalents. I have found some great resources that were sample items off of German websites that were meant for German as language learners. So it really has given me lots of great options. Sometimes, though, you can't find what you want. In the spring, I found the EdTweet Text and Snap extension. This is a Chrome extension that allows you to create mock tweets, text, and snaps. They all pop up when you click on the extension. It gives you the 3 options, and it will allow you to create your own tweet or to create your own text or to create a snap where you can make it to what you need if you can't find something that is truly authentic. So I made with using the EdText one, I made a sample one going back and forth with somebody where it was like 7 tweets. So you can make text back and forth that you can then turn into like a reading comprehension thing, and the kids could have a little bit of fun. You could also have the students create these to mock things for many different languages.
Susan, we had a question if you knew the answer. They wanted to know, are the African languages represented in AudioLingua? Do you happen to know?
I don't know, but I'll pull it up and look. Let me share my screen again and I'll AudioLingua. Give me just a second. It is loading. There are 13 different languages, and it's all the pictures that you can see here. Arabic, Chinese, Portuguese, Russian, Italian, French, English, German, Spanish, and then honestly, I don't know how to pronounce these down here. They're new to me.
Thank you. I think that will help them a little bit with that.
Not a problem. And then Heather's going to come in right after me.
Hey, Heather.
Hey.
Are you ready?
Yes.
All right.
Sorry. I was playing What Does This Button Do while trying to listen. It just wasn't going well. Everyone, this is my first ever presentation at KYGoDigital and my first ever attendance. So a lot of firsts going on today. I'm super excited. I'm mostly excited because we are doing PD specifically for world languages. Any Spanish teachers out there, German teachers out there still with us? We never get specialized PD. So I'm so happy. I know Susan and Alex also were super happy to do this. So thanks for hanging out with us so late in the Eastern hours. So I am going to present Okay, are we all well and good?
If you could you move your closed captioning to the top?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Thanks.
Yay. Okay, so you see here my Bitmoji classroom. And everything in here that is not decorative is useful to you. I am not going to take you through every single thing available, but there are tons of resources just in this Bitmoji classroom. And this is the presentation that has been shared on your session. So this will be available to you. I encourage you to take this and make a copy of it and create one of your own. Erica and Sherry and Allison with 2 L's have already talked about the Facebook group Bitmoji Craze for Educators. That's where all this Bitmoji stuff is coming from. There's tons and tons and tons of resources. And so I just kind of wanted to start off with that's how I created this classroom. And I knew we would be short on time. So I wanted you to still have access to everything, even though I couldn't cover it. We're going to start off with my favorite thing in the whole wide world to use in the Spanish classroom. It is called linked.com, lingt.com. And if you will click on me saying, let's talk, you will first of all see pricing. For us educators, that's huge, huge red flags, right? Well, let me tell you, this is so awesome. This is the one and only thing. Susan and I are like, yes, we are spending some of our budget on this. It is $120 for a yearly subscription. They, however, were wonderful to us this year of NTI, and they extended through, I think, September or October. So they have excellent customer service. But this is a website that you create an account, you log in, okay? And so you create classes, and I teach all levels of Spanish. This year I don't have an AP, and so I just call mine like trimester 1, block 2, trimester 1, block 3, and then I list, and then when I give my link to the website to my students, I tell them, make sure you pick your class. And so then what you do after you've completed your classes, you create assignments, and these are mostly speaking assignments. You can do listening activities too. I'll show you that if I have time. But you can upload speaking assignments. At John Hardin, we are a performance-based school in our world language department. And so they get a choice between, do you want to have a conversation or do you want to present a speech? That's why you see 2 different interpersonal speaking and presentational. And these are typically used as our assessments, our evaluations. So you would click the plus to create the assignment. and you type the title, which typically is the unit. And then here, what is next is what you want to include. So what's next? Well, we need text probably to provide directions. Right? So you better talk in Spanish. And then if it's a conversation, they'll want to hear their new friend from Mexico's voice first, right? So here I would click, and with my headset that has a microphone attached, I would record a question. And then here, from the student's perspective, I would attach a bubble for them. And then they would click once to hear my question, and then they would click to record their answer. And they can listen to their recorded answer as often as they have time for. They can delete, they can re-record. And so then as a teacher from the teacher's end, I would just save this and assign it to whatever block. So I'll show you one I have done. So let's pretend I am in Miss Brown's block 2, right? And so it's test day, and I want to do the conversation. So I click on the interpersonal. Oh, and look. Well, let me show you this. I want to show you the student's perspective. So I would click the test that I want. So here's interpersonal speaking. And I would read my directions, blah, 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 talk in Spanish or da. Great. And then I listen to the question. Oh my gosh, I'm panicking. I freak out. I can listen again though. Okay, I got it. So then I would click here to record. Mi casa es grande, pero no es pequeña. Blah, 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 right? Let's see how I did. Mi casa es grande, pero no es pequeña. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, I shouldn't have blah, blah in there, right? Let me delete that and try again. So that's from the student's perspective. And from the teaching perspective, at the end of your testing, then you will have all of your list of students here on the left. And then you can just listen to their responses and see how they did. Mi casa es grande, no es pequeña. And so you would just click through. Yo hago mucho. Pues vivo en la ciudad. And so you can see that it also includes how long their response was. You can provide feedback in either written or spoken. And if students have provided their email address when they submit their final answer, then you can, when you provide your written feedback, it gets emailed back to them. And so it's immediate and great and super easy. So maybe you're thinking, why would I do this over Flipgrid? Because it's way more expensive. Well, I love Flipgrid too. I am a huge supporter, and I use Flipgrid often. Flipgrid, though, I still haven't worked out the logistics to kind of curb cheating. And when we use Linked for assessments in a lab setting, students are spread out more. They're not so much in a conversational or so much of a relaxed setting. And also there is some limit to Flipgrid, but once you pay for the subscription to Linked, you can, after you've created all of your test questions, your prompts, they are here for you forever as long as you have the subscription. Like this is stuff going back 2014, 2015, 2017. So we review it as a department to make sure it's something that is still applicable to what we're doing in class. But for the most part, it's already invented, and we can just use it. So that is my favorite, and I started with that because I wanted to make sure I had plenty of time to do that. I'll just tell you about the other links because I don't want to run into Alex's time because he has lots of good stuff to share too. If you click on the television, this is a resource called TeachVid, and it is like a database of all sorts of videos by topic. And so if you just go to resources, that's the homepage, so to speak, and you can put in your parameters, which language do you want, what level, it's awesome. That's at the TV. That's my German Shepherd, Bruno, nothing for him there. If you click on, let's do the headset. We were just talking about podcasts. This is the second favorite of my resource for you all. This is the University of Texas podcast. It's the site index for their podcast. You will see that I mostly use these for listening activities. I will look for, look, we just learned about family. So I'm going to click this, and then I get to choose which video I use. When I click on the podcast that I want to use, I also can pick if I want any text at all. Do I want them to be able to read along in Spanish? Do I want them to be translated it for them, or do I say no? I typically say no. And so then we play. Mi familia es muy típica. And when I play this, they have questions in front of them. And so we do it as an awesome listening practice with native speakers. I have a pretty good Mexican accent, I've been told, because that's where I lived and that's where I studied Spanish. But it is nothing like them hearing true native speakers, as I know you all know and understand. You could also turn those, if you copy, cut, paste the transcript, you could also turn those into reading snippets. All of these books are links to these books in Spanish, some of which are read alouds. So take time to peruse those. There's tons of them. And this is, if you click on the laptop, this is lingua.com. Miss Susan, who just presented, showed this to me. She shared this to me with me last year. Y'all, these are fantastic reading passages, and they are sectioned by level and by topic. So we have a house unit, and so here you see it's got the text, and then this is something that you of course could do with your Chromebooks or your in your computer labs. This is also good for sharing for NTI, but you can also print this out and give hard copies. You'll see the PDF download. So those are awesome. And then finally, what am I reading? This is another resource for you for graded readers. They are free. Somebody, I think earlier asked I think Del Valle maybe asked for all of these books in foreign languages. And so here they are, at least in Spanish, and they are at varying age levels. But you all know as well as I do, just because you're in high school learning Spanish doesn't mean that you can read a high school level book in Spanish, right? So if you will just, at your own leisure, take the time and click, you have lots of resources here. You have my email also. So if you're like, hey, I wonder if she has any, please email me and I'll be glad to share that with you.
Heather, awesome information. I love your German Shepherd. I have 2 of those at home. We did have a question from the chat. They asked if the link would integrate with Google Classroom.
Yes.
All right. Awesome. Thanks for
Google Classroom loves linked. It really does.
All right. Amazing. Great job. I think we are ready for Mr. Alex.
All right. I think I've got everything set up. Hi, everybody. My name is Alex Richards. I teach Spanish here at Graves County High School in Mayfield, Kentucky. Like Heather, this is my first time to present and attend KYGoDigital, but I want to give a huge shout out to our team and presenters for all the information and the hard work that's gone into making this event possible for all of us across the state and even across the nation. So I'm going to present today. Let me share my screen. Okay, are we seeing everything now?
Yep, we can see it. And Heather, will you mute, please, if you don't mind? Yep, we can see it. And then if you'll just turn on closed captions for us. There you go.
I've been told I've had an accent, so.
It's okay. Most of us here have one, especially if you're not from Kentucky.
Captioning, make those work.
It's doing a great job.
Go ahead.
I just said it's doing a great job. So you're good.
There we go. All right. So today what we're going to look at, these are really tools that you could use across curriculum. We actually used the Infinite Campus Message Center during NTI. It was a really helpful tool for us. And then incorporating quizzes, Quizlet into my unit and chapter study guides. So kind of where are we heading with this? How can we increase transparent and consistent communication among all stakeholders in your classroom, especially as we go into this year with more than likely NTI, students going virtual, things like that. How can we make sure that at the end of this year we have taught what we needed to teach and that we have done everything in terms of communication and providing students with those supports to be successful? So the first thing that we're going to look at is the Infinite Campus Message Center. I use this in my classroom with all of my sections. I use this kind of as a class newsletter. I send out, I'm the type of person that sends out day by day. Monday, these are the activities that we're going to do. This is the assignment that the students will have. And then I throw in towards the bottom, for example, we have a quiz. Don't forget about that. We have a retake open, tutoring hours, things like that. And this is a feature that everyone should have in Infinite Campus. Right, so let's see if this works for me. I think I'm actually logged in over here. So you'll log in at Infinite Campus and you'll go to Instruction. And I've made a video for this in case I go too quickly here that I'll share with you. I think it's on this slide. You can watch this back. So at this point, you'll go to Message Center and you'll hit New. Okay. Class message will always stay the same. Cool feature that you can use is your grades message or missing assignments message. This will give you just a template down at the bottom, and I'm not going to actually go into that. And it will include up to the minute updated information from your Infinite Campus gradebook so that students and parents know where their grades are, what assignments might be missing. On user, I always choose teacher at GCHS. That's how our school district has it set up. Yours might be something different. And then if you choose to create a template, like your announcements template, you can choose that from here. There's some that some of our teachers have used in the building. At this point, our district doesn't have the feature built in, but some districts have paid for the upgraded features here in Infinite Campus. You can choose you can type out a message and it will send out an automated voice message to your parents and students. So if you're a bigger district that has more funding, that might be something that you want to pitch to your Board of Education, or if you're a smaller district with your students, it might be something that could be easily attainable for you. So your delivery details, always leave both of these. The inbox is, I believe they have their text messages, but the email goes to the email addresses that are provided by those parents and families on those first few days of school, those forms that they always fill out. So making sure that those email addresses are updated was something that we really wanted to look at and emphasize going back to the school year with our students and families, because some of these email addresses were not active, so the communication that was going out was not being received because those emails were not being used or had been changed, things like that. The delivery date, let's say I wanted to send out a message to my Spanish 1 students on the first day of school at 8 o'clock. It automatically goes and sets to the delivery date and the time when you start this message. But I don't want to send it out because they're not going to listen to me because we're on summer break, right? So let's look. We're going back August the 6th. Choose that, and I want it to go out at 8 a.m. Always in your message subject include it's the class, and then maybe I always do Spanish 1 weekly announcements, and then I'll put July 20th. And then you can type your body of your message, and I'm going to show you an example of what mine looks like here in a little bit. But the tool that I really like in this is the link. So for example, I used Google Slides for my study guides so I can link those in. I can link my presentations in, link Quizlets, and other activities into the body of this message. So I'll just type a generic message here. At this point, you're going to hit next. This is an important step, step 2. Obviously, we're going to start in quarter 1, and I'm sending this to Spanish 1, so I'm going to choose all of my sections of Spanish 1. But let's say we're in October, and I've had a student move in from the neighboring district. Always make sure that you're in the correct quarter. Otherwise, if they're not in that roster at that time, they're not going to receive this correspondence. Okay? Then you can do this section by section. If you just want to send it to your first period, hey, we're going to have a breakfast, bring in your food or whatever, something like that. You could do it that way. When you click here, the recipients, the student messenger contacts, that's the parent or the guardian, family member. You can send it directly to them, or you can send it to students, or you can send it to both, or vice versa. Okay. So you hit next. It's going to give you just a kind of a review page that's going to come up. Make sure you've got everything typed correctly, links work, things like that. It tells you how many people it's going to be sent to, and then it tells you how many people don't have devices.
Hey, Alex.
Yes.
I hate to do this to you, but it's been 30 minutes for the session for the 3 of you. Do you think you can finish this up in like a minute and give us the hot points that we need to move on to Rhonda Cosby's final keynote for the day?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
All right. So once you get here, this is just kind of checking you out, make sure you got everything. Then you'll hit send, and then it will take you step 4, and you're going to click the button at the bottom. I'm going to send this one, obviously. You're going to hit view log. That's going to give you a PDF that you can download or print out for your records, and then I'll show you what that looks like. And I keep this in my Google Drive, and I sort these out week by week. And if it doesn't work, that's fine too. Let's see, there it goes. It gives you this nice little PDF that you can keep for your records. And then the last thing, quizzes on the Bitmoji study guides. I use the Google Forms or Google Slides. I'll print those out in the print view, put 6 slides on each one. I'll put quizzes on a slide, and I'll set a goal for the students to earn. As they study at home, then I'll have their parents sign, again, just to keep parents involved and active in the process. So the video for the message center is available there. If you want to use that, it's tinyurl.com/IC message center. It'll go through what we just went through in Infinite Campus. So that's it. Thank you all.
Thank you, Alex. We appreciate it. And another big thank you to Heather and Susan as well for this session on foreign languages. And a huge thank you to everybody. So before we bring up Rhonda Cosby, please, everybody, give a round of applause at your house for all of our wonderful presenters today. So I am super excited to announce my boss of 2 times, the person who recruited me out of college to be an educator, and the person lucky enough to have to put up with me 195 days a year, Heather Worrell. She introduces our final keynote for the day.
That's the person lucky enough to get to put up with you for all those days every year. Yay! Hello, everyone. Hasn't this been so much fun? Thanks to everyone from across Kentucky and beyond for being with us here today. Before I introduce our remarkable closing keynote, and you definitely want to stick around for her. First, though, I want to give a huge shout out to the KYGoDigital regional leaders. These ladies have been working behind the scenes for months and months to pull together this 2-day virtual event. So I want to give a big shout out, and join me in the chat if you can, if this is one of your regional leaders, to Miss Brandy New, Kathleen Receiver, Danielle Washburn, Elaine Abernatha, Heidi Neltner, Amy Buss, Dana Dowdy, Angie White, and to the one and only Courtney DeRosset, who has really been the one to help keep this little purple KYGoDigital spark alive for another year. This makes year 4. And of course, to our awesome DJs, DJ Chan and Matt. Has he not been hilarious today with his wardrobe changes? It's felt like he's been an Oscar host. So now on to our remarkable closing keynote. Rhonda Cosby is an inclusive and innovative leader with a passion for equity. In her 28 years in education, Ms. Cosby has passionately advocated for the whole child and has been driven by disrupting the status quo. Ms. Cosby has been an elementary teacher, elementary counselor, middle school assistant principal, elementary principal, and currently a middle school principal. After 21 years of school leadership, Mrs. Cosby will open Grace James Academy of Excellence. Mrs. Cosby will lead this all-girls STEAM academy through an Afrocentric and gender-specific perspective. It is my distinct honor and pleasure to introduce to you one of my personal edu soulmates, fellow ruckus maker, and personal sheroes, the one and only. Please join me in welcoming Principal Rhonda Cosby. Over to you, darling.
Make
and
sure
Rhonda, if you would unmute for us, we cannot wait to hear what you have to say.
Can you see?
Yes, we can. We're ready for it.
Okay. I've been Zooming for a long time, so Google Meet is the new adjustment. Good afternoon, everyone. I know you are probably in a a Google Hangout coma, so I will make this keynote short and sweet, but really, really fast. All of us have been shaped by our life experiences. It is our perspective and what we've lived through. I'm going to share my experiences through my lens as an African-American school leader. Impossible to impact. Many times we've come across things in our lives that may appear at first to be impossible, but then in the end, what was the impact? I know many of you are progressive, innovative leaders, or you wouldn't be on KYGoDigital today. So I know I'm speaking to the choir, and I found my peeps in KYGoDigital. Many of us have also received lemonades, and we keep making lemonade. This is one of my favorite, very quick video on the power of not giving up. Bullfighting. Wait, what up? Me from y'all. Okay. Look. A lot of us in schools find it difficult and challenging at times, especially when it comes to technology, whether it's the beginning of our technology journey or we're trying to bring everyone else on board with technology. But that little boy is a gymnast, and he demonstrated for us what it looks like for us probably on a daily basis of frustration when what seems impossible can actually happen because of support and perseverance and resiliency. As a counselor, middle school assistant principal, and principal, I was able to remove barriers that harm children and integrate technology tools to enhance the educational experiences for all. This happened over a 13-year period. For those of you who are just beginning your journey when it comes to technology, it's not going to happen overnight. Give yourself grace and time. At times, it seemed impossible. Everything was worth the obstacles I've had to overcome to impact the lives of students and families I serve. All my life, when given lemons, I've made lemonade. And I've never met a challenge that I didn't stand up for, especially when it came to impacting children's lives. We all have experienced some level of trauma that seemed impossible in our lives, all of us. Empathizing with your students, being your authentic self, and building a genuine relationship will greatly impact their lives. My story began at age 3. My mother chose no longer to be a mother. This shaped my formative years and created a strong sense of independence for me. Thankfully, I had a dad who wanted to be a dad, and he still is my biggest cheerleader. That's Rhonda Cosby at 10 years old, 5th grader. It was picture day, as you can tell. As many of us on picture day back in the, I'm not going to talk about my age, back in the day, or even now, girls would fix their hair, add on lip gloss, and be ready for picture day. But what you don't see behind that big smile was an invisibly visible 10-year-old who very much wanted to belong into her learning environment. My teachers weren't mean, but they did nothing to make me feel like I belonged in their space. I never saw a book that had a picture of people who looked like me, not even a poster on the wall. The only thing I learned about my culture was that we were slaves. In middle school, I would go through each book in the stacks to try and find a book cover that looked like me. I finally found the book. It was Bluest Eye by Toni Morrison. At that point, I finally found a connection that was relevant to me in school. My support system, that's my husband, David, of 22 years, and my motivation, my 3 kids. That's Hannah on the left. She's 15. She's going to be a sophomore. That's Gabriel in the middle. He's 20. He's on the autism spectrum, and he's spending his last year of high school, beginning this school year. And that's Sophia. She's going to be 12, and she is going to be in 7th grade. What is your why? Think about that for a second. What is your why? Do you have the courage to fulfill your why? Notice I put courage in all caps in bold. Your students depend on your courage. I do what I do because I want to advocate for all kids. I unapologetically advocate for all kids. James Baldwin is one of my favorites. Those who say it can't be done are usually interrupted by others doing it. Think about the technology, or think about when you stood up for students who were being harmed. Think about the naysayers and those people who said, well, that's impossible. You can't do that. We're not going to be able to do that. Those who say it can't be done are usually interrupted by others doing it. Impossible to impact. For me in my 13-year career, I accomplished many things that many told me were impossible. I became the principal of an elementary school in 2006. Technology was in full swing, except in schools. I was determined to keep up with the tech and get ahead of the needs for our school. Many of you are progressive educators, and you know what happens when you innovate or iterate in a complacent space. I'm gonna give a long sigh for that one. Some of you are currently in spaces where you are the unicorn. Continue to be the unicorn because your students need you. Many times I was told that what I wanted to do was impossible. When I decided to be a teacher back in the early 90s, I signed up to meet the needs of students. So one of the many things that I did when I started was what they thought was impossible. I replaced the desktops with iPads. I was asked why I would replace the dinosaur HP towers with iPads. They were in shock. I utilized funds to purchase Mac Minis, document cameras, Nooks, and smartboards for every classroom. Tech was more efficient. That's the impact. And reliable for instruction. Streaming was taking off, and we needed a workstation to handle high volume cyber traffic. Over 5 years, we raised $80,000+ to purchase tech for students. I was at 68% free and reduced lunch school. A community partnership also raised funds to increase tech for all students. I empowered and encouraged and supported teachers to innovate and iterate. I utilized students to provide professional learning for smartboard training. We held our first ed camp so teachers could learn from their talented colleagues. I replaced remaining desktops with Google Chrome boxes. Received a $50,000 grant to purchase Chromebooks for 4th and 5th graders and the STEM lab. And when I left in December, 4th and 5th grade were 1-to-1, 2nd and 3rd, their Chromebooks were on order. K and 1 had Chromebooks, iPads, Kindles, and were to inherit the iPads from the 2nd and 3rd grade students. Inspired by the Purple Cow herself, Heather Worrell, we also created a virtual master calendar, announcements, and Google Site. Efficiency and communication. We went googly. Often met with, but we've always done it this way, which is the impossible. To me, I kept moving towards the impact, constantly challenging the status quo because the quo was no longer status. I've been saying that as long as I've been a principal, and I will continue to say it. We created clubs during the school day for related arts classes. It was a logistical challenge and many complained, but it was not impossible. Students were able to choose their club, and the related arts teachers taught what they were passionate about. We went from club day to club week to club 6 weeks because of student voice. We transformed our library into a full makerspace, allowed the librarian to take out the circulation desk. Yes, we did it. It was not impossible. Really just took like a hammer and some things, and we removed the circulation desk. How did it make an impact and improved engagement with students? And they now had 2 adults supporting their book search and makerspaces. We disrupted the homogeneous advanced placement classes. Student socialization greatly improved, and 5th grade related arts classes had reduced behavior incidents. We allowed every 3rd grader to take the advanced program test, increased the number of students qualifying for the advanced program, reached out to parents via phone, email, snail mail for their appeal process. And as my assistant superintendent would say, no excuses, just results. We replaced the tech lab with the STEM lab. Besides utilizing the engineering design process, students could create music on their Chromebooks, created Rube Goldberg machines, and develop code for robotics. Replacing the tech lab with the STEM lab did not go over very well. So that courage had to come back up. I was asked, why in the world would I repurpose the tech lab? But I just politely said, because technology is mobile. Human resource and building capacity within a school building is the biggest asset you can have to improve student achievement as well as to integrate tech tools. A good coach will make his players see what they can be. rather than what they are. There's no need to be perfect to inspire others, for those you perfectionists out there. Let people get inspired by how you deal with your imperfections. Be real, be honest. Developing educator capacity is the most important role as an educational leader. I am ecstatic that my kids' pediatrician and dentist continue to grow professionally. I had 15 teachers attend the EdTech Summit. That was half my teaching staff. We rearranged the master schedule to honor communities of professional learning. Teachers could meet during their workday to determine their next instructional steps. I allowed half my staff to attend the Tech Summit. I provided courageous conversations, PD with staff, back in the mid-2000s. I moved from uniforms to a dress code. We no longer had an inequitable barrier for families to purchase uniforms. I purposely recruited employees that reflected the world around them, not just reflect the students in our building, but the world around them. I reduced adult-centered barriers that would impede student progress. I dared to allow kids to wear their hats and hoods in the school building. Oftentimes we create rules and keep practicing legacy practices that are part of our love of how school was and not for the students who are sitting in front of us. My last full year as the elementary principal there, not one student was suspended. I encourage all teachers to recreate their learning spaces to be comfortable and collaborative, flexible seating. I wanted it to look like a Starbucks cafe. We didn't have to purchase fancy furniture. We all just went to the yard sale and in our basements, and every classroom had flexible seating from one degree to the other. One positive impact of flexible seating that many people don't realize is that you no longer have those perimeter seats where the kids who struggle to sit in a group with other kids are set on the outskirts of the classroom because they quote unquote need their own space. I'm guilty of it. I did it myself when I was a teacher. But when you have flexible seating, you don't have to stay in your area. Seating and space are fluid. For those control freaks, you got to let go of control. And remember, oftentimes the rules we hold near and dear to our hearts can harm children. It's 2020. A leader takes people where they want to go. A great leader takes people where they don't want to go, but ought to be. I didn't mean to hit that. Oh. We had a book study with the staff by Chris Emden. He wrote the book For White Teachers Who Teach in the Hood and the Rest of Y'all. It was past time to openly discuss race. This happened 2 years ago. Teachers had to have uncomfortable dialogue and discussions. This new learning was tough. There goes that courage. But being a little kid with a teacher that is oblivious to their cultural needs causes daily discomfort and pain. I'll let you sit in that for a second. One of my favorite quotes from Christopher is, "The kind of teacher you will become is directly related to the kind of teachers you associate with." Teaching is a profession where misery does more than just love company. It recruits, seduces, and romances it. Avoid people who are unhappy and disgruntled about the possibilities for transforming education. Let me read that one again. Avoid people who are unhappy and disgruntled about the possibilities for transforming education. They are the enemy of the spirit of the teacher. And for many of us who are on here, we are on here because we are part of that revolution. We are part of the transformation. Jefferson County adopted a racial equity plan. I presented our racial equity plan to our school board. And then part of our racial equity plan, we have what we call a racial equity analysis protocol. This protocol takes you through a series of questions based on your formal policy or your informal policy. Thinking about Angela Davis's quote, and think about all the things that you know inadvertently or on purpose harm kids. I am no longer accepting the things I cannot change. I am changing the things I cannot accept. The racial equity analysis protocol really, really helped us be aware of how we were harming children, whether it was based on social and economic status, whether it was based on their zip code, their special education status, their race, whether they spoke a different language. This document made us become aware of how we were intentionally or unintentionally harming students. The REAP reveals who we may intentionally or unintentionally marginalize because of our rules. We implemented the REAP to fidelity to determine inequitable formal and informal rules in classrooms, grade levels, and school-wide. Grade levels changed their behavior expectations. Most grade levels stopped giving homework because, in my opinion, it's inequitable. And we were all more cognizant of how formal and informal our policies marginalize certain cultures and their families in the schoolhouse. Somebody once told me to bite off more than I can chew. Not to bite off more than I can chew. I've been told that my whole life, actually. And I love this quote because the response is, I said I'd rather choke on greatness than nibble on mediocrity. Given the issues related to race and racial justice apparent in the past and today, it's even more important to offer school like the school that I will be opening this fall, Grace James Academy of Excellence. That's our vision, mission, and values. Our mission is to empower, activate, and illuminate academic excellence in each and every girl through an Afrocentric, gender-specific STEAM curriculum. We have 150 girls. All girls are welcome to apply. And yes, we have a diverse staff of educators. One of my favorite, I have a lot of quotes, can't you see? One of my favorite quotes. If you are among those who believe that it can't be done, then please do not interrupt this school, this classroom, as we are currently doing it. What is your why? What do you perceive as impossible? Perceive. It's all about perspective and life experiences as to why you perceive things the way that you see them. Do you have the courage to fulfill your why? I hope your answer is yes. Your students depend on your courage. As progressive, innovative tech leaders, you've shown you are willing to grow and evolve for kids. Where else could there be growth for you that will impact kids? Did I do it in record time?
That was great. Thank you so much. And really, it's the message we all need to hear, especially as we go back. We've learned too much in 2020 and become more greatly aware of too much in 2020 for school to ever be the same. So thank you so much for this, Rhonda. I really loved it.
Great feedback in the chat. You'll have to go back and read everything that everyone has said. Thank you so much. What an awesome way to end our first day of this 2-day virtual event. So thank you so much, Rhonda, for being here with us today.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. It has been a wonderful first day of Kentucky Go Digital. Thank you so much for tuning in, sticking with us all day long, for tweeting, for chatting, for learning and growing. I cannot wait to see what tomorrow has in store. So I'm going to go ahead and take us to our agenda for day 2. So we start at 8:30 tomorrow morning with Dr. Karen Chesser, who is the superintendent of Fort Thomas Independent Schools. And then we have our Northern Kentucky friends taking the stage, followed by a keynote at 12:30, Dr. Lou Young and Dr. Justin Baffin from UK and UK Next Gen. And then we are going to end at 4:30 with gratitude. We're going to do our gratitude circle that we do every year at each of our events. And we will provide your information on how to get your certificates so you can get those PD hours that so many of you guys were asking about today. So I'm going to play some tweets on our tweet beam as we head out. Again, thank you so much. I look forward to seeing you here. I'll be with you in the morning, and I believe, Kathleen, that it'll be Danielle with us in the morning, right?
Yes, you're right. Danielle will be here tomorrow.
Awesome. So thank you all so much for tuning in, and let's have a great day tomorrow.
All right. Thanks, everybody.